in the opinion of a neurosurgeon, caused by John impacting the cold, hard ground, but also Karen's own admissions. Ladies and gentlemen, the YouTube stream is live. Good morning, towel friends. It is so wonderful to see you. We are all back together. I know so many of us were... Nope, there is no court today, Harvard Yard. It has been canceled. It is my birthday on Saturday. Hold on. There we go. The YouTube feed is up. No, it is a towel birthday on Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very close to towel birthday, but not towel birthday yet. All right, there we go. Feed seems to be running. Folks are here. Yep, we are ahead of schedule in the trial. And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have a chance. I am a towel. We have a chance to get caught up with each other. We have a chance to escape the rain outside up here in Massachusetts. Maybe it's not raining where you are. And ladies and gentlemen, we will I will answer your questions. We'll review what happened yesterday during court. We'll take a look at Janet Reed just hanging her head over the sidebar, over the bar of the court in the front row behind Karen after the devastating testimony from the neurosurgeon and the brain surgeon, Dr. Wolf, about the cause of John's injury. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there is so much to get caught up on, and the best part of it is, since we will not be having to cope with the Karen cam and waiting for court to start, we're not on timelines. We can chat together. You can ask Towel your questions. Towel would be happy to answer them, and then from there, we'll also, as I mentioned, get caught up on what happened yesterday. We'll watch the compilation of the Karen clips that I know you all enjoy so much. Look at all the Towel friends coming in to say hello, even though there is no court today. That means we, as Little Towels, have an opportunity to get caught up on so much that has been going on. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you could be forgiven. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness, it's Murder by Maestro. Oh, my goodness, I'm a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, you could be forgiven for being overwhelmed. This has been a lot to keep track of. Oh, it's Dewdrops, the towelette of all towelettes, and we have Harvard Yard here with us. We have Francis Frutrell. Ladies and gentlemen, JI5 is here. There are so many towel friends who are ready, and the best thing is, for the first time in weeks, we're not pressured. Little Towel is well rested. I got an extra half hour. Instead of starting at 7:30, we got to start at 8. I was up at 4 a.m. anyway. Whoever, I'm trying to remember, there were so many comments yesterday. Whoever was kind enough to say, Towel, go to Dunkin' Donuts at 4 in the morning on me. I went to Dunkin' Donuts at 4 in the morning. Now, I only got a coffee and not a sandwich, and I'm kind of regretting that. Towel has a propensity of not eating. We're working on trying to get Towel to feed himself. This is a large, long-term project. But needless to say, I'm up. It's Saturday. I thought it was Saturday because we have the day off. It's Thursday. We have the day off. No court today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. If you're tuning in, it obviously says it in the title. But if you're getting caught up, we're so ahead of schedule in the trial that we're off today. We're off Friday. We're off Saturday. We're off Sunday. We're off Monday for Memorial Day. And then we're back Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't be announcing that the horses are at the starting gate. They're all down the Cape. You know what I'm saying? They went down the park, down the Cape, ladies and gentlemen. And that's true, ladies and gentlemen. Towels are for life and not just trial days. But not just that. I think we actually have an opportunity because so many of you know that there's so many complicated, interwoven, overlapping socio-political circles of the most nefarious order involved in this case, more so on the defense side, that it takes us time to actually explicate the larger story. So in honor of the Reithian values to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public in order to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of democracy, that is what we're going to do today. Absolutely, and then don't forget, oh, Alana, good morning, hugs to you, dear towel friend. Nancy 508, God bless both of you, dear towel friends. But Alana, so many towel friends were thinking of you yesterday. I hope you've been well. And Macy, yes, it is a long weekend, and it is Towel's birthday on Saturday. If you're just tuning in, no court today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, but it does give us the opportunity to get caught up. Folks have had a lot of questions. There's a lot of testimony to review. I have all the clips saved. Not just that, but we'll take a little bit of an opportunity. I'll tell you some of my notes from inside the courtroom about what jurors were taking notes on during KF's testimony. I've had some questions about the Aruba incident, for example. Did it come in? Yes, it already has come in, so that means it probably will come in at another point if it needs to on rebuttal. We've had some questions about what exactly is going to, how the rest of the state's case is going to play out, how long the defense case is going to take, and then, of course, the rebuttal case from the state, which we know will be at least one witness, could be more. We'll take a look at all the Karen clips that have been played. A lot of folks have been saying the clips of Karen's documentary interviews and otherwise played for jurors have probably been one of the bigger turning points in this trial for the defense. Oh, God bless your sister, Blackpink. I will be in my mid-30s, towel years, somewhere up there. I was born in the late 80s, the last year of the 80s, so I think I'm like 37, something like that. It scares little towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am here. Eva, hello, so good to see you. Of course, folks will be down the Cape. The horses, the lawyers, they like to go down the Cape, ladies and gentlemen. They like to go to the park, and they like to go down the Cape. Yeah, so basically, just so folks can understand the glass testimony from yesterday, we can rewatch it, but I'll just sum it up for you. Okay, so what the big impact of yesterday's testimony was, of course, the neuroscientist who testified about John O'Keefe's injuries being a classic example of someone falling back and hitting their head on the cold, hard ground. But ladies and gentlemen, more to the point, to the question from Macy, later in the afternoon yesterday on Wednesday, now remember, we're ahead of schedule in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. That's why we're off today and tomorrow, and Monday's a holiday. But ladies and gentlemen, if you missed the testimony from the forensic scientist from the state police who closed testimony yesterday on Wednesday, first of all, the biggest part of that testimony was that there was pieces of Karen Reed's taillight found on John O'Keefe's clothing. None of them were bigger than a rice grain, but that's evidence. Then the other thing was there was a piece of glass. There were a piece of glass found on Karen's bumper. Now, obviously, John O'Keefe's hair being found on Karen's bumper was the big deal. But the glass, what the scientist didn't say that the glass couldn't be confirmed to be from the glass that John was holding, the broken glass that was found at the scene, the cocktail glass John took out of Karen's car. What the forensic scientist said, she couldn't piece the puzzle together necessarily. Like that expert does a specific kind of analysis where they take pieces of like an object and they put them back together. That scientist was saying she just couldn't put that specific piece found on the bumper back together, but she wasn't saying it wasn't necessarily a match. It just wasn't the type of reconstructive match that she would normally testify to. So, but that happens all the time. You can't always put together the puzzle. But that was, just so you understand, that was not a very strong part of the cross, because it wasn't Jackson really undermining her conclusion. If anything, it was showing that she didn't try to fit the conclusion to her data or evidence to anything. She wasn't going to say she couldn't put it in the puzzle. And you got to think of this as building a 3D puzzle. You try to reconstruct it to the glass that you have. Well, if you don't have the full glass, you're not going to be able to put the full puzzle together. And so that's really what her conclusion was about just that part. But yes, Def Otter, oh my goodness, it's Def Otter. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Def Otter, the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Northern Europe, if we ever peacefully invade Northern France. God bless you, Towel friends. Oh, it's Paula and Christina. Oh, we have a membership parade. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new Towel members. Who do we have? Dreamboat Annie, welcome. Goose Landing, Darcy, Hillbilly Nitro, oh, Lady Tay Marie, it has been a Towel membership parade. Let's all extend a very big thank you to Def Otter for gifting Towel memberships, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not aware, if you just got a wonderful Towel membership from Def Otter, who is a wonderful supporter of this channel and a valiant watchguard of Norman Towel, you, ladies and gentlemen, can now, if you were gifted a membership or if you have a membership, you can go into the chat. You will notice you have a special new towel emoji section. Towel emojis, of course, are all the rage these days, ladies and gentlemen. And all you need to do is click on the emoji button and watch what you will be able. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You will be able to make it rain towel emojis. And truly, is there anything that someone could want more than the ability to post towel emojis and Chewbacca-based emojis into a chat and celebrate the day off. Eva, oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh my goodness, it's a hippo. It is a dancing hippo. That hippo is an honorary towel. Oh, and then I forgot, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes I see emojis that make me absolutely ecstatic, and as we're about to do our case summary, I then get distracted by the hippo emoji, and then I just absolutely become a little towel. So I just would like to point out that that is a hippo, okay, ladies and gentlemen, and that hippo is an honorary towel, and I would like to just extend my special towel appreciation to Eva for sharing with us that wonderful little hippo. And you will see that throughout the day, I will continue to get more giggly because I will inevitably see towel emojis that are just the greatest thing in the entire world. And I just want to let you know that that is literally an anthropomorphic dancing honorary towel hippo. Is there a better way to start your Thursdays, ladies and gentlemen, than getting to see a dancing towel hippo? No, ladies and gentlemen, you may be saying, well, there's no court today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, but you know what? At least you got a dancing hippo. Oh, hi, greetings, world. Hi, Goose Landing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I absolutely will be getting 7-Eleven pizza after our stream today for lunch. There's no doubt about that, Deafwater. Greetings, world. I just want folks to know Greetings, world is a wonderful towel. I hope folks take some time to say hello to Greetings, world. There is, in my opinion, no towel that truly more embodies the spirit of compassion and camaraderie of Towel Stream than Greetings, world. And we are so pleased to have them with us today. I hope you all say hi to Greetings, world. We enjoyed their presence. Murder by Maestro. We can determine whether that is a hippo or a rhino in a way that, of course, you are aware, my binary speaking friend, and that is to use your AI analysis program to determine if it is a hippo or a rhino. I am of the opinion that that is a hippopotamus, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I think we can get into a debate as to whether Eva's emoji was a hippopotamus or a rhino. In fact, I think that is obviously, as we prepare to look at this clip of Janet Reed. That is the best use of our time, ladies and gentlemen, as some of the towel friends begin to join the stream. Obviously, oh, God bless you. Oh, my goodness, it's a cheeseburger emoji. I love cheeseburgers. Thank you. God bless you, Towel Christina. You are so kind as folks come in. It was Eva's super towel emoji a hippo or a rhino? Also, I'm a towel. It was clearly a hippo. No, it was a rhino. What is going on? I'm a towel. Okay, I put up a poll. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Cheeseburger in the chat from Christina. And then also we put up a poll, and Murder by Maestro is going to have to determine for us whether it was a hippo or a rhinoceros. Yes, I know you were all tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. I know you were. Oh, first of all, look at the cheeseburger emoji. You cannot deny the glory of a cheeseburger emoji, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, Reporter Towel Christina. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just show you. We are in a debate right now, okay? First of all, God bless Deaf Otter for gifting 5 towel memberships, but we're in a debate. Is that a hippo or a rhino? There is a very intense towel poll. There is a very, very intense towel poll. Right now, it's 59% it was a hippo, and the rhino is losing. I'm going to guess some people are simply confused. Yes, no one thinks it's a rhino. 41%, 44% are saying, what's going on? I'm confused. Well, let me explain. We are trying to determine if this wonderful sticker is a rhino or a hippo, and then we're going to get caught up on all the developments of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial because I'm a towel. All right. There we go. It's a rhino hippopotamus, says Dr. Marie Russell. Oh, goodness. Murder by Maestro. We have started quite a debate. Eva, your emoji will go down in towel lore as the hippo versus rhino debate. It is a glorious moment. Yes, Paula, no ponies in the stable today. We do not have court today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial if you're just tuning in. Instead, we're using the opportunity as towel friends, one, to watch me drop my water bottle multiple times, but two, we're going to get caught up on yesterday's testimony, and the very first thing we're going to watch is, did you all catch the moment? You are a towel, Danya Deborah. I'm sorry, I'm not great with phonetic pronunciation, but I'll learn it in time. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get caught up with Karen Reed testimony. And the first thing we're going to watch is, did you see Janet Reed hanging her head? We're going to watch her hanging her head, and then we're going to watch the testimony that was so devastating that induced it. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Look at Janet Reed. We have multi-Karen cam footage from yesterday, multi-angles. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Janet Reed. We're going to watch the clip. We're going to listen to the testimony. We're going to get caught up. Eva, if you're laughing in the morning, that's the best way to start the day, ladies and gentlemen. I absolutely say there's nothing better than laughter to begin our days. We may have to talk about difficult subjects, but you know what, ladies and gentlemen? If this public information service has educated, informed, or entertained you, then I am living up to my eudaimonia, as the great ancient Greeks would say, or the my summum bonum in the Latin, my greatest good for this lifespan, ladies and gentlemen. My vocation as a towel is being fulfilled, and I truly tell you that we on this towel stream, it's more than just about learning about the court process and the evidence and the nuances of testimony in the trial process. It's also about the camaraderie and support and love and compassion you show to your fellow towels. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing better. Nothing better. Oh, you are going to be with us again soon, Murder by Maestro. Don't worry, we're only getting caught up on about 10 minutes of testimony. Then we're going to talk all about vehicle data, and we'll look at Murder by Maestro's excellent crash reconstruction. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, we actually have some time to get caught up. And this, over the next 2 days, we'll do streams Thursday morning, Friday morning. Saturday will be a birthday stream. By the time we come back for session Tuesday, we'll be so caught up. Everyone will watching this stream will know what has occurred over the past 21 days of trial, and I know you all are looking forward to it. We are going to watch the Karen clip compilation. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, so here's where we're beginning today, okay? We're going to start with a clip. This was from yesterday's testimony. If you missed yesterday's presentation of evidence, the direct from Dr. Wolf, the brain surgeon, was absolutely devastating. It was so bad, Bob Alessi couldn't even ask questions on cross. He basically gave up after 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And so, absolutely. Now, what I'm saying is, I wouldn't say it's that Janet Reed looked tired. We've been commenting on the Reeds looking tired. I just want to show you how devastated she looked. Look at her hanging her head over the railing. And then I'm going to play the clip afterwards, where we go right into the clip of the testimony that led to it. Oh, Harvard Yard, dear friend. Look at that. Look at that sticker, folks. Can we just say thank you to Harvard Yard for literally sharing a sticker that has smiley faces in it? Is there any better? First of all, I love your picture, Harvard Yard. There is nothing that makes me happier than the city of Boston. I could look at the city of Boston skyline all day, my dear friend. I could look at it from the Back Bay. I could look at it from Fenway. I could look at it from across the river on Memorial Drive. I could look at the city of Boston. It is like a gem. I could drive up the hill on Route 2, go over somewhere in Arlington and look at the city from there. It is a gem of Towels World. I don't think I ever want to leave this place. It is truly a glorious city. So not only did you share with us smiley faces, but you reminded Little Towel of the city of Boston, and that makes me a happy towel. So I just want to take a moment to thank Harvard Yard, who is truly a special and blessed towel, and you, my dear towel friend, are appreciated. Hold on, we got to scroll now. I got to get back. I got to get us back to the comments because so many of you chatted while I was reading that I now won't be able to show all of your wonderful comments of support to Harvard Yard unless I come up here and scroll a little bit. So there we go. Okay, is that where we need it to be? All right, we're getting ready. There we go. Look at all your wonderful comments in support of Harvard Yard. You see that? I'm doing it in real time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel. I operate the stream. I try to be a towel. You know what I'm saying. All right, there we go. So we're going to watch this from yesterday. I just had to say thank you to Harvard Yard because Harvard Yard is wonderful, and I would be remiss if I did not do so. So this testimony from yesterday, take a look at Janet Reed. It's a 4-second clip of her kind of hanging her head. Then you're going to see 10 minutes of the testimony. You're going to hear it for yourself, folks. It was damning. It was damning. That brain surgeon was very clear that John's injuries were the result of falling back at a high rate of speed and hitting his head on the cold, hard ground. It gets only worse from there. Even the damage to John's eyes, the fractures, all caused from head hitting the ground. And further, ladies and gentlemen, the only damage to John's face, Karen plucking glass from his face when Karen found John. And how do we know about that? Karen's own statements that were played in court from documentary interviews. All right, folks, let's watch. I'm here with you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. No court today, but we're getting caught up on the big moments. Today's your chance to take a breath. We took a moment of levity. We shared some moments of compassion and hippopotamus-based hilarity with our towel friends, and now we compose ourselves once again. I'm going to end this poll, and then we're going to watch the serious testimony. Now, we were pretty split here, folks. I wouldn't say we were split on hippo versus rhino, but we were definitely split on hippo versus what the hell is going on. I'm sorry, no one voted for rhino. That's hilarious. All right, take a breath, folks. This is pretty serious testimony. There's nothing graphic displayed on the screen, but just as we watch this, remember what we're talking about here is the last moments of John O'Keefe's life. It's devastatingly sad. We're going to look at a reconstruction. Actually, you know what? Let's look at it first. I'm going to show you. I want you to brace yourself, folks, because this testimony will make more sense to you when we look at Murder by Maestro's reconstruction. But I just want you all to remember that this is a solemn subject. A man died alone after being sideswiped allegedly by a car and left to basically freeze from hypothermia. Die from hypothermia and a brain injury on a lawn. It's very, very sad, and I just want you all to keep that in mind. And I do want to show you Murder by Maestro. I do want to show you Murder by Maestro's reconstruction. Okay, it's probably one of the most well done that there is out there, and this is a sensitive subject. But we are going to listen to medical testimony about the injuries resulting from this potential collapse. Okay, so we're going to watch it. We're going to be very respectful of Murder by Maestro's reconstruction, and we're going to do that now. And you can see Murder by Maestro was kind enough to send this over, so thank you, and God bless you, dear towel friend. Now, there is no audio to this, okay? There is no audio. Oh, where are the towel comments? Oh, there they are. There is no audio, so I'm going to comment this. Now, let's start this again. First of all, can we just say thank you to Murder by Maestro? The reason I wanted to actually show Murder by Maestro as the source is this is not a random video. I didn't just pull this video up. Murder by Maestro created this, okay? This was made by an amateur. Murder by Maestro is dropping someone off, so they're just listening. They'll be back. This is made by an amateur, but Murder by Maestro is so brilliant. He put together something that I think explains this case better than even like almost anyone has so far. So this is the moment we're talking about. We know the Lexus backup event, 12:31 into 12:32, ends around 12:32:04 to 12:32:09 on 1/29/2022. Now, did you see that right there? John's phone stops moving at 12:32:16, depending on which clock you use. 12:32:09 on his iPhone clock, or 12:32:16 on his iPhone clock, 12:32:09 on Karen's Lexus clock. This is the moment of impact, folks. John only moved about 8 to 10 feet, you can see. That's his final rest. And Murder by Maestro has put together for us this analysis for the world, and it's heartbreaking. It was a sideswipe impact. It hit John's knee. We're going to take a closer look at what the actual impact looked like. But this is what we're talking about, folks. John was standing there. Clearly, we had his back turned. That's what the models show as the most likely possibility. And he went to the ground and hit his head. It's heartbreaking, ladies and gentlemen. The reason I'm showing this, I hate. It's hard for me to show this. I feel like these are very sensitive moments, but what we're going to look at, one more thing I want to show. Yes, okay, so one more thing I want to show is, let me bring up the right window for you. I want to show the actual reconstruction that Murder by Maestro did, and I just want to tell you, Murder by Maestro put this together by themselves, okay, folks? Like, this is incredibly impressive, and the reason why, again, I'm showing this is we're about to listen to testimony about John's injuries. look at this video of what Murder by Maestro has put together, and then keep this in mind. Okay, remember, there was an injury to John's leg. We already saw that. I'm not going to show the autopsy pictures, even though it's a very, obviously I'm doing it in a respectful way. It's very incredibly important. I'm not going to show the injuries to John's knee. Just know there was injuries to his right knee. Now, Murder by Maestro did this modeling before Murder by Maestro knew that there were injuries to John's legs. This was done before the trial, the second trial. Murder by Maestro has explained in the comments that their modeling was based on numerical modeling based on the data. This wasn't a conclusion-driven analysis. This was the most likely scenario based on the analysis of all the data that Murder by Maestro has. And this Murder by Maestro is not, I called them an amateur. They're an amateur in the sense that they're not a professional crash reconstruction expert, but they're an expert in data processing, like literally probably one of the best minds that I've ever come across. And so this representation here is an interpolation of the underlying data, and it's the most likely scenario based on that data and John's injuries. Now, obviously, Murder by Maestro ended up correctly predicting that there would be injuries to John's leg. But look, strike to the right leg, body kind of slides past the car. We're going to watch this again in HD. Strike to the leg, body kind of slides past the car, John's body, and then you saw the previous slide we just watched where it propels John to the ground. But that's the moment of impact, folks, okay? And then it gets even more damning, as I mentioned, when we take a look at the last screen we were on. Now you saw that. Now let's take a look at this one more time, okay? So you saw the moment of impact. Now let's look at the aftermath. That's as far as John went, folks. He did not move from that spot after 12:32:16 a.m. Strike. Obviously, his head made very hard contact with the ground. He wasn't just injured by the car. It was the impact going backwards onto the ground. And it was already snowing. It wasn't like as bad as it was at 6 a.m., but it was already snowing. And snow can't fall to the ground unless the ground and the atmosphere are cold enough to facilitate water droplets falling to the ground as snow. So it was a very hard surface. It was a very hard impact at 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.6 miles an hour at the moment of impact with a 4.5 degree steering wheel correction to the right. All the Lexus data aligns with the curvature of the road. And you can see she pulled back, she ended up in front of the house, and then she clearly was able to look out the front window. She knew what she looked. That's why she said he looked mortally wounded, or not mortally wounded, like a buffalo on the prairie. She had a direct view of him, folks. Karen is in that car. She had a direct view of John after she hit him, and then she drove away. And remember, the three-point term was earlier at 12:23, 12:24, when John and Karen were trying to find the house. They then sat together in the front lawn in front of the house for 7 minutes. Then John gets out around 12:31. Karen pulls forward, puts it in neutral, drives in reverse, and the impact, the reverse event ends around 12:32:04 to 12:32:09, and that's right when John's phone stops moving. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that's it. That's the whole case. It's open and shut. This was never as complicated as Karen tried to make it or convoluted. It's an open and shut case. And the worst part is, and we are going to listen to this testimony later in the today, John would have lived, folks. The neurosurgeon testified that John had, based on the injuries, a 33% chance of living if there was immediate medical intervention. Oh, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, ladies and gentlemen. And look, I just want to show you, we're going to pause it here. Look at the angle of Karen's vehicle after the strike, the alleged strike. Do you see Karen? Do you see how her car is in green? Look at the driver's side, okay? Look at the driver's side where she would be. Look at where John's final rest was. We know the length of Karen backing up. We know that's exactly the positioning of the car. She had a direct view of John. She knew she hit him. He was on the ground. Like, folks, there it is. I'm saying it's very powerful. Murder by Maestro is incredibly good at what they do. It's overwhelmingly sad. But as we're going to listen to this doctor's testimony, just realize that it's the whole case. There is no way out of this for the defense. They made a lot of noise, Karen's lawyers, because the fundamental evidence is so strong. And Hank Brennan made it even stronger. It is heartbreaking, folks. But you see what the most interesting conclusion here, and what lines up with all Karen's statements is, Karen gave a bunch of media interviews, and we'll watch some of the clips later, where she talks about how she said John didn't look mortally wounded, looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It's because look at this moment right here, which is probably like 12:32 and like 16 seconds to 20 seconds to 25 seconds, maybe a little bit longer. She knew she hit him, in my opinion. She had a direct line of sight to his body after she struck him. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry for using Jesus' name, but it just, the implications of it, it's very, I mean, it's so demonic. If Hank Brennan's expert on Tuesday, who's going to explain all the technical data that's already been brought in by expert Shannon Burgess, if they have something like this, if the prosecution has something like this, she can't get out of it. Look how far he was from the house, right near the road. That was his final rest. It all, folks, it's open and shut. She can't get out of this. And the fact that, she had her headlights on too. You know what I'm saying? Like, she saw him at that moment and left him. That's really, really messed up. That's incredibly messed up. Kind of sends chills down my spine as I really think about it all. Pulls me into that moment. It's an inescapable, inevitable conclusion. Everything points to exactly what we just watched in that video. That's heavy. That is really heavy. I've been following this case for years, and I think this is one of the most overwhelming kind of moments of insight that I've had. I mean, I knew this is what happened, but it's different when you know the full context, the drive over, what Karen did after. Like, it's very similar to Chappaquiddick. She then left the scene for a bunch of hours, tried to buy time. She's politically connected, got money. Didn't have as much power as Senator Kennedy, Ted Kennedy, back in '69 when Chappaquiddick happened, but she tried to get away with this, folks. I think she knew she did it and tried to cover it up. And that would explain the deleted ring videos, the nonsensical smears of the witnesses. She knew she did it. She was projecting allegations of a cover-up in a form of what I would call preemptive dialectical reasoning. So Karen was preemptively accusing the people who investigated her of doing what she did. So do you see what she was doing? She was manipulating what's called the Overton window, which is the range of acceptable discourse in the public sphere about a topic. She was preemptively manipulating it by accusing the people who were investigating her of a cover-up, when in reality she engaged in a cover-up. So therefore, when people rightfully pointed out Karen tried to cover up John's death, Karen would be like, "What do you mean? You're accusing me of a cover-up? That's just because I accused them of a cover-up." Anna Shaw, the three-point turn was 7 minutes earlier at 12:23, 12:24. The three-point turn did not occur during the backup event. The three-point turn was a distinct event at 12:23, 12:24 when John and Karen arrived at the house before they sat outside the house in the car for 7 minutes. Yeah. So that's the preemptive attempt to establish reasonable doubt, like leaving that one video, one of 18 videos on John's ring between 12:37 a.m. and 5:08 a.m., leaving just the one at 5:08 a.m. where Karen staged a love tap, gentle bump into John's bumper. Preemptive reasonable doubt. She deleted the video of her and her parents, in my opinion, leaving John's house around 12:35 because it would have showed the taillight broken or worse. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman, she even said in one of the clips, "What am I, some kind of criminal mastermind? I'm not a very good one." Yeah, like, she dated cops. She understood generally how an investigation would unfold. What she wasn't was a lawyer. So she was just thinking about, like, how can I stage enough reasonable doubt where a cop couldn't figure out in the moment what I did. So she didn't return to the scene with the murder weapon. She dropped it off, alleged murder weapon. She dropped it off back at John's house. She got sectioned, like her dad had her sectioned, so she couldn't get questioned by police, brought right to the hospital. Like, ladies and gentlemen, she didn't even get interrogated until later that afternoon at like 2 to 4 p.m. or so. She had a whole window between 12:35 when she left John's house, 2:12 when she got to Dighton, and then 4:12 or so when the state police got there to seize her phone in her car. She had a whole window where she was alone. Very rarely would a murder defendant be able to buy that time, but she did. And ladies and gentlemen, it was It absolutely was a conspiracy by Karen Reed and her family, in my opinion, to cover up John's murder and Karen's actions that night in real time with a forward-looking intent to muddy the waters, to undermine the reasonable doubt, or to create artificial reasonable doubt in anticipation of Karen being criminally charged. Mark my words, that's exactly what they did, in my opinion. They did that because Karen had dated a lot of cops. She knew how cops think. She knew how the initial crime scene would be processed. But where Karen faltered, and like where she needed help from Alan Jackson, is she wasn't good enough to preempt or think ahead as to how a lawyer and a prosecutor would put together a case against her. She only could think about how a cop would put together a case. And so she did this half-ass cover-up. And she's right. She's not a criminal mastermind. She's like a very rich person who just likes to be comfortable and like drink alcohol and talk about houseplants. That's my read of her. She doesn't care about she's not like a erudite legal scholar. She might be trying to learn to empower herself, but that's not how she was thinking. She was thinking like, this is how a cop investigates a crime. How would I try to like trick a cop? And that's why I was so it was like a very not good effort at it. She was thinking like a criminal mastermind, but she's no like Ida, who do I call her? The Irene Adler. Karen Reed is no Irene Adler from the Sherlock Holmes story. She's not that. She's brilliant, maybe like financially. Maybe she's good at like making money, reading markets, like doing PR, whatever. But she's not a brilliant like criminal. In fact, she's a stupid criminal. She's like, she did okay. Like, you got to remember, she's on a real-time pressure. She has to like, she sees that, okay? Imagine you in that moment. It's 12:32 in the morning. You're drunk. You have a BAC like at minimum of 0.14 to 0.28, probably closer to 0.3 to 0.4. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you do? Karen didn't come up with the plan later at the hospital with her dad when she said, "Dad, what's the plan?" She came up with the plan right then. Look at that. She knew what she did. She was probably flushed, extremely nervous. All she could really do at that moment was hope he would get up. Like, hope he recovers and is willing to say nothing about it. Because, look, like, what do? You're frozen in that moment. You know what you've just done. You have two options in that moment. That's the moment right there. Where Karen Reed is sitting there in the dark. It's snowing, but it's not a blizzard quite yet. It's coming. She has her headlights on. She's just backed past John. She knows she hit him. She clearly felt it, in my opinion. She broke her car. Like, his body's on the side of the lawn. She's got her headlights on looking at him. She's got two choices in that moment. Number one, she owns up to it. She calls the police right then. Maybe she saves his life. Or two, she runs. And she ran from it. Now, I don't think in the moment she was thinking, oh, I'm going to run from this and cover it up. I think she ran back to his house. I think it was an evolving thing. So she gets back to his house, John's house, around 12:37. She's turning the car off by 12:42 in his garage. Remember, she leaves the car running. Even though she gets on John's Wi-Fi at 12:37, she pulls in the driveway probably 12:38, gets it in the garage. She gets out, leaves that car running clearly so she can see the lights. And then while in the garage, she's clearly looking at the taillight. She knows it's broken. She deleted that video of her returning because it would have shown it broken. That would have ended the whole case. Like that video of her returning at 12:37, 12:38 a.m. after the incident. But then she's got time. Okay? She's home. She's at John's house. It's only her and John's niece there. John's niece is sleeping. John's niece didn't have her phone because she plugs it in a different bedroom. Karen must have known this, so the niece was not going to be woken up as long as Karen was quiet. So Karen was able to buy time from 12:37 to 12:40 until 4:30 when she wakes the niece up. During that key period of time, which is, 3.5 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours and 50 minutes or so, whatever. That's when I think Karen came up with the plan. I think in those 3.5 hours, she was like, okay, what do I got to do? I know that there's Ring videos here, so I have to make sure that they all get deleted. So that had to have occurred sometime like early in the morning, maybe when she was leaving. If she could stay connected to the Wi-Fi or access the Ring system somehow, like she was able to delete those videos. I don't know exactly when. Okay, so there's 17 of those 18 Ring videos. She knows she's got to get rid of them. That's the most damning evidence humanly possible. It's going to show that taillight broken at 12:37 when she returns to John's house. But then she's also got to think about other stuff, right? Which is she can't go back to the scene with the murder weapon. Not when she calls police. So she never calls police. Remember, Karen never calls 911 at all. She calls Carrie, Jen McCabe. She has the niece contacting them, but she never calls 911. So she's got to, first of all, she's got to confirm John's dead. So she leaves John's house at 5:07. She stages the fake bump into John's car because she knows people are going to be like, why is your tail light broken? Oh, well, if I stage a fake bump, then later I can say, it's because I bumped into John's car. Now listen to this. At 5:07, she leaves John's house. There's this weird period of time between 5:07 and 5:35 a.m. when she gets to Jen McCabe's house to go meet up with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts to look for John, where Karen can't be seen. There's no data, but we do know at 5:11 a.m. Karen's seen on video driving past Canton Center. 5:18 a.m. she comes out of Canton Center near the railroad tracks going the other way, going away from John's house towards Fairview Road. And then at 5:23 a.m. Karen leaves a voicemail for John saying, John, is that you? And from Karen's car data, we know she initiated that call at 5:21 and 38 seconds a.m., which means she called John at about 5:21, which means she probably went to Fairview Road to confirm John was dead. And then at that point, she really started freaking out because then Karen drives to Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Karen realizes that she's got to drop the murder weapon off, so she had to go meet someone with a car. She didn't. I don't know if she knew Carrie and Jen were going to come or either, or she can't take the risk. One of them would say no. They both ended up agreeing to help her. Then Karen, someone drives Karen's car back to either Jen or Carrie drives Karen's car back to John's house. Carrie follows them. They drop off. Karen drops off the alleged murder weapon. Karen then gets into Carrie's car in the back seat. Carrie driving, Jen in the front passenger, and then Carrie, Jen, and Karen drive back to Fairview Road after 6 a.m. Karen won't even search inside John's house. She just stands alone in a dark bedroom as Carrie and Jen are looking in the house for John. And then after 6 a.m., as the women pull down Fairview Road, Karen somehow, through a blizzard in the dark, manages to see John's body on the lawn before the women pass the tree line of the house. And you can see the tree line there. They were way up the street, out of frame even. And Karen somehow saw John's body on the lawn, runs up to him. And then Karen says she started pulling glass out of John's nose and like she was straddling him. And then, ladies and gentlemen, and then gets even worse. Karen admitted, after being asked by an EMT basic background questions, including did John experience any trauma that morning, Karen admitted to hitting him 3 times, as we heard during testimony during the trial, which we'll listen to today from firefighter Katie McLaughlin. Admitted to hitting John 3 times, a 4th time actually, because a Canton police officer said, "You did what?" And Karen said, "I hit him." Then the police officer called his sergeant in, and it just became a whole thing at that moment. And then Karen was sectioned for threats of self-harm. Her parents had her sent to the hospital. Karen gets to the hospital. Karen's parents probably don't realize that her blood will get taken. It gets taken. The sample's taken at 9:03 to 9:06 a.m. It returns at 9:53 a.m. Karen has a .093 after 9 a.m. the next day, so that's above the legal limit. Retrograde BAC analysis, 0.14 to 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, but that BAC analysis is actually done to help Karen, the way the formula works, and they were pegging that closer to 230. It's a 2-hour window adjustment forward to the way they do the extrapolation. So if you add 2 extra hours, Karen's real BAC was probably between 0.3 and 0.4, which is basically the limit where 50 out of 100 people, if they drank that much alcohol, would die. And Karen also admitted in clips played to jurors that she was drunk at the moment she left a bar with John and drove over to this house on Fairview Road, knew she shouldn't have been driving. So ladies and gentlemen, it's all devastating, it's all heartbreaking, and you can see the key implication of this moment, to take you back into this moment. Karen Reed sitting there, pulling you back in time now, 12:32 a.m., looking at John's body on the side of the road. 4 hours, 5 hours, she came up with a plan. She didn't execute it flawlessly, but this woman attempted to be a criminal mastermind and cover up the murder of a cop. That's my opinion. Yep. It was she, whether she intended to hit him or not, it was definitely a murder. Remember, malice second-degree murder does not require intent to kill. And if you look at this video, this is literally the definition of malice second-degree murder. You do an underlying reckless act, okay? For example, you back up a car while you knew you shouldn't have been drunk driving while a person was around it. You back it up to 24.2 miles an hour and you strike someone. You know that whether you knew or not, you're going to hit them. Doing that act, the analysis is, was it an act that a reasonably prudent person knew or should have known posed a strong and plain likelihood of death or serious bodily injury? If the jury says yes to that, if they think that action backing up, whether she knew John was there, whether she intended to hit him, scare him, whatever, just the fact that a reasonably prudent person knew or should have known in that moment that backing up while drunk with the person near the car to that speed could have caused a strong and plain likelihood of death, that's murder too. It's malice second-degree murder. And the more you watch this, now her looking at John and then leaving the scene, that's really bad. But it doesn't even impact the malice second-degree murder analysis, folks. I'm telling you, that is malice, in my opinion, that is malice second-degree murder. Without even the fact that, in my opinion, she then knew she hit John and left. That's what makes it leaving the scene of an accident causing serious bodily injury or death. She's getting convicted. I don't know if she's going to get convicted on second-degree murder because it's very hard to understand. Hank Brennan did a good job in his opening, but it's very hard to understand the difference between murder 1 and murder 2. People think murder, they think you intend to kill someone, but that's not how malice second-degree murder works. It's called depraved heart murder. The way that it works is that you do an underlying reckless act and you kill someone even unintentionally, and that's what you have here. It's also OUI manslaughter, in my opinion, motor vehicle homicide, OUI, and at the bare minimum, involuntary manslaughter, all of which are charged. She's charged with all of those. That's count 1, count 2, and then the 2 lesser included offenses of count 2. Count 2 is involuntary manslaughter. Lesser included offense 1, count 2 is OUI manslaughter. Lesser included count involuntary manslaughter. Lesser included count motor vehicle homicide, OUI. And then count 3, indictment 3 is leaving the scene of an accident causing serious bodily injury or death. That is that. That's why they charged her. If you watch that video, you know exactly that's how they charged her. Jew Drops, it was ridiculous, her coming out of court yesterday. We watched it during the recap. I'll play it again for us later today. But, okay, so it will make more sense, actually, Jew Drops, if we watch her coming out of court after watching the doctor's testimony. So, first of all, let's extend a special appreciation to Murder by Maestro again. Murder by Maestro is a super towel. We all love Murder by Maestro, even though these are difficult moments. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know a lot of you are very excited. We are going to watch the moment Janet Reed hung her head, and then you're going to listen to the testimony where a brain surgeon who literally gets up at 4 in the morning and then goes to hit the hospital, preps his patients for surgery, goes back to his house at 6 a.m., makes his wife a cappuccino, then goes back to the hospital and operates all day, explained what you just saw, the footage from Murder by Maestro, the reconstruction, what it means in terms of the injuries John were caused. And the brain surgeon literally said the only way John's injuries could have been caused was from a fall like that, as we saw depicted. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. No testimony today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, but we are getting caught up. We've had questions about what exactly that reconstruction means in terms of the medical testimony we heard yesterday from Dr. Wolf. We are going to listen to this brain surgeon testify, but pay attention in the beginning of the clip, folks. In the very beginning of the clip, pay attention to Janet Reed. Look at her hanging her head. All right, I'm going to pause my camera to save system resources. Let's watch this clip.
Thank you very much.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebrospinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line-type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes. We took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward, and hits the front of the skull. Is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion, where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You could have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin, and so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs, and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious. but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
Just heartbreaking. Folks, just heartbreaking. If you didn't understand the impact of that testimony, no depressed skull fracture means that John's injuries, even into his face, and the fractures were all caused by the central bone in his head. The force, when it hit the ground, it radiated the force forward, and it caused raccoon eyes, classic sign of hitting one's head. And then also the damage in the back of the head was classic from a fall, the doctor said, to a hard ground. It's just heartbreaking. John was never in a fight. There was no fight. He hit the ground, and he broke his skull. And there was no depressed skull fracture, which shows that that's why this is a brain surgeon saying every single piece of evidence here, which thank God we didn't have to see. The jurors did. But my God, it's heartbreaking. Every piece of evidence on John's skull shows that John hit that ground after that side swipe, allegedly, and it caused his skull to fracture in the back, and that radiated forward to the point where the intracranial pressure caused swelling, obviously, so he had a brain bleed, and he was dying slowly. He was incapacitated, completely unable to move. His body was probably moving involuntarily, as the doctor later talks about, just a little bit, but just unable to move. And then he was alive, though, for a little bit, no question. And then the reason the doctor was able to say that was because of the reddening of the pancreas. Like, he lived, but he was he was brain dead. Oh, it's heartbreaking, folks. And then there was fractures. His injuries were so severe, he was not moving. His injuries were so severe that at the moment of impact, his skull, the back of the skull, with such force hit the ground that it radiated outward, the force, caused fractures up into the front of his face, and then his eyes started swelling. He was incapacitated, but he was alive. We pray that he wasn't able to feel anything, but he was alive, and he was brain dead, and he could have lived if 33% chance if she had called 911, he would have lived. Never would have been the same, obviously, but John might have lived. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking, and I am glad so many of you are in the chat together. I'm glad I'm here with you to be able to watch this. I don't think I could watch it alone, because just putting it on, I think it takes a very intimate level of familiarity with this case to actually understand and visualize the moment, John's last moments in those last hours. But when you actually have a picture of it, and that's what the jury has, in my opinion, not only will you hate Karen, not as a person, but just for what she did right in those moments. You'll hate her for it. But you'll also realize, it's an inescapable conclusion. She hit the man with the car. He fell to the ground. He died slowly, brain dead on the lawn from hypothermia and the brain injury. It's heartbreaking. It's not malicious. She waited to go look for him hours. She let him die. That's why people don't like this woman. It's not like just her pretrial smear campaign. It's that she tried to be a criminal mastermind because she let a good man die alone on the lawn and wouldn't take responsibility for her actions. That's the whole case. Oh, it's heartbreaking. It breaks my heart. I need to take a second to compose myself. Let's watch the testimony about the 33% chance of survival. I think that's very, very important. Let's watch it together now. Let's give Little Towel a chance to compose himself. Just heartbreaking. It's so overwhelming. Obviously, I explicated it all. I explained it. I kept myself composed, but it is very overwhelming. And I would like to play this clip so I can continue to compose myself. And we should keep the O'Keefe family in our minds. It's that hard for us, folks. Imagine how hard it is for John's family. John's mom rightfully left the room during this testimony. I can see exactly why she did. It's hard, folks. It's hard. Okay, so as a reminder, if you're just tuning in, no coverage of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial today. We're off. We're ahead of schedule. We're off tomorrow, Friday. We're off Monday for Memorial Day. We're back into session Tuesday, 9 a.m. But if you missed yesterday, if you missed the first 21 days, you're where you need to be, in my opinion, friends, because we're going to talk about it all. It's yesterday was probably the most intense day. You can tell this is all crescendoing, Hank Brennan's presentation of evidence. But let's listen to a little bit more about John's chances of survival in those moments. These are tough moments, folks. We're here with each other. It's hard to watch, but it's important information, and we will talk it through.
Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And by direct trauma to his eyelids, it's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa.
Hold on. What do you mean there's a hearing today? Well, what time is the Ed Jobs? Please just, okay, it's great that you, I'm happy, but it's not just saying there's a hearing today. Now I have to pause our review so we can take some time to get an answer from you as to what you're talking about. So if you could do that, that would be great. I will take a look at the docket. But yes, in the future, just jumping in, because I have to then pause the video. I know you're trying to be helpful, but it would be helpful if you could say there is a hearing in this case. There is a hearing about X, Y, you know what I'm saying? So, because now anyway, just let us know what time the hearing is. Let us know what you saw about it. Okay, hold on. I'm going to open it now, folks. We're going to jump over to live coverage. Stay with me, little towels. But how does this, first of all, how does this happen? How can it just, and it's only 9:07, so thank God we were, ready to go. What? All right, what, folks, okay, this is, what channel is it live on? Okay, let's bring it up. I'm not trying to, Ed, it's very helpful that you told us so we didn't miss it, but just please let us know where I can bring up the stream. Okay, I got it. No, that's not it. That is not it. It's not on Law and Crime. What channel is it on? I shouldn't get frustrated. Come on. Hold on. Whose case is the hearing in? Tom and Eric. Okay. It's a hearing about the buffer zone or something. Ed, that's not a Karen Reed hearing. You got me all worried. No, there's no Karen Reed hearings on. A buffer zone hearing is not a Karen Reed hearing. That's just, are you talking about a federal court argument, Ed Jobs? What is what is live? Where is it? There is nothing Karen Reed live that I can see. There might be a federal buffer zone hearing, but that's not live. Federal courts aren't live. So let me see. I'm looking, I would see it though. And I'm not seeing anything live right now. So hold on. We'll allow, how about this? If there is a buffer zone hearing, we're not going to jump in and cover it. That's just them arguing about the buffer zone. There was already a ruling on that yesterday. If it's actually a hearing in the Karen Reed case, which it cannot be, I highly doubt they would just have them all go into court. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we can figure out what exactly is going on. But if there were like a Karen Reed hearing, okay, but yes, just arguing about the buffer zone and its implementation or whatever, yes, that's important, Ed Jobs. I appreciate it. But one, if it's federal court, it won't be covered. And two, I don't even know if I would break away to watch. No, Ed Jobs, nothing wrong with you. You're doing good research, dear friend. You are on the ball. You're doing good research. You're going to let us know if you find it on a YouTube channel. We will pop our head in. But if it's a buffer zone hearing and stuff like that, it's not as immediate as if it were like a motion hearing on the Reed docket. Now, I am pulling up the Reed docket, which is 2282 CR00117. So if there is an actual motion hearing related to the substance of the Karen Reed trial, we're going to know. I promise you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So D-Nice, we're checking the docket. You can't just have a motion hearing. It's likely on Thursday, so it's likely federal court, the buffer zone motion challenge. It's got knocked down from the First Circuit Court of Appeals and went back to the Federal District Court in Boston for a further review. I think Judge Hahn is assigned to that case in the Federal District Court in Boston, and you can't cover it anyway. It is absolutely verboten to cover federal court trials live. Let's see. No, I'm not seeing any motion hearing today. I'm seeing not held. So, yeah, I don't think I appreciate Ed Jobs. He's going to keep us updated. I think it is a buffer zone hearing in federal court in Boston. Let's wait for confirmation. And as we do that, we need to go back to this clip where the doctor talks about John's chances of survival. It's quite important. So we're going to start it at the beginning. And I pray your indulgence, towel friends.
Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And by direct trauma to his eyelids, it's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And two, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something, or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass?
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. what happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Ed Jobs, no, friend. Sorry. Please do not ever feel like you shouldn't contribute, or if you think you found something, you shouldn't bring it up. The whole way that we find things, what if you are that one person, Ed Jobs, who found something that just no one else saw? You know what I mean? And so, in my opinion, what you did was wonderful. I wasn't frustrated. I think I got a little perplexed because I was like, oh, we can't miss a live hearing, because I would have seen it pop up or something. But I love your the way your mind thinks. Like if you think you found something, don't ever be afraid to say it. Don't feel like you shouldn't be able to share. This is a very welcoming environment. Ed Jobs, I love your contributions. Please don't ever feel like because you brought something up and we looked more into it that it was an exercise in futility, or that you for some reason should feel bad about it. It's a learning process. It's necessarily Socratic in nature. It requires both parties being able to say things, or all of us being able to say things like, oh, what about this? And my reaction, by the way, I wasn't reacting to your very important suggestion. It was more the potential that we'd have to, in real time, transition to live coverage of a hearing, which I wasn't expecting. But I would have done it, and Ed Jobs, I would have called you a super towel, but you are still a super towel just for finding that. Absolutely, Ed Jobs, and your fellow towels do not want you to stay quiet. They appreciate you just like I do. But yes, so folks, now you might be saying, all right, so we got that medical testimony. That was very intense. It is very clear where this is all leading up to and going. And we also heard that the testimony indicates that John was propelled to the ground at a high rate of speed. You know what makes it even worse for Karen, though? Ladies and gentlemen, let's look right now together. Let us look at the Karen clips. I know you have all wanted to say it. I know you've all wanted to see it. I know it's something that you've been looking forward to. When you look at the Karen clips, after hearing that testimony, oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's as bad as can possibly be. If you're wondering, Grant, did you put together a compendium of every single Karen clip that has been played so far? And did you even sync some of them so that they're perfectly synced up with the Karen cam from the court? Yeah, I did. You know why? Because you're all wonderful little towels. I think you are absolutely wonderful. And you know what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to watch the Karen clips. This will let us, I think, recover a little bit. That was some very intense testimony we have to listen to. And you're right. We're going to get to listen to a lot of Karen's reactions or look at them. And she is completely remorseless. The only thing she shows is concern that the jury's figuring her out. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. No hearing today, of course, in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, but that gives us a chance. We've had 21 days of chaos, and you're about to get something that I think you've all been looking forward to. 21 days of Karen clips. As Linda A. says, the catchphrase that has been flowing through the chat, get in the van, Karen. They're talking about the prisoner transport van after Miss Reed gets convicted. All right, 21 days of Karen clips. We got more Karen clips still yet to come, but 21 days of Karen clips all ready to roll for you back to back to back to back. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for turning in. We may not have court today, folks, but we absolutely can get caught up. We're going to have another stream tomorrow, of course, and then we'll have a special towel birthday stream on Saturday. So, let us watch the clips. Let me continue to drink my water, stay hydrated. I'm trying to make sure I do good things in terms of staying hydrated and eating. I didn't do a good job eating this morning, but I'm going to eat lunch after we finish our stream. I did do a good job drinking water, and then I have this giant water bottle. I'm making good progress on it. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, I'm staying a hydrated towel. We are all fluffy towels. And after that very intense testimony, we're now going to watch the Karen clips. Yep, the best compilation of Karen clips, in my opinion, that you can get. Here we go. roll it. Well, I'm telling myself to roll it. There's no one here.
So we approach from the north. We actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own is Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk into the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think we died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the earlier morning of January 29th.
Do you understand how big of a deal it is, folks, that Karen Reed just said that she knew John O'Keefe died at 12:30 a.m. on 1/29/2022? That's a little case, too. She knew. She knew he was dead, and it only gets worse when you listen to some of these next clips. My word, folks. Jennifer Ray, hello, dear friend, Ange Whittick. Yasmin, great to see you, folks. If you're just tuning in, no court today, but we're getting caught up. Have you missed the Karen clips? You're about to see them all in a row. All 25 Karen clips played thus far during the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. 21 days of craziness, and you just heard Karen say she knew John was dead at 12:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the very second, right to the minute almost, at 12:32 when Karen's Lexus registered a backup event that occurred at the very same time that John's phone moved for the last time at 12:32:09, depending on which clock you use, or 12:32:16 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Let's keep listening.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. Very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No. So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. Totally more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
see how John would have known about my text with Ryan. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this was the moment you dropped him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Did you all hear that? Let's rewind that one because someone squeaks their chair in the courtroom almost intentionally. Karen confirms that was the moment she dropped John off at 12:30. Let's listen one more time.
In drunkenness. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this was the moment you dropped him off at the party.
Yeah.
This was the moment you dropped him off at the party. That someone intentionally tried to squeak their chair. The interviewer said this was the moment you dropped him off at the party, and then Karen says, yeah.
Yeah, would have had to.
It would have had to have been.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house?
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road.
Pause. We have had a request from Harpo. Hey, Harpo, I'm so glad you asked that question. Do you want to know why? Harpo? Now, you may say, Grant, we're watching Karen clips. Well, yes, but someone asked, and it was Harpo, because Harpo's brilliant. God bless you, Harpo. Harpo asked, can we see proof that Karen Reed's car does not stop itself from backing up beyond 11 miles an hour? Yes, of course. Do you know why? Because I'm a towel. Now, you might say, sir, we are well aware that you are a towel. Have you considered the fact that we are also towels? Yes, I know you are towels. Do you know how I know you're towels? Because I'm a towel. Towels have this prescient sense of being able to look at other towels and be like, oh my goodness, that's a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I have one thing to show you. Watch this wonderful towel, Harpo. Watch this. I have it for you here. Come on now. Come on, little towel. I know I have it because we watched it the other day because I'm a little towel. Then you might say, sir, we are well aware you are a towel, and I will continue to affirm to you that, yes, I am a towel. I may have put it as 24.5. That's okay. I found it. I think I did find it. Come on now. Come on. Where is the backing up? I may have said backing up. I know I have footage. It happened during the first trial. And the state troopers, during the presentation, I know how I found it. It was because when Trooper Paul or one of the witnesses was testifying, hold on one second, they actually showed video of the troopers backing up Karen's Lexus. So the best way to do this, I think it was before that witness, the best way to do this, and I realize we're pausing, but this is a catch-up stream anyway, if you're just getting tuned in. We are reviewing Karen clips. There's no testimony today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, so we're using the opportunity to go through and get caught up. And then one thing I want to show you is there's actual vehicle proof. There is proof that Karen Reed's Lexus can back up to 24.2 miles an hour. And I want to grab that clip from you. I found it. Oh, my goodness, I'm a towel. Oh, I'm such a towel. Look, Harpo, look at how much of a towel I am. I would just like to note for the record that I am a towel. And as a towel, I have found the clip that we need, ladies and gentlemen. I found it. I found it because I'm a towel. And you might be saying, sir, we at this point, we are now certainly aware that you are a towel. But Harpo, look at this. Harpo, look, the car, this is Karen's exact Lexus. Look at how fast it can go in reverse, 24.2 miles an hour. There it is. You want to see it again? 24.2 miles an hour. There you go. I found the clip. That's why Towel likes having these video records. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you want to see what Karen Reed's backup camera looks like? Oh, yeah. Let's look at it, folks. You want to see what Karen Reed probably saw in the... Oh, my goodness. Oh, she knew she hit him. Look at that middle image. Look at that middle image. It has a 360 top-down view. She knew she hit him, in my opinion. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. This is Karen Reed's actual GUI. This is the display her car would have had while she was backing up. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. We don't even have court today, and I'm an excitable towel. Look at this. Thank you so much, Harpo, for having us dig into this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the screen. Look at what was displayed. Look at what Karen saw. We just proved her car could back up to 24.2 miles an hour in reverse. And then look at the display on her screen that she saw. Let's watch.
Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center console.
Yeah, so this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is a 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Oh, folks. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This testimony hasn't even come in yet in the second trial. We haven't even seen it because it's probably going to come in through Welcher. Oh, my goodness. There it is. Folks, you saw it. You saw it. You saw her view. Oh, and then look, is this her? This is inside. So this is what it would have looked like with, so there was the screen, and then this is what Karen would have looked like. This is state police with the vehicle crime scene processing, or after it was in possession. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Karen would have been like. That's her actual car. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Oh, yeah, I think she did. I think Karen might have known. And then does this actually show? So look at the view out the back. This would have been Karen's view out of the back of her car. Oh, look at that, folks. As she was backing up, look at that view. She might have seen him as she was backing up, too. Oh, my word. That is Karen Reed's actual car. Oh, I'm so glad I have all this evidence. I forgot I had all this stored. I recorded everything. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. It is horrifying. Oh, my God. I know this case very well. Even as we put it all back together, I'm so glad that I'm here to answer your questions and comments, because we're not only doing a trial recap and seeing all the Karen clips, we're putting it together with stuff from the first trial. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is just absolutely devastating. Oh, my word. The more you look, the more devastating it gets. And then what do we have? So is this, what's this here? This shows the push to start. This shows the center console. And then, oh, that's right. Listen, folks, there was a button that Karen had to push to override that system. I think it actually depends on how fast your car's going. Oh, and that's the steering wheel. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so let me show you it one more time, folks. This is the view. This is what Karen, this is the inside of the car. Okay, let me get it to load up.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe as significance in this.
Looks like they started taking it.
Yeah, it says infotainment system. It's on. Show satellite here. Looks like it says the navigation.
And so that's what it looks like when it was on nav mode. This is after the state police have started taking the car apart. But my word, and I think we even get a video here of the. Is this just a picture? Yeah, I think it's just a picture, but it shows what the inside of that SUV is like. That's the view Karen would have had. That's incredible. And then this, of course, this is the. Look at the. I'll mute the audio, but look at this video, folks. That's the screen. Not only could she have seen him, if she was looking at the screen of her Lexus, there's no way in hell she didn't get an alert. There's no way she didn't see him. There's just no way. Look at this. That's what I'm saying. You can see, like, you can literally see all of the video angles. She didn't just have a backup camera. She had a 360 overhead view camera. No. So she knew. I knew from the first trial, but she knew. Don't BS me, Karen. You knew. I refuse to believe you didn't. Macy, it's very interesting if they can show an override event. We have to, the system data would obviously log a lot. But even then, it's you proving that she intended to kill him. No, she wasn't charged with that. You don't need to, I think I need to keep reiterating to this. No one needs to prove Karen Reed intended to strike John O'Keefe or that she intended to hit John O'Keefe or kill John O'Keefe for it to be second-degree murder. I need to just make sure I reiterate this to you all. No one needs to prove that Karen Reed intended to strike John O'Keefe with her car or hit John O'Keefe with her car or kill John O'Keefe with her car for it to be second-degree murder. The only intent requirement is that Karen intended to do an underlying act, so the intent is whether she intended to back the car up, that a reasonably prudent person knew or should have known caused a strong and plain likelihood of death. Now, if you can argue, you can use the argument that she overrode the braking and parking system while reversing to 24.2 miles an hour. You can use that argument to say that that's very strong evidence that a reasonable person acting in that situation knew or should have known that by pushing the button, backing up while drunk, to 24.2 miles an hour while someone's around the car. All of that adds together to show that a reasonably prudent person in that moment that John was struck knew or should have known that what they were doing, their underlying act, had a strong and plain likelihood of causing death. So therefore, Karen's only intent requirement, and you got to understand, it's an imputed intent requirement. It's not that what was in Karen's mind. I really need you all to think about this very carefully. It's complicated. And remember, I'm not a lawyer. Nothing about this is legal advice. I'm a lay towel. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Think about this very carefully. What the argument is, and I'll bring the camera back up. What the argument is, okay? What the mens rea, let me just explain. Each crime has different elements, okay? Is it an intent crime, or a results crime? Then there's a mens rea requirement, the mental state requirement, and an actus rea requirement, and then there's a proximate cause analysis or whatever. We're going to only talk about the mental state requirement for malice second-degree murder, okay? When you have what's called, I'll call it an imputed mental state analysis. It is a recklessness standard to determine whether you committed malice second-degree murder. You don't have to intend to do anything. Okay, listen. The intent requirement is imputed by way of what you'd call like a legal straw man, a reasonably prudent person. Whether that, it's a legal fiction. There is no reasonably prudent person that we're talking about here. It's just would a reasonably prudent person in that moment, not Karen Reed, a reasonably prudent person know, or should they have known, that their actions posed a strong and plain likelihood of death. Okay, so does that, I think that should clarify, and I know a lot of you, this was a very helpful question, Macy, but I just want to help folks understand that you don't have a Karen Reed intent requirement. You do, in the sense that it gets imputed onto her, but the real analysis, what the jury thinks about, is not what was Karen Reed intending to do. That's not how malice second-degree murder works. It's what would a reasonably prudent person have done in that situation. Should that person have known, the reasonably prudent person, that their underlying act posed a strong and plain likelihood of death. And then if the jury finds that Karen didn't act in that way, it's malice second-degree murder. Does it make sense? Oh, Sole Nina, God bless you, dear friend. It is. You have been so kind and compassionate to your towel friends today. You've been sharing information that was very, I know, is incredibly intense, and it was so helpful to the chat. Just know, Sole Nina, taking time for yourself and to cry and to reflect on the emotional intensity of this is something that every person should do from time to time if they feel so inclined. This is not, although we do our best to stay strong during these intense explanations and legal miniature, that's not really the core of this. The core of this is it is a human case. This is a human story about a man who lost his life. And no one should ever feel that when they reflect on the intensity of those moments or the heartbreak or the human tragedy involved here, that is a weakness. That is you being in touch with a very authentic form of humanity. And take all the time you need, Sole Nina, and just know that we as fellow towels are here for you at all times. Old Maid New Creations, thank you so much for that, dear friend. Would you be so kind to link in the chat? Is that what Christina just linked? Hold on, let me grab this. All right. I'm not positive this is going to be what we need, but is there an actual recording? Hold on. No, that's the Lexus backup. Thank you, though, Christina Towell. Old Maid New Process. I'm actually going to scroll. Sounds very interesting. So let me just see if I can grab this. I don't want the image. I want your actual profile. Old Maid New Creations. Let me know if you can drop a link for us in the chat. We'll definitely watch that. Folks, for now, let's go back to the Karen clips. And don't forget, folks, definitely send some words of compassion to our fellow towel, Sole Nina. These, I think for everyone involved, these are intense moments. So let's go back to the Karen clips. And thank you for your question about the elements of malice second-degree murder, Macy.
Expecting I'd find him. I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
Comment?
That.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
relive so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably...
Okay, hold on. Before we go into this analysis, hold on, towel friends. Thank you so much, Old Maid. Old Maid New Creations. I found your short, and then I used your source to short to source the relevant NBC WJR clip, and then I brought that up, and I have that for the towel friends. We can actually watch it now. I also want to say welcome, JP. Welcome to Towel Team. You are a wonderful honorary towel. It is wonderful to have you here, dear friend. So, folks, I found this. Thank you to Old Maid New Creations. Babs3652, welcome as a new towel friend, honorary towel. Thank you. I just want to say thank you, as I mentioned, to our dear towel friend, Old Maid New Creations, for passing along this very helpful clip. We are going to analyze here, because you heard earlier Karen Reed saying, Jen McCabe, it's me or you. Let's listen to whether Karen Reed told Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold.
When I started drinking warm water to help me lose weight.
Mute. How long to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. outside Fairview Road. And I found the hearing clip, okay? Let me just look at the exact timestamp. Give me 1 second here. Because I think we have to go to like 43:42 or something. Yeah, 43:21. So let's go to 43:21 in this hearing, and let's see if we can actually hear what Old Maid New Creations thinks here. And you might be right. Old Maid New Creations thinks we might have audio here of Karen Reed telling Jen McCabe how long to die cold at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. So let's start the 911 call at the beginning.
I will keep going with Harry.
Hold on, what did she just say? Hold on. Oh my God, you might be right. Oh my God, you might actually be right. Oh, wow. How did you find that? Oh my God. Old maid new. Let me get this right. Hold on. I think it's going to be very hard for some of you to hear, but I am 90% sure that Old Maid New Creations, who we should all subscribe to on YouTube, I think Old Maid New Creations just found proof and let me give you the exact, it's from, what day was this? It doesn't give I can get a date. It was, hold on, June 20th, 2024. It's the NBC 10 WJAR coverage. It's titled, Trooper Testifies About GPS and GPS Phone Data at Karen Reed Murder Trial. If you go to the timestamp of like 44:30, and you listen from 44:20, and you listen from like 44:20 to 44:30, I'm pretty sure between 44:25 and 44:30, you can literally, it's a police recording, a 911 recording of Jen McCabe, or it's a voicemail or something. You can hear Jen McCabe calling 911. I think it's a voicemail that captures Jen McCabe making a call. Like someone had called, it might have been John's phone. Someone had called John, and I think John's phone was like catching the voice, like someone leaving a voicemail, and like either Karen's phone leaving a voicemail or something. And Jen McCabe at the same time was on her phone with 911. And I'm pretty sure you can hear at 44:25 of that clip, Karen say to Jen McCabe, "How long does it take to die in cold?" Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I'll play it again. You have to actually go to this source clip. Let me first of all check out Old Maid New Creations to take a look at it. But then also I can post in the towel chat the source video here, and if you want to watch along, it's 44:20. That's when we're going to start. So let's go back to 44:20. I can't pump the audio any higher than this. So let's do it one more time. Hold on. Yeah, that's what she says. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. That's incredible. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. That is absolutely stunning. Yeah, we got to keep listening to it. Yeah, it's there. It's there. No, listen, I'm not going to have any contact with the prosecution, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. All right, let's make a clip. Old Maid New Creations, get in the clip. Hello, friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are off for today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial until next Tuesday. We're off today, Friday, and Monday. But, folks, my word, Old Maid New Creations on YouTube. Definitely worth a follow and a subscription. Old Maid New Creations. Just brought to the Towel Friends' attention as we were doing our live daily recap that back on June 20th, 2024, at the first Karen Reed trial, the source clip I'm using here is from NBC 10 WJAR. The title is Trooper Testifies About GPS Phone Data, Karen Reed Murder Trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the clip, the total video is 3 hours and 51 minutes and 7 seconds. But if you go to timestamp 44:20, there's a recording of a voicemail where Jen McCabe at 6:23 a.m. or so, maybe before or after, right around that time, is calling 911, something Karen Reed never did, to report John O'Keefe being found on a lawn where Karen Reed had allegedly struck John and left him to die hours earlier at around 12:32 a.m. and 9 seconds when John's phone stopped moving and Karen Reed's car showed a backup event right at the same time at 12:32 a.m. And Karen Reed has also admitted she knew John O'Keefe died around 12:30 a.m. that morning. But ladies and gentlemen, listen to this next 10 seconds because I am almost certain there is audio record. It seems like someone was calling someone else and leaving a voicemail. So there's a recording of the person calling and leaving that voicemail. And then in the background is Jen McCabe on 911. And you can hear Karen Reed after she says, "Carrie, Carrie, Carrie," yelling out to Carrie Roberts. You can hear Karen telling Jen McCabe or to Google, not specifically to Google, but asking how long does it take to die in cold. You can hear it. Karen set Jen McCabe up. Let's listen. Yeah, listen again. Wow, folks. That was intense. That was absolutely intense. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Listen, analyze this audio. I'll put in another clip. And actually, you know what? Watch. I'm going to pause this clip and we're going to resume it because I'm going to download this audio and I'm going to make it higher quality, and then I'm going to bump up the audio and we're going to listen again. So I'm going to pause this clip. Hold on. All right, towel friends, we're doing real-time editing. Listen, we have no choice. It is a matter of the utmost towel importance. I have a plan. I am a towel. We're doing this right now. We're taking a break from our Karen clip. We are literally going to look. I have a plan. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this plan. Watch. I'm the man with the plan. I am the man with the plan. We got to get a clean audio sample. We got to get as clean as humanly possible, which means what we're going to really want is the we're just going to want the raw audio. That's all we want. I don't need the video. I just want the highest rip of the audio you'll give me. You want to give it to me in 396? Oh, come on. Give me the best version of the audio I can get. Hold on. Stay with me, little towels. I got a plan. I am the man with the plan. Yes, indeed. I am the man with the plan. And the plan here is we're going to grab this audio at the highest quality possible, all right? We're going to grab it, and then I'm going to boost it. So I'm going to boost the source audio as much as I possibly can. Now, in order for us to do this, what I have to do, and it shouldn't be too bad, I have to rip the audio as high quality as possible. I'm doing this with you now, and then what we're going to do is we're going to resume the clip in a second. I'm going to take the audio and I'm going to boost it. I should be able to render it at a higher sound than we just listened to if I use another program. And then we'll listen together and see if I push the audio up to like 300 to 400%, whether we're able to hear what we need. And I think we might be able to. So this is going to be interesting, little towels. I bet you weren't expecting this today. I mean, yeah, it's not the hugest deal in the world. It's going to make Karen's case with Richard Green. I mean, it definitely could come up with Richard Green. But yeah, it will definitely hurt Karen. All right, hold on a second. I think it's frustrating because it's a very long file. It's like 3 hours and 51 minutes. So even to just get the audio transcribed is going to be a frustrating process, but I have a plan. So I'll leave that running. And then also what we're going to do is, let me see. I want to keep that clip running though. All right, let's see how we can do this. All right, so I'm going to mute my mic for a second, and then we're going to play this clip again, and I'm going to see if I can just get the audio from it. So hold on. I'm muting my mic. You're not going to hear me for the next 10 seconds. We're going to listen to the clip 4 times. I'm going to try to get a clean sample. Oh, in order for me to do that, I'm going to have to stop the clip anyway. All right, so I stopped that first clip. Now here's what I'm going to do. I have to go on mute here because I don't think I don't think we're going to actually be able to get a good quality. Well, yeah, we're going to take a look right now. So hold on, I got to mute my mic. And also, anyone saying that they're emailing prosecutors is not actually doing that. They're faking it, or if they're doing it, it's extremely inappropriate. You should not have ex parte contact with prosecutors. There was someone who went on a stream once and was like, oh, this new filing in Aiden's case is because I sent an email to the prosecutor. Turns out it was because one of the victims made a filing in the case. People are just ridiculous. Okay, so let's sorry, I'm not talking about you in the chat. I'm just talking about people clout chase so hard it just blows my mind. All right, I'm gonna mute the mic for a sec because we got to get a clean cut of this audio. Good morning, Chris.
All right, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old.
That's ridiculous. We got to start again. Sorry, towel friends. And of course, an ad happening literally the middle of our audio recording. All right, hold on. We got to actually clip this audio. I just want the source audio. This is incredibly frustrating. All right, let's see if I can get it now. I got it. I think I got, hold on. I may actually have the source audio. Stay with me. Nope. No, this is not what I want. I just want the source audio. No, that's ridiculous. Why would you even bother allowing me? Can I save the link as? Is this going to be an MP3? No, exactly. It's not an MP3. Outrageous. Outrageous. How dare you? I need an... I'm not giving up. Hold on. So I am going to... We are getting this. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, but Jew drops, you cannot... having ex parte contact with a prosecutor is inappropriate. Like, you shouldn't be doing it. Like, people should not be doing it. I don't understand. Like, they're not you, Jew drops, but like people are flagrant sometimes, and I'm just like, why, little towels? Why must you be so flagrant? Okay, I got the MP3. I got it, and I got it at 320 kilobit. Okay, hold on. This is exactly what I want. Now, you might be wondering, like, towel, why is this? Oh, come on. Okay, we'll try one more time. Like, why must this thing be so frustrating? I guess it's because it's a really long video, so some of the services don't like to convert really long audio, but it just makes it incredibly frustrating because, like, I need really long audio. Hold on. Not going to give up. 12%, 14%. Oh, it failed. All right. We're going to have to do it this way. No, this is incredibly important. All right. I'm muting my audio.
I don't know.
Yeah, this isn't, I mean, it's not, listen, it's not the biggest deal in the world. No one ever at any point thought Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27. None of the data ever indicated that. Only Richard Green, who literally has a history of arrest for filing false police reports, thought that. However, that doesn't mean we aren't going to look into this. So give me a second. I got a plan. What's really frustrating, though, is I used to, like, have, it used to be a lot easier to get these files ripped because you can use it for fair use and things like that, but these days it's like much more difficult, which is very frustrating because I really need the source audio. I don't really care about my recording. It's not gonna, even with both channels, even though just the way I'm doing it, it's not gonna be as good as what I want. So stay with me. We're doing this in real time. I think it's one, we're doing a recap, but two, it's also incredibly important. So, okay, well, why would you give me the option? Okay, let's see. Stay with me, little towels. I have a plan. All right. Okay, so I pasted that. I am a human. Thank you. This is very interesting because I do have a copy of the audio now. You know, we can watch actually Karen clips while I'm doing this because I have a copy of the audio. I'm going to put the Karen clips on for you. Let me have, like, I don't know, whatever it may be here, like 15, maybe a little bit less, 5 to 10 minutes, because I have a copy of the MP3. No. Oh, you want me to install this, huh? No, that's very frustrating. All right, I don't want to do that. All right, we're going to use the audio I have. Watch Karen clips. Actually, you know what? If we're just going to use the audio I have, I can do it right now. This is very interesting. I know a lot of you are very interested in this. You think it's a huge moment. I agree. The user who found this old content made new. I know I'm saying that wrong. It's only because we just began to see each other, and we're very glad to have you with us. But you know, let's do this. So let's grab this. So what I'm going to do is you're going to see how I do my this kind of editing. I'm going to show you how to boost this audio, and I'm sure some of you will be interested in it. This is a detour I did not expect to take on today's stream, but I'm happy to do it with you. And prepare your ears. This is going to get a little loud. It's going to be a little weird. We're going to try to clean up. We're not going to. I don't even know. We're going to, in order to actually clean it up, I think we need Murder by Maestro, because Murder by Maestro can probably do like noise suppression on it. Maybe we can run noise suppression through the program I have. Hold on. Because what we really need to do is just isolate the human voices, and that's not necessarily something you can just do. But hold on, I'm not going to give up that easily. So let's use my first version here. All right, I got this version. Let's listen. Yeah, that's exactly what she says. All right, hold on. So listen, look at this. I got this uploaded over here, right? So let's go over here. All right, you see this, right? So I got the file uploaded. Now look what I'm going to do. Ready your ears. This is going to be quite loud. We're going to isolate it. We're going to bump it to like, let's start at 300%, and let's see what we can hear. All right, ready your towel ears. No promises here. This could get, as I said, this could get quite loud. Oh my God, I think that's actually what she says. That's wild. Let's bump it to 400. Hold on. Yeah, she says it. She says it, folks. I want a better copy of the audio, but that's absolutely, I can't believe you found that old content made new. Like, good for you, Towel Friend. Stunning. You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. So let's listen to it isolated. What does she say? Can you Google how long to die in the cold? Holy shit. Oh, I can't believe that this is real. That's stunning. All right. So now let's slow it down. How about that? All right. Slowed down and then played at 400 sound. Let's listen. Yeah, I know you don't want to play at 0.25, but you are going to do that for us. All right, give it a second. Wow. We may be really onto something here, folks. We may be really onto something. Yeah, I really did I did hear it. Yeah, I agree. I think this could be a game changer. All right, now let's listen. So now I have it played. Actually, you know what? I have it played, and then I'm going to have it play again, and then it's going to play in slow-mo, okay? So let's listen. It's going to be really weird to listen to the last one. All right, let's try 0.5. Couldn't really hear what we wanted there, but let's listen to 0.5. Hold on, 0.5. That was, I think she says it. I hear it. Yeah, I hear it. I hear it, folks. I hear it. I hear it. I hear it. I think this is great. Oh my God, she says, can you Google how long to die in the cold? Oh my God. Oh, wow. Holy crap. That's freaking wild. That is absolutely freaking wild. That's freaking, I can't believe we found that in real time. God bless you, old content made new. 100%. You nailed it. Listen, you nailed it. Nailed it. Now listen, we got one more. Let me try to get a super high quality copy of this audio. That's huge, folks. That's huge. All right, let's just, so let's upload this now. We'll do another one. I mean, that, I hear it. Like, I have that all boosted, right? So that's all at 400. And then I got that at 0.5. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get clearer copy of audio. Too slow, WD-40? Hold on, let's try it at 0.75. All right, hold on, let's listen to it at 0.75. Give it a second. It'll adjust. So this is huge. Hold on. Can you Google how long to die in the cold? Oh my God. Look, I wonder if the auto captions will pick it up. Hold on. Oh, wow. Oh my God. And it's done that quickly, huh? Hold on. What does it say? What does it think it's saying? Can you even? Yeah, you can hear. I mean, the captions are unnecessary because it can't pick them up. But yeah, I mean that's the whole ballgame. That's it. I hear it very clearly, especially when played at 0.75 speed. I think that's right, WD-40. It should be 0.75. That's stunning. Just stunning. Yeah, Jen was telling the truth. Hold on, though. We got to get a better version of this audio. Longer videos. Hold on. That's YouTube. We don't actually need MP4. We need MP3. That's stunning, guys. That's stunning. That's like, I mean, it's basically game over. Oh, wow. And I'm going to try to, I mean, that's really, really clear. It was very good audio. I just want to see if I can get a little bit better audio. I feel like we can if I really try. And we know exactly what we need to. All right, can we please actually have this MP3? It's not that big of a problem. All right, can you actually render me a 2-hour MP3 file? I hope you can. I think we're going to use the one we have now. All right, so watch this, Towel Friends. We can you want to see how cool this actually is? So remember how I recorded that clip earlier? I don't even think we need my intro to it. I think this is sufficient. And then people can grab the higher quality. Oh no! Oh no, I closed your towel comments. Not the towel comments. No. No, not the towel comments. Hold on. I'll get your towel comments back. Give me a second. As you can see, I was trying to convert the audio there. But either way, we will get a clean... It's hard to get a clean rip of a 2-hour YouTube audio. Like, that is not... As much as you might think it's like you can just grab it, it's not as easy as you think. So let's... Hold on. And we like 0.75 speed, so let's grab it. Let's grab it. And then here you go. So we'll render that, and then let's... let me get your YouTube comments up here because I feel incredibly guilty. I can't have the towel stream without towel friends at the top of the comments. I can't believe we just found that. Old content made new. You are a superstar. You are a superstar. And now Little Towel will bring your comments back up. Hold on. It's not my fault. I'm a towel. I'm an excitable towel. Old made new creations. Old made new creations. Old made new creations. I can't believe you found that Old Made New Creations. You have certainly, I mean, it's big because it will ruin Karen's defense, but you've certainly impressed Little Towel, my dear friend. My dear friend. You are forevermore an honorary towel. Yes, indeed. Now, folks, give me 1 second here. I have your comments coming back. It's just we have so much going on. We're doing so many things together. We're being Little Towels. We're watching Karen clips. We're uncovering massive information. Okay, we got that downloaded. All right, very, very, very good. Now let's get this loaded up. Don't worry, your Karen comments, comments shall return any second now. I by accidentally hit the wrong button because I'm an excitable towel. What do you want me to do? You know, I get excitable. I'm a little towel sometimes. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm just a little towel. Don't worry, though, that box there will be your comments in any second now. I'm actually going to have to change their sort order. But before we do that, you know what it's time for, towel friends. It's time for your favorite moment of the day. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen, it went under the radar. I think Karen Reed thought people missed it, but we didn't. We didn't. Just in. Ladies, gentlemen, and fellow towels, I believe the towel friends have found proof that, have found audio proof that, that Karen Reed asked Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. on 1/29/2022. This is huge, and this is huge as the recording went under the radar during Reed's first trial. Shout out to, hold on, it's old content. I got to get this username exactly right. Hold on, Old Made New Creations. Shout out to Old Made New Creations for figuring this out. Please support their channel here. Wow, folks, just a huge moment. We had to literally pause for one of the first times. We had to literally pause the stream because of how big that information was. You saw it here. You heard it here. I got a link to Old Made New Creations YouTube channel, so give Little Towel a second. Give Little Towel a second. We're being a little towel. We are being a little towel, and we certainly just came... I mean, first of all, you heard me boost the audio. You saw we did it in real time, folks. That was incredible. That was incredible, 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 incredible. I am humbled to be here among you little towels for, this is an off day on court. I didn't expect this. Nobody expected this. Came out of nowhere. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. So I have to get Old Made New Creations channel. Yeah, that was huge, folks. God bless you, WD40. So hold on, I got to get Old Made New Creations channel. How do I actually open the channel? Stay with me. How do I open the actual... Go to channel. Yes, that's what I wanted. That's what we like to see. Yes, but I don't want some convoluted channel URL. Do you actually have a channel URL, Old Made New Creations? Or, like, do you have an ID, or is it just like a channel URL? Why can't it just be at Old Maid New Creations? That is such a frustrating way to have to share your channel link. Old Maid New Creations, do you have a channel link? Do you have a channel link that's not this very long link? Like, do you have a custom ID? If you don't, I have to share your link like this, and it's just very long. So I can share it that way. Of course, to Old Maid New Creations. I'm so glad I saw your comment, dear friend. Do you have, oh, God bless you, WD40. I'm so glad you're here for this. Old Maid New Creations, do you have a link that's not that channel link, though? Because if it is, I mean, I'm happy to just share it that way, but it would be great if I could share your link. I'll just share it that way. I mean, they'll get to the channel. But yeah, you should set up a user ID on YouTube, Old Maid New Creations, because like my YouTube name is like youtube.com/@ Grant Smith Ellis. So yes, absolutely. So I'll just share the link. I think it's because you're just setting up your YouTube channel. Go into your settings though, Old Maid New Creations. You should set up your handle as youtube.com/@ Old Maid New Creations. Like that's so epic. This is huge. As the listen below and hear Karen clearly asking Jen to Google. Let's actually listen to the exact. I think she says Google how long to die in cold, but let's listen to the exact audio one more time before we post it. This is huge. I mean, this is I might actually put this as breaking. Like I almost said, I almost said something like just in, but I think we might actually have to use breaking. This is very, very big news. And the audio we got is absolutely brilliant, even though we couldn't get the exact audio that I wanted. The more people analyze this, folks, they're going to know we're right about this. I mean, it is just, there's just no doubt about it in my mind that we are right about this. As the recording, let's listen to it though, and we'll play it one more time. You're going to hear it over your speakers in 1 second. We're going to listen carefully. So does anyone say, does anyone know, it seems like it says, it's saying, oh yes, Old Maid New Creations. I think that's the link that I wanted. One sec, towel friends. I want to grab this link. Yes, that's perfect. That looks much better. Thank you, Old Maid New Creations. I like that a lot better than the link I had before. You got it out right in time, too. All right, breaking. Ladies, gentlemen, and fellow towels, I'm going to add an alarm emoji to this. This is very explosive. You all should, like, are you all, like, camping on the Twitter because you're going to just be the first to comment on it? I'll tell you as soon as it's up on the Twitter. Hold on. We're using 3 alarm emojis because it totally vindicates Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe and we don't even know each other. I certainly wouldn't say we like get along. Audio can hear Karen clearly asking Jen to clearly saying to Jen can you Google how long to die in cold, as Jen is on the phone with 911. So, in short, Jen McCabe, as multiple experts from Celebrite, as multiple digital experts, including from Celebrite, have confirmed, was Googled how long to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. and Karen's defense expert, Richard Green, a man with an arrest history for filing a false police report, simply misread a write-ahead log in cell phone data from Jen's wall DB file. That's just disgusting that Green got it so wrong. Wall DB file that caused years of unnecessary smears directed at McCabe. It's so funny because people know, like, I am no ally to Jen McCabe. I hate Kate Peter. And I don't dislike too many people, but Kate Peter is just the worst of the worst, in my opinion. And I'm out here defending and vindicating Jen McCabe. I think it's just Kate Peter gets close to people and then, like, in my opinion, like, exploits the proximity she gets because she knows their secrets. Not that people really have secrets, but it's more just like, you have a personal life. So what? You have a friend, and then this friend's like, oh, like, you want to make sure I stay around, don't you? That's how I think of Kate Peter. She's trash. There's a reason she used to work with Turtle Boy. Hey, I have the platform. Deal with it. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, this is it, folks. As she clearly says, can you Google how long to die in cold? Yep, it really is sad. Okay, let's see. 3, 2, 1. There you go. I posted it. Go have a field day, towel friends. Go have a field day. Go have a field day, little towel friends. Go have a field day. Go and be towels. It's up. It's up on the Twitter. Go and be little towels. Go. I imagine you all are about to have quite a day. Murder by Maestro, did you hear? I don't know if you saw it because I was so busy doing my editing. Did you hear what we just found? Can you believe what we just located? It is quite literally incredible, my dear towel friend. It is quite literally incredible. Little Towel is just absolutely stunned. I'm blown away. I am taken aback. I can't believe that old content made new. Hold on, I have to get this username right. I can't believe I'm not going to get it wrong again. Old made new creations discovered it, ladies and gentlemen, and we really isolated audio. You saw me do it in real time. We edited it. We 100% figured it out. There's no doubt in my mind that Karen Reed asked Jen McCabe how long to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. We just caught it. There's proof. There's proof. Oh my God, Murder by Maestro, you're not going to believe what we just found. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe it. You really have to listen to it slow, but it's there. It's there, ladies and gentlemen. It's there. I'm telling you, it's there. Oh my God. It's there. Hold on. Actually, you know what? You're going to have to, hold on. I want to repost it. I know you're going to be frustrated. But I want to repost it before it goes viral because I want a little bit more context. Hold on. I deleted it one more time. Sometimes I like to do this. Because we forgot to mention at the scene of John, at the scene where John O'Keefe was found suffering from a head injury and hypothermia after Reed allegedly struck John with her car and left him to die on a lawn at 12:32 a.m. That morning. Oh, listen below in both real time and slowed and the 0.75 speed. And here, oh, perfect. All right, now when you actually watch now when you read the post, it's going to be a little bit more in line with what I wanted it to say. Sometimes it's not that I get excitable, but as I'm rereading a post that I've already published, it looks different to me. It reads different than when I was reading it in the draft box. And I really wanted this one to be correct, because this was a moment. I mean, listen, that was old content. Hold on, I'm going to get it right. Old creations made new. I mean, that was just a moment, folks. Like, that was we've had a lot of towel stream moments, but that literally cracked a big portion of this case. Literally changes the case in a huge amount of way. Hold on, let me, I have to also note the audio is boosted. Listen below with enhanced audio. With enhanced audio in both real time and 0.75 speed. And here Karen clearly saying to Jen, can you Google how long to die in cold, as Jen is on the phone with 911 at the scene where John O'Keefe was found suffering from a head injury and hypothermia after Reed allegedly struck John with a car and left him to die struck John with her car while drunk driving with a VAC 2 to 4 times over the legal limit, and left him to die on a lawn at 12:32 a.m. that morning. So you got to sometimes make sure you capture all the details, ladies and gentlemen. You can have really good material, you can have really good underlying content, you can have a very important message, but if you don't fully flesh out the full context, then you're not doing a good job educating, informing, and not even entertaining, educating and informing the wider public about these very important issues. Oh, goodness, you got little towel into auctioneering announcer mode, folks. I was like, what are we going to do in this stream? We're going to watch Karen clips. We're going to get caught up. We uncovered one of the biggest things about the whole case, thanks to Old Creations Made New. Oh, my God. Yes, of Murder by Maestro. I already cited the source video is literally the source audio. Murder by Maestro. Can you rip me this audio? Actually, can you please go? Can you, if you wouldn't mind, go to? I'll send you the link in the chat. Can you just go to can you just rip me this as an MP3, please? Because we can do a follow-up video after this initial post. But can you just rip me this as an MP3, 328 kilobits if possible, like get it as high KBS as we can. And then can you upload the audio either to like a shared Canva page or like a drive link, just anything where I can rip the MP3, and can you make sure that it obviously won't compress, but like let's try to get it as high quality as we can. The citation for the MP3 for the timestamp, I gave you a file, I gave you a YouTube link. The citation is 42 minutes and 20 seconds through 42 minutes and 30 seconds, but we're really focusing on the operative part, which is 42 minutes and 25 seconds through 42 minutes and 30 seconds. Ideally, yes, Murder by Maestro, if you could get me a copy of the MP3 in high quality, we'll do a follow-up post. And what I'd really like to do is if we could use a little bit of isolation on the sound. I think I'd like to run it through, like we can definitely run this through an analyzer or like a cleaner program, like an audio cleaning program, because what we really are trying to isolate is the human voices. There's a lot of popping from external sound, but if we could isolate the just intonations of the human voice, I think we're going to get a clean audio clip of Karen saying how long to die in cold. Murder by Maestro, check my Twitter tweet feed, friend. I put it up. We boosted it to 4x. This was actually a really big moment. This could literally change the trajectory. Murder by Maestro is rendering for us the MP3. So what we've done, friends, is, and Murder by Maestro is going to help us with this next part. Thank God, Murder by Maestro is like, I won't miss anything. I'm just going to go and do some things. Yes, Murder by Maestro, we needed you. You're back, friend. We are going to actually pause for a second now that we have Murder by Maestro here, because all of us together, now that we, so go ahead and check on Twitter. Oh, sorry. That is actually an ad playing. But Murder by Maestro, now that you are here, friend, I'm trying not to get too excitable, but what we need to do is, yes, we're going to use audio forensic tools, and then because this is a collaborative effort and we can help Murder by Maestro and myself in real time. One, he'll get me the audio file. Then Murder by Maestro has his own audio forensic tools. And then Murder by Maestro, you should go to my Twitter now, because that'll show you the exact timestamp, and you'll hear the 10-second clip you need between 42 minutes and 20 seconds and 42 minutes and 30 seconds. I think it was the June 20th, 2024 testimony in the first trial, the day of testimony. And you're going to want to listen to that 42:25 to 42:30. And what we want to do is, I think we want to isolate all of the human voices in that 10-second clip, but you're really going to want to slow down the 42:25 to 42:30 to 0.75 speed. 0.5 is too slow. 0.75 is the sweet spot. You pull out every intonation of Karen's voice. Oh my goodness. Yes, I think the defense already knew and was hoping we didn't pick up on it. I think we just changed the course of this trial, not just one of it. I don't think it's it's big. It undermines Karen's whole defense. It's not the biggest piece of evidence. I think that was the neurosurgeon and the vehicle data, but this is big. This is huge. Good job. I mean, you were here for it. That was a historic moment. I wasn't expecting that. Just kind of like hanging out. That was big. That was as big as it could possibly be. That was bigger than big. Yeah, that's huge. Well, going to change the course of things, I think, folks. Yes, yep, and we were all here for it. We all saw it happening. Yep, this very much is big. Murder by Maestro is going to go onto Twitter. We are going to look. So, old made new creations. I don't know if you know this, but Murder by Maestro is like brilliant. Like, I'm okay at what I do, but Murder by Maestro is quite literally brilliant. And you have literally like one of the foremost audio experts like I've ever met in my entire life, like in this chat. And both of us are going to work on this right now, like in real time for you. We're going to keep watching the Karen clips, but you have to understand, like, we're going to prove it. I already know from what I just heard that I'm right. And that old made new creations is right. But once Murder by Maestro like does this, we are going to actually be able to isolate. I don't know if some of you understand. We can isolate the human voice from the recording. As I put it to 400, Murder by Maestro can get the 328 kilobit raw source audio file, which is the best audio file we're going to get. And we can take that and we can extract out the background noise and we can tamp down like that whooshing, and we can just isolate the human voices. It's a spectrum of digital data. So if you have a pattern identification of the spectrum that the voice is speaking on, then all you freaking have to do is isolate all the other background noise out, pull out that main human vocal spectrum, and you're going to get a clean clip of Karen saying, Jen McCabe at 6:23 to 6:24. Jen, please Google how long to die in cold. We're going to prove this. By the end of the day, that is going to be proven. It's not even going to take till the end of the day. We're going to get this in like 20 minutes. That's how, first of all, I keep getting this username wrong. It's going to get me forever. Old Made New Creations is the one who deserves the credit for this. Like, I'm so glad I saw that comment. It must have been faded. Murder by Maestro and I have and Old Made New Creations definitely had the technical skills to make that clip too. But Murder by Maestro and I can combine in a way that not only will we boost that audio, but we can actually do forensic splicing of it. We're going to be able to prove this like right now. Yep, it is a big day, and trust me, these are the people that you want working on it too, because we know exactly what we're listening to, and wait till you see the technical tools that MBM can run on this audio file. It'll blow you away, like absolutely blow you away. There I was thinking like, okay, we're just gonna go about our business, watch some Karen clips. Nope, change the course of the whole case, just casually, just being little towels. Yep, big moment. That's huge. Well, I mean, literally, you saw me reacting to those. Are going to be quite some reaction clips. You also, and I was like, that can't be true. What are you talking about? And then I listened. I was like, wait a minute, that might actually be true. Oh, God bless you, Drew Drops. And then I listened to it like 4 more times. That we pumped. I was like, oh my God, I think they're right. And then I boosted the audio. I slowed it down. We had help from all the wonderful towels to really dial in that 0.75 speed. Folks, I think we just changed this case. Oh my God. I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this happening right now? Are we doing this right now? Just out of nowhere? And boom, there it was. It just happened. That was stunning. I am so glad, folks. I am so glad we were here together for that. This was a moment. Let me just say, it's not like I had confirmation bias going into this. I want to be clear. You all can watch back that clip, and what you will see is me being like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know about that at all. And then all of a sudden, I listened to it 3, 4, 5 times. Oh, yeah, that's exactly. I was convinced. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Hold on, folks. Special shout out to Wonderful Towel Dewdrops. God bless you, Towelette Dewdrops. You are a super towel, and you were here for this historic moment. Towels are wonderful. Murder by Maestro said I have to learn to use text-to-speech more to try to make my process more efficient. Update, a towel has convicted Karen. No, it was a towel. It was towels. It was a fabric of the towel universe effort. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. What a moment. What a moment. All right, stay here. Stay here. Hold on. I got your towel comments up. Got this back up. I was a little bit of a towel there again. I didn't mean to be a towel. It's just I clicked the wrong button. Should be back up with us in a second here, though. Oh, goodness. That was intense. That was so intense. Dewdrops, you are such a special towel, my dear friend. You are the towels. You are a towelette of all towelettes. All right, can I please have my screen back now, please? Thank you. I got my screen back. Sorry about that, towel friends. There is so much going on right now. Oh, God bless you. My phone just buzzed. I looked down. Someone wants towel to get pizza. Deb H., I think you just missed one of the biggest moments humanly possible. We proved that there's an audio recording of Karen telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. Oh, my goodness. A group of towels has convicted Karen Reed. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I can't believe we got it. And now listen, folks, you want to stay here. Let me just tell you, if you think that was big, there are two. I am just a towel, okay? But you are here with Murder by Maestros in this chat, okay? You're really looking at the source file that I used to make that recording. Murder by Maestro is in the chat. Wait till you see what Murder by Maestro is able to do. Okay, hold on. We can actually watch it, folks. I just rendered it for all the towel friends. If you were here earlier, you would have seen us doing it in real time. It's 100%. Oh, God bless you. Someone sent towel a message. Just know I got your message, dear towel friend. Don't worry about signing up. If you have trouble creating a YouTube account or whatever, they're not talking about a membership. I had someone send me a message saying they can't figure out how to actually chat. All you have to do is click subscribe on the channel if you have a YouTube account. Wait like a minute or two, and then you can chat. And the only reason I do that is because it's just there's too many bots on YouTube sometimes if you don't do the subscribe thing, and they just flood the chat, and I don't want that. All right, so let's listen, folks. We have the proof. I boosted the audio. This is the proof. Karen Reed, I think this is very big. This is as big as possible. Let's listen. What do you hear? Oh my word. It's huge. It's huge. It's huge. No, and not just that, folks. What we're going to do is Murder by Maestro and I are very good friends. We are going to he's working on this, I'm working on it. We have it. I mean, in my opinion, we have it. What we're going to do and what's going to blow your mind is whatever goes up next, and I want Murder by Maestro to post it on their Twitter or however, just get me the raw source audio in the highest quality possible. We're going to take that file, okay? Then watch what we're going to be able to do with it. He's probably doing it right now. We can put in that very specific 10-second clip. We can slow it down like we did there. I can't do it because I wouldn't even be able to run like another very high intensity resource program right now. But you can run a software program that will take that 10-second clip, identify the vocal range of the person speaking, okay? It's a very specific type of vocal data, okay? And you can then pull that out. Like, think of it like being pulled out from the background noise. Oh my goodness, we had a membership parade. Dewdrops is just dropping memberships. Oh my word. Oh goodness, God bless you, Dewdrops. Taterbug. Oh, Taterbug, you got a gift membership. That is just faded, my dear friend. Jennifer Ray, God bless you. You got one. Scorpio Unicorn, A to Z, and Potluck. Everyone, please say thank you to the wonderful towel Dewdrops. Not only is Dewdrops the first towelette in the stream almost every single day, literally every day, hours before the chat starts, it's just Dewdrops and I being like, I'm a towel, and then Dewdrops will be like, I'm a towel. It's very, very wonderful. Dewdrops is a wonderful supporter of her fellow towels. She's always leaving compassionate comments. She pays attention when you all tell your story. She's one of the first people who are in the chat listening, and I know Dewdrops has made some friends here, and I hope you all have made friends with Dewdrops. Dewdrops is our towelette. There will never be a towelette like Dewdrops. Dewdrops is literally the first ever mention of a towel in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial was a towelette. It was a day. Dewdrops, we all that moment, we're like, oh my God, Dewdrops. Oh, Dewdrops is wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Murder by Maestro, 42 minutes, 20 seconds, dear sir. 42 minutes, 20 seconds. 42 minutes, 20 seconds to 42 minutes, 30 seconds, sir. 42 minutes and 20 seconds to 42 minutes and 30 seconds, sir. Let me repeat that. 42 minutes and 20 seconds to 42 minutes and 30 seconds, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say, if you thought that clip I just posted was big, I hope you're staying around. We're going to watch more Karen clips. Murder by Maestro is going to need a little bit of time. It's only but then again, Murder by Maestro, I am not sympathetic to you now because it's a 10-second clip. So you don't need a lot of render time. You don't, whatever. You need to actually get in there with the 10-second clip, splice it so that it's just down to that 4220 to 4230, isolate it. But then once you actually have the channels up, I think it's just going to be dual channel audio. It might be stereo, depending on how Court TV was recording in the room. It's just going to be a 10-second render. So you have no rendering excuses, but it should render it very high. Render it as high as you. If you could render it in FLAC, I would appreciate it, Murder by Maestro, but I don't even think we can play FLAC files. Just so you folks understand, Murder by Maestro and I both speak computer. And so when you're doing audio compression or video compression, there's different ways. There's like lossless and lossy audio conversion where you basically, the human ear can only hear so much of the audio spectrum. So to save data, like for files like MP3 files or WAV files, you cut off a large range of the spectrum on the top and bottom, which we can't hear anyway, and then you save data. There are lossy or lossless formats which don't involve cutting off any of that data. These are called FLAC, FLAC files, or you could even, like a CD quality MP3 is basically a FLAC, which is why CDs used to be like 700 megabits. But anyway, the point is what Murder by Maestro will be able to do is, and both of us will be able to do this, we can render, we're going to get this audio even better. I just got like maybe, I'd say at best, like I got a 2-channel 328-bit rip, which is okay for what we're doing. But the project we're about to do in the next 20 minutes, you wait, folks. You wait. We are going to be able to get this. Oh, no. A plane has crashed. Oh, Diana and Natale, thank you for keeping us updated. Folks, there has been a plane crash in San Diego. We are keeping our thoughts with the people who have experienced that plane crash. I am not a full news network, so I'm not going to put up pictures. That's also tragic and devastating. But, folks, thank you tonight, Diana and Natale, for that update. Oh, goodness. Okay, so now, you know what's so interesting? I know that Murder by Maestro right now is literally on their computer listening to me. He's like, oh, no, this is a lot of pressure. I got to do this. Oh, this is so funny. But we're going to sit, you know why we're sitting here? Because, so I can do audio now. Actually, you know what? Murder by Maestro, I'm going to go into Canva. Let me actually take a look at some of these audio options. So let's take a look. Oh my goodness, I have audio tools. Oh, I have audio tools. Hold on. I ran an audio tool on it. It's enhancing the voices. There's no, but hold on. Oh, Amy Gill, something big is going on. Something very big is going on. We may have audio proof that Karen Reed asked Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. while standing at the scene of John's death. Now, I just ran an enhanced audio on here, so stay with me, little towels. Now, some people are saying they can hear it. Now, I can hear it. Like, I know what I'm listening to. I know on my life I can hear it. But watch what we're going to do to make this even better. Hold on. Where do I get I just saw audio options. This is outrageous. Why did I see audio options in this one, but not audio options on the other one? Where did it go? I literally just had audio options. Hold on. I don't need to extract the audio. I want the audio options. Oh, do I not get it on that clip? How did it just do that? I don't understand. I just had audio options. And then they went away? What? I don't understand. Hold on. What if I go out of here and then just click on this page? Then do you get audio options? No, you don't. All right, so here's page 4, at least, with the cleaned up audio. Murder by Maestro is going to be the one who actually has to do this, though, because I don't have the software like he does. Hold on. I cleaned up page 4. I don't know why it took the audio option away, audio cleanup option for page 3, but we're going to do it for the slowed down version. So give me a second, little towels. Yes, yeah, don't worry, folks. You have a team of towels working right now on a very important issue, and we're doing this in the middle of a stream. Well, Amy, it's very easy to see how they missed it because it's very soft. So let's listen to it again, folks. We're going to listen to all. You're going to hear the first 5 seconds is Karen yelling to Carrie and Jen. Then the second 5 seconds is her saying at regular speed, Google how long to die in cold. This is Karen saying it to Jen. Then you're going to hear it again. Then you're going to hear it at 0.575 speed with enhanced audio. Let's listen. Oh, I wish it was louder. So this is the enhanced audio. This is why we need Murder by Maestro. The best I can do with the tool, with the software program I have, because I don't have a hardware. This is a web-based program. This is the best I can do with the web-based program. You ready for it? It's not as loud. What do you think? Yeah. Oh, it's definitely Karen. It's definitely. I mean, trust me, we're going to get this. I hear it. I have headphones on, so I know exactly what it's saying. But let's listen again. But why won't you let me boost the... Oh, now I have audio tools again. But why won't you let me boost the audio? I don't get... Oh, I have to wait for audio tools? I don't get it. Like, what? Why does it have to do that? Shouldn't I have audio tools on every one of them? Do I, like, wait for it to load up? That's weird. That's what I'm saying. So hold on. We got a lot going on here, folks. And we are not going anywhere until we get some sense as to what the hell is going on here. So let's listen to this one more time. This is the clean. So what we're really waiting for is the actual source audio. But let's listen to this. This is my cleaned up version. Yeah, I think that's it. No, the Google part is the beginning. So she's got a Fall River accent. So remember, Google. So she's kind of saying, like, can you Google, or like, will you Google? Like, listen, it's the very beginning. Oh, hold on. So I got something from Murder by Maestro. Stay here. We might have the raw audio. Stay here. This is going to be the cleanest we can get it. All right. Hold on. This is the whole clip. All right. Hold on. I got it. Thank you. God bless you. Murder by Maestro is quick on that. Now let me take this. Hold on. You're going to hear a little of audio. We might not even get the audio playing because it might not even be processed. Hold on. All right, I got the download. How big is this file? 42. All right. Hold on. We got the audio only, folks. Now let me take. So hold on. What I want to do is I want to take a screenshot of this because I want it to just look the same. Now watch this. So you see how you put like a PNG and just the current page, rip that, download the PNG, go over here, do this, and then watch this, folks. Yeah, I'm gonna play it, Murder by Maestro. You're gonna hear it right now, dear friend. Hold on. We're gonna do this in real. Listen, this is a combined Murder by Maestro and Towel and old content new. Hold on, I'm gonna get this name right. Old. No, wait. Why does it take so long to old? Old. Old content, new creations. Can't you just load up for me? Old made new creations. Okay. Oh, God bless you, kitties. Now, oh, my goodness, it's a hippo in a chair. Oh, my goodness, we're doing work and it's a hippo in a chair. Ladies and gentlemen, you get a hippo in a chair while we're doing, oh, this is the greatest thing. This is just the greatest day of my life. I can't believe it. It's a hippo in a chair. Oh, that is just adorable. Mr. Hippo. Oh, come back, Mr. Hippo. No, I want to see you again. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's me and the hippo. It's the Towel and the hippo. Towel has found his hippo. Look at that hippo. That is an honorary Towel hippo. God bless you, kitties, 1993. That is a wonderful hippo. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was adorable. Towel is pleased. Oh, yes, you can tell we're off to the pony races here, ladies and gentlemen. We're off to the pony races. There is certainly a lot going on. Now, watch what I do here. You see how if we're going to do this, right? If we're going to do this high-quality audio analysis, we're going to do it this way. We're going to do it this way, this way, this way. So, first of all, you do that. Okay, that's how we know it's correct. Now, watch this. Oh, this is going to be a very long audio. So what we do is we're going to drag this over here. We're going to grab the audio file. We're going to drag it right over here. Now, that audio file should be multiple hours, right? And it's certainly not 5 seconds. It's going to be about 2 hours and 42 minutes. Now, Murder by Maestro, stay close with me, dear friend, because we are going to do this. Now, this file is going to take a second to upload. We already got the stuff. The stuff is up, folks. You want to go, well, this is going to unleash a flurry of freaking digital analysis. Let me tell you right now, people, for the entire weekend now, I promise you, there are now going to be a bunch of both amateur and professional digital audio experts who are going to analyze this 10-second clip over and over and over again, because it's basically proof. If you really isolate the voices, if you really know what you're listening to, it's basically proof. Oh, okay, so this is only 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Hold on, I'm going to have to listen really carefully. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Murder by Maestro is also a towel. Oh, it's just a call. No. Yeah, I understand, Murder by Maestro. So it just means I don't have the exact timestamp for you. I could have gone just to 3:24, whatever we were talking about, 3:42:20. But let me listen to the audio now. Hold on. Why aren't you settling? Settle, please, settle. The audio actually has to settle after uploading. Otherwise, it doesn't know how long it is, which I do think is kind of funny. Come on now. This is very important. Let us not torment the towels. Oh, I see. But I already had a picture there. What are you doing? Where's my picture? That's very frustrating. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's frustrating. Because I have the whole audio that I want. It's just, it wouldn't expand to the size of the page that I have. Why must you be like this? Why must you be like this? All right, hold on. I got a plan. I'm the man with the plan. Oh, that might have been the problem. Okay, hold on. Now I'm actually the man with the plan. Watch this. So even though it's going to be a little repeated here, and then we go to audio, and then we click this. Okay, but okay, first of all, why would you do that? That doesn't even make sense. Why would you do that? All right, so then let's just expand this all the way over. All right, now hold on 1 second. We need, how long is that call? 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Oh, this is incredibly annoying. Why wouldn't it just, I don't get it, because it's an audio, not a video file. It wants me to, it won't just manually detect how long the audio is. That's stupid. All right, hold on. I'm going to figure this out. All right, so, and remember, we need the call that, we need a very specific part of the call. 3:52. Yeah, Murder by Maestro, it actually would have been helpful to have the full 3 hours at this point, because now we're going to have to listen to this to find the exact section. Hold on. All right, there we go. Now let's go and let's listen to it. Hold on.
I will keep going to Terry.
Murder by Maestro. It starts at 2:25 of your clip. Hold on. I'm going to clip the audio. Split. All right. It starts at, yeah, and split audio too. Thank you. All right. Now, hold on. Why did you do that? That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Can you unsplit? All right. So now let's listen to this. All right, so it starts about here. All right, that's it. That's the, all right, that's the audio. So let's see, let me just make sure one more time. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's it. So let's download this page. Actually, hold on. Let's make it as an image. All right. Now, I mean, listen, this is inescapable, folks. You saw it have, I'm pretty sure this is the highest quality audio we're going to get of this. And I'm pretty sure we now have proof. I'm pretty sure this is proof. Oh, wow. No, they were outside, I think. Yeah, that's what I think it's saying. Somebody Google, one of you, how long to die in cold. Yep. And like what? So you're going to be able to watch this. I had to actually render that clip down, but this is the highest quality source audio that I can get. Like it is just the highest possible quality source audio. No, Murder by Maestro, I got what you needed. It's 225 or so in your clip to 235. It start here. I'll play it for you. It starts right here. This is what you're listening for. Can you Google, one of you, how long to die in cold? Oh, that's what she said. Oh my God, we got it. Oh, she's cooked. She's cooked. It's over. Yep. Screw. Yep. That part of her defense is done. She absolutely did. Oh my God. Oh. Yep. Yep. Can one of you Google how long to die in the cold or something like that? Can one of you Google? Can somebody Google, one of you, how long to die in the cold? It was basically that. That's it. All right, I'm gonna play it again, Murder by Maestro, because I actually uploaded the clip. Hold on. Because we're gonna do it this way. It's much easier to do the analysis when it's a cohesive file rather than an audio. But I got it. Can you Google, one of you, how long to die in cold? Somebody, can you Google, one of you, how long to die in cold? You're not hearing it because she says the words out of order, but that's exactly what she says. All right, so hold on. Now we're going to do the same thing we did with the other one, okay? So we do it like this. So there we go. We're going to take that. Then we're going to take this one. We're going to copy that one. Now we're going to take this. This is, I think, going to be the one that we want. So we take this. We copy it again. Now we go onto the third page. We go here. The audio is already boosted. And then we're going to take the, take the video file and switch it down to 0.75x. Now watch this. All right, here we go. Here we go. One more time. Now we're going to listen to, this is the highest quality version I can get. And it's going to have that last, yeah, I agree, Wild Roses. And now we're going to get to listen to it at 0.75 speed. So watch, it's going to play the first part where they're yelling for Carrie. Then can one of you Google how long to die in cold. Somebody, one of you Google how long to die in cold. Then it's going to play at 0.75 speed. We're gonna listen to it again because it's loading as we're doing this. I mean, I'm telling you, folks, that's what she says. I'm telling you, that's what she says. Now, we'll do a little bit more audio cleanup. So, first of all, let me save this enhanced audio with boosted up to 400. We only need the last 4 pages. So, 11, 12, 13, 14. 11, 12, 13, 14. Download. All right, we're going to rip that. And then here's the other thing I'm going to do. We're going to isolate. All right, so now it is, listen, yeah, exactly, Murder by Maestro. They were near the car, exactly. But, this is why it's going to be so hard. What we're going to have to do is, we now have our initial version. Now we have the higher quality version. Now I'm downloading the higher quality version. Then after that finishes, I'm going to try to isolate the audio again with my program. It's not going to be very good. But Murder by Maestro has a, yeah, exactly. Murder by Maestro is going to be able to, it was right around when they were getting out of the car. Murder by Maestro is going to be able, I think, to isolate it even more. We got to get rid of some of this background noise. If we can literally get just Karen's voice, we're going to find her saying, somebody, one of you, Google how long to die in cold. It all adds up. But the other thing is, I have very specialized stereo headphones on, so not only am I hearing it very clearly, but I also I know her voice. I know what I'm listening to. So this is incredible. All right, so I have that downloaded. Now watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into this video. I'm going to click Audio Tools. I'm going to enhance her voice. I'm going to enhance the voice that plays in the 0.75 clip. Listen, I don't know. I don't keep track of isn't that an FKR person, MBM? I don't keep track of all of their stuff that they do, so I don't know what timeline you're talking about. But hold on. Let's listen now. Let's listen to this. We got what we needed. I isolated. Now you're going to hear it again, but I isolated in the fourth part, the part that plays at 0.75. I isolated the human voices. So let's listen. Can you Google, one of you, how long to die in cold? Murder by Maestro, did you hear that one? Oh, I wish we could pump this audio. Oh, you know what? I bet I can. Watch. Listen, I think I got it. So are these already pumped? No. All right. Now hold on. Oh, so that other one isn't going to be pumped either. All right, hold on. So that's not the one I want. I want this. What do you think? Hold on. It's taking some time to buffer. So this is as loud as I can get it. Yeah, we got it. She's cooked. Cooked. God bless you, Rockstar60, by the way. Thank you all for being here for this moment. What a day. God bless you, Rockstar60. You are a super towel, and I am so grateful for your comments and support. Yeah, I think we got it. The one thing we have to do is, hold on. You might not be hearing it the same way I am on the stream, which is okay because it's a very, it's popping the audio, but that's what we want. I'm pushing the audio to its upper bound. So don't worry. If you can't hear it on the stream, you're going to get to listen very, very shortly on Twitter. That'll be the best way to hear it. But hold on. The other thing is, Murder by Maestro is going to be able to do a much better isolation of this. So me just pumping the sound isn't actually helpful. What we need to do is strip out a lot of this background noise. Now, I have been able to do that, okay? Now, give me 1 second here because I'm also going to rip this. This is the cleanest version I can get of it. You're not going to be able to hear it on the stream itself, but this is the cleanest version I can get. Oh, good. Yeah, it's Google. Yeah, Karen, I promise you, someone texted Karen and was like, Karen, I think they figured it out. We did. I mean, yeah, it's going to take, they're going to have to do it quick. I don't know if but yeah, we already got it. We're going to be able to do it, just with the people resources we have. So Hank Brennan easily could do it if it's very important to him. But yeah, I mean, this is it. It's everything. At least yeah. Well, it's more than just slowing it down. It's you have to actually pull apart the audio. You have to take out the different sections of the audio. And so what you're doing is kind of trying to take the human voice and isolate it. It's actually very hard. It has to do with like the spectrum of like what humans can hear. So I'm going to lower this to 300 for you all because it won't pop as much on the stream, and let's see what we can hear. This is at 0.75 speed. Oh, it's going to take a second. Yes, this was quite a moment. Yep. I mean, that's it. That's the whole kit and caboodle, friends. That is the whole kit and caboodle. All right. Hold on, I got to go over to the X now. I think this has caused a whole firestorm. My guess is, people, this is going to just become a whole debate now. You watch, because we're right. I'm telling you, I know what I'm hearing. We're right. It's a big, big, big deal. And it's a day off of court, too, and it's still a big, big, big deal. All right, so, okay. Okay, this could be the real deal. Here is better quality audio of Karen Reed potentially being telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. on 129 at the scene of John O'Keefe's death. I think we got it. Somebody, one of you, Google how long to die in cold, Karen clearly says on the audio. Oh, my word. We got her. We got her. I'm telling you right now, we got her. There's no way she's getting out of this. There's no way. Yeah, okay, no, absolutely. So WD-40, do you have GarageBand? It's not that I can't do that kind of stuff. It's that my computer literally, if I tried to run another resource-intensive program, it wouldn't be able to do it. So Murder by Maestro has software just like that. And so anyway, does anyone have GarageBand? If any of you have it, you can take the files I'm uploading to my Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm serious. You can take the files I'm uploading to my Twitter, just rip the audio. Let's all work on this as a project. I think we might be able to prove this. So hold on, I'm going to play the file I just uploaded. It might pop a little bit on your systems. Again, it's not you. It's that I'm running a very high quality audio file and bumping its sound, so the stream can't handle the bit rate. It's a very high quality audio file. So it's actually somebody. Can you Google, one of you, how long to die in cold? She's not speaking good English. So the exact quote is, somebody, can you Google, one of you, how long to die in cold? Somebody, can you Google, one of you, how long to die in cold? That's exactly what she says. Wow, that's intense. Wow. And there's more to go here. We just stopped our whole stream. Yeah, it's a Murder by Maestro. It is, but I can hear it. I can hear it. This may be the real deal. Here's better quality of Karen Reed telling Jen McCabe. Here's better John O'Keefe's death. Somebody, can you Google, one of you, how long to die in cold? Karen says clearly. Somebody, can you Google, one of you? Actually, I think I should use brackets for that, because she does kind of use like a bracketed phrase. So it's like, somebody, can you Google, one of you, how long to die in cold? Karen says clearly. Yeah, that's it. I think we got it. Can you... So, Old Maid New Creations think it's, can you Google search how long for you to die in cold? Hold on. Oh, you're right. You might be right. It's so hard. Yeah, it is before they get out of the car. Somebody, can you Google search how long for you to die in the cold? Somebody, can you Google... I'm going to listen to it one more time. Yeah, somebody, can you Google how long for you to die in cold? Can you Google, one of you? Oh, that's so hard to... How long for you to die in cold? I think that's what it is. How long for... Can you Google how long for you to die in cold? That's exactly what it is. I think it's, can you... I don't know if it's Google search, but can you Google how long for you to die in cold? Yeah, can you Google how long for you to die in cold? I thought she was saying, can you Google how long one of you to die in cold? But that doesn't make sense. Old Maid New Creations is right. It's how, can you Google, I don't know if it's search, but can you Google how long for you to die in cold? Can you Google how long for you to die in cold? That's exactly what she said. Can you Google how long for you to die in cold? Oh, that's it. That's what she said. Yep, that's it. Can you Google how long for you to die in cold? Gone. Done, Karen. Done. I know what you said. You lied about it. There's an audio of it, too. Here's better quality audio of Karen Reed telling Jem and Cave to go to Google, or how long, or asking. It wasn't actually telling, it was a question. To Google, how long for you to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. on 1/29/22 at the scene of John O'Keefe's death? Can you Google how long for you to die in cold? Karen says clearly. Yep, that's it. This is huge. Huge, 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 huge. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, no, Old Maid New Creations, you nailed it. She's saying Google for me. I'll listen to it one more time. Can you Google? Let me see. Hold on. I'll be able to tell. No, there's nothing between can you Google and the start of the next part. It's can you Google how long for you to die in cold? But let's listen. Yeah, it's can you Google how long for you to die in cold? Yeah, no, Paula, I thought that's what it was first, but it's and I was getting so frustrated. I thought it was like, Jen, can one of you, yeah, but it's actually, so Pebbles thinks it's can you Google for me. All right, let's listen to it again. We're going to get this right. I got to get the quote right. Yeah. Oh, this is so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard to figure out exactly what she's saying. I mean, you can tell that we know exactly what it is. I know it's there. We're trying to get the exact quote. So we're going to listen, this is a community collaborative project. Literally, there's hundreds of us working on this at once. So let's try to figure it out. No, I got it. It's somebody, one of you, Google to die in cold. Google someone, one of you, to die in cold. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Google one of you to die in cold. No, that's what it is. It's Google. It's a command. It's Google one of you to die in cold. Yep. Yeah, we're going to have to continue this analysis. Hold on. Let's listen to the full part before it, too. So that's so frustrating. This is so interesting. This is so interesting. Yeah, and we're using a recording of the time. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely sync the time up. Oh, that's right. That's genius. Who said that? You can sync the time of this call. GM Richardson, that's genius. You can definitely sync the time of this call to when Jen McCabe Googled it. You could sync Karen, somebody made a call, the voicemail was running. As long as Karen said this right before Jen Googled it, that all lines up. Oh my goodness. The KR call with the JM Google time from your Twitter. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I think it's Google how long for you to die in the cold. Oh, it's not one of you. It's how long for you. It's Google how long for you to die in the cold. Folks, it's Google how long for you to die in the cold. We're listening to it one more time. There's no way. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Hold on, one more time. So I think it's Google how long for you to die in the cold. Can you Google how? No, listen. Listen to me. I know what she's saying. Can you Google how long for you to die in cold? Can you Google how long for you to die in the cold? It might even be the cold. One more time. Yeah, exactly. Can you Google how long for you to die in the cold? All right. I'd like to take a towel poll to people I'm confident and I'm going to land on. Can you Google how long for you to die in the cold? That's what I'm going with. Yeah, no, we need the human ear for this. I can't listen. I don't know if you all understand. First of all, I'm a member of the media, so I cannot have ex parte contact with the prosecution, nor would I ever have ex parte contact with the prosecution, nor can they talk to me, other than just being like, how's the weather? You know, I have no intention of speaking to them. I'm not really sure how this stuff works. I bet somebody called Hank Brennan and was like, Hank Brennan, I think Grant just posted something on Twitter you should probably read about. And now there's probably a bunch of people analyzing this. I don't think it's just us. It's just we have to do the legwork. No, I can hear Murder by Maestro. No, I can hear when it, you think it's Czech? No, I think it's Google. No, she doesn't say Czech. I'm telling you, Murder by Maestro. Can you Google how long? It's Google. She says the word Google. I know it sounds like one of you, but it's not really one of you. It's can you Google how long for you to die in cold? And the part you're thinking of one of you is where she's saying how long for you, but she's doing it with this inflection that's like how long for you to die in cold. So it makes the oh very loud. Yep, it's Google. She says, I'm telling you, I'm from around this area and I know what she's saying. The Google part is very soft, but it's in the beginning, it's can you Google or Google. It's either can you Google or Google because there's a little echo before the start of Google. Can you Google how long for you to die in cold? And the weird part is it uses the word you twice. Can you Google how long for you to die in cold? And then she also said, yeah, and that's the thing. Carrie might not have heard it. Someone was saying on Facebook, like, oh, Carrie said she didn't hear this. Well, yeah, like Carrie was very much focused on other things. So I can understand why if only Jen was listening to Karen, Carrie wouldn't have heard it. No, okay, so Murder by Maestro, I agree with you. If we're going like on a scale of confidence, I feel much more confident in my read of the end of the message than I do my listening to the end of what she says than the beginning. But I'm telling you, I have very good hearing. I have studio headphones on, and I'm running them through the better port, and not the 3.5 millimeter port, the actual stereo headphone port. And I can hear full-bodied the word Google. It starts with Google. It's right before it's like, can you, but we get a little echo because she was yelling, Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. And then you want to know how good my hearing is? I can tell you someone in the background is like, I can't hear her, Karen. Stop talking. And then Karen continues to talk after that. And then as someone saying, I can't hear her, Karen, because clearly Jen McCabe was on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, or whatever. I can't hear them, Karen. As Jen McCabe's saying that, then Karen starts saying, can you? So we don't really get that. There's a little echo, but then the word Google is very clear. It's soft, but it's clear. I can hear it. And then it transitions into immediately, how long for you to die in cold? So it's undeniable, in my opinion, what she said. I mean, I'm listening to it over and over and over and over and over. What did Hot Coffee Chats have to ask? Hot Coffee Chats, just because it is slow motion. Hot Coffee Chats, we are listening to this at like 0.75 already in this last part. I'll put it at even slower, but the problem is when you reduce it even slower than 0.75, it becomes even harder to hear. But we'll try it, so we're going to hear it in 1 second. Hot Coffee Chats. It's not, by the way, it's not that no one's listening. It's just that I can't always be looking at the screen and looking up. But here's your request. Here's 0.5. Hold on. It's a little harder at 0.75. At 0.5. Hold on. Let me use it with the full-bodied audio at 0.5. I don't think we're going to be able to hear this, but we can try. And the other thing is, you may have Hot Coffee Chats. You may hear. We did slow it, by the way. We did slow it to 0.75. Here's 0.5 at full speed. You're going to hear this one. This is 0.5 at full volume. It's going to be loud. Interesting. Okay, hold on. You guys aren't probably going to be able to hear that, but I can hear it. Hold on. Oh, I get it. Hold on. I can hear it a little bit better. So, okay, the last words are for you to die in cold. So, for you to die in cold are the last 6 words. Let's listen to the first part. Yeah, this is the whole thing, at least on that one part of the text. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, it is. So Hot Coffee Chats, you just heard it at 0.5. I mean, that's... Wait, I'm very confused. How much slower do you want to hear it? I don't understand. I can't play it any slower. I don't know what you're asking for. This is the absolute slowest I can play it. I guess, I mean, if I played any slower, I don't think it's going to have, I don't know what speed you're playing it at. Because we just listened to it per your request at like 0.5. We can try one more time. I don't want to make anyone upset. I can try one more time at 0.25, but I don't even know if this is going to be like English at this speed. But we'll try. I promise. I promise. I feel bad. Oh, God bless John DePetro. Towel respects and loves John DePetro. Okay, so hold on. Hot Coffee Chats. I hear what you're saying now because I played it at 0.75 speed. I played it at 0.5 speed. I played it at 0.25 speed. I kind of hear what you're saying, that it's not really English at 0.25 speed, but if you really are listening to the intonations of the vowels and the words, it's just such an interesting situation, ladies and gentlemen. It's such an interesting situation. Okay, so hold on. The playing it at the lower speed is definitely possible, but it doesn't necessarily make it as clear. All right, hold on. Let's pause for a second. I want to make one call here, and I want to see if I can. I'm not going to. I'm calling my aunt. Actually, I have to ask her a question. But I want to go back to these Karen clips. All right, while we continue to make this happen. I want to go back to the Karen clips because this started us on this whole journey, and we're not just going to sit here and watch that 10-second clip over and over and over again. Now, the important part here is we have some people, definitely Murder by Maestro and others, working in the background, folks, to process this audio. It's going to take us a second to pull the audio apart. So while we do that, because I've literally been talking for like 4 hours now, I did not mean to do that. How long have we been going? Oh, goodness. I was going to just do a short stream today. Let's watch the Karen clips. We're going to watch them from the beginning. It's so interesting. We just like started doing our Karen clip watching, and then in the middle of it, one of the old made new creators, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, came right in and had us going on this adventure. So listen, we're going to come back to this audio analysis. Let's watch the Karen clips for a bit. We're not just going to listen to the same 10 seconds 50 times. Let's watch the Karen clips. We will come back to the Jen McCabe audio analysis. We got Towel Friends working on this. I will call you very shortly. Call you.
So we approach from the north. We actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest. And then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25. Finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey, very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's innuendo here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again?
If this was the moment, you would drop them all at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house.
I saw John go in the house. Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
You
The comment.
that.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms.
Oh, okay,
Roberts.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I questioned do I remember it because it's been relived so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's,
Because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say, I have like a normal amount. Let's say, like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like all soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. And he said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I forgot. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of onions, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into Waterfall, and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the Waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There, you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Read was forced to watch videos of herself admitting of, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Read's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Read did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Read. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
8, 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Oh, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. So
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 3:30. So, who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front 2 seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but it was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him, and the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
We need to see the court before this one's played. All right, hold that, please.
We're just going to stream. Hold on. I'm back. Ellis. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I am here with you now. I should come. I was there with you. I was there with you indeed. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me keep the towel comments up. Folks, we have had a great suggestion from Heisenberg. First of all, this has been quite a day. If you were just tuning in, towel friends may have just inadvertently found one of the biggest latent bombshells in this entire case. We just watched all the Karen clips to get folks caught up. If you weren't watching earlier, we were just doing our recap of the Karen Reed trial, just kind of being towels. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, ladies and gentlemen, out of absolutely nowhere, we get this amazing insight on Towel Stream, out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere. It has now just caused a stir. It has caused a stir on the internet, ladies and gentlemen. We got this from Old Made New Creations, okay? I am pretty sure Old Made New Creations was not expecting tens of thousands of people to all of a sudden be paying attention to what they found, but that's what it's like when you are around towel, I suppose. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Seconds. Sound quickly comes back. Hold on. Sound back. That literally was all of like 5 seconds. I apologize. Listen, folks, if you missed it, we were watching Towel Stream earlier. Oh, maybe sound never even went away. It was just my computer being a little frustrated with the fact that I'm trying to do so much at once. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think one of the easier ways to make things feel better is to get rid of that. Get rid of that. There we go. We're trying to make Little Towel's computer feel better. Little Towel is pushing his computer to the ground, being Little Towel's, and all of a sudden, old content made new came out of nowhere with a wonderful insight about a voicemail that was recorded. It was played during Karen's first trial. We did a sound analysis. Folks, we have reason to believe Karen Reed. We now have audio proof of Karen AM on January 29th, 2022. Now, folks, I will say we're going to listen to this voicemail again, and then we're going to listen to testimony Heisenberg suggested it to us. Old Made New is a super towel, by the way. Definitely check out their YouTube channel. What is it? The exact link is youtube.com/@oldmadenewcreations. Hold on. Hold on. Behind the wiper noise and Lally sniffing, there's nothing. Well, hold on. No, Murder by Mace. It's not true. There is something there. It's just we're going to need a more sensitive program. Okay, folks. So listen. We have some very, very good audio experts, okay? I'm not kidding you when I say that. Like, I have rudimentary level audio analysis. Okay, Murder by Maestro, you know what we might be able to do? There's this there's this forensic audio nonprofit that analyzed the Al Shifa hospital recordings and then some other recordings as well. They were able to do you understand they were able to do omnidirectional analysis of the location of the rocket based on the audio file. So I think if we can let's see, X isn't down. X might be going down, but it's not technically down for me because I still have up what we need to watch. But listen, folks, we are going to listen to this audio again, okay? I've enhanced it like 6 times. I've done the absolute best that I could. This is the original version, okay? This is before we got the enhanced audio from Murder by Maestro. Do you think, apparently something went crazy. Hold on. I'm going to click my Facebook post and I'm going to open it. Hold on. I'm a towel. I'm a little towel. It takes a little second for a little towel. Little towel does not have very good devices. I have a decent computer, but yeah, no, there is some stuff going on, ladies and gentlemen. I think I should post this. Maybe I'll post this on my Facebook as well, so people can actually share it, because you can't actually share it from the groups. So, okay, we got a lot. We got more to listen to, by the way. So we're going to listen to this audio. Then we're going to listen to testimony Heisenberg suggested. I think it was from firefighter, not all or Fulmati, one of the firefighters who heard Karen Reed talking about how long it takes someone to die in cold. I am a towel. I am a towel. It is absolutely true, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to confirm for the record that I am a towel. And apparently that will make, let's see, Noel very happy. Noel, I'm thrilled to hear that you would like to hear me say that I am a towel. And it is indeed true, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. There you go. I have made Noel's day. And look, we've been going for 5 hours now. I don't know if you all know this, but I could just stream for 8 to 10 hours and just talk to you the whole time, and it would literally make me happy. A lot of people, I feel it's like a decent amount of effort or work, or they get nervous. Me, I'm like, I'm right at home here. Let's just sit here all day. Now, I think I do have to figure out how to get lunch. People did send over some money for lunch. So let me figure out how I can get lunch brought to me so I don't have to leave you all. I design my days such that I don't have to leave you all to get lunch. How about that? Oh, goodness. And I'm doing better. I switched to vaping, by the way, folks. I don't know if you knew this. It took me a long time, but I did switch to vaping, and it has been a slow and steady progress. I'm working hard, ladies and gentlemen. I'm working hard, but let me just tell you right now, Towel is going in a good direction. I appreciate you all being here. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're about 5 hours into this stream. We have uncovered some very major news. We're going to listen to the audio now about Karen Reed potentially on audio being caught asking Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold around 6:23 a.m. on January 29, 2022, which was at the scene of John O'Keefe's death. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do more than that. Let me tell you right now, we are going to do more than that. We're also going to listen to the testimony from the firefighter who heard Karen Reed in the ambulance on the way to the hospital when she was sectioned, talking about how long it takes someone to die in cold. Ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this is just one of those days. Oh no, who said Twitter was down? It might actually be struggling to load. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, this is terrible timing. I need to get the text of my post. Oh, I got it. Oh, praise Jesus. Praise Jesus. But my post must be more than an hour old because I can't edit it, so I have to take the text. Okay, if you want to share more about this post, I have a plan. I'm going to go on my actual Facebook, and I'm going to make a public post because apparently people are very interested in this. Oh, we can make a YouTube short, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we could do a YouTube short in real time. That would be such an epic towel moment. I'm a towel. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Colleen Henry, that was quick too. If it's there after, what was it, an hour and a half, that thing will go to like, I'd say 50 to 100,000 views based on that trajectory. I don't really care that much about views, but just as an analytical exercise, I can tell you based on that trajectory and like how my tweets normally function. If it's at 10,000 views in an hour and a half, then it's going to be, or 11,000, then it'll be at 25,000 by the end of the afternoon. It'll be at 100,000 overnight. Like that's generally, you can tell by the initial trajectory how it's going to go. But yes, God bless Old Creations Made New. Definitely changed the course. It is a big deal, folks. And if you're wondering, we are going to listen to the voicemail. It's just that our wonderful super towel, Diana Natale, told me that people really want to share this content over on Facebook. I wouldn't say I'm very much of like, you know, I use a little bit of social media like that's not X and YouTube or whatnot. But I wouldn't say like I'm like thinking like, oh, I should post this in a way that people can share it. Like I'm more thinking like I want to get this information out. You all take it. Like I don't care what you do with it. Go out there, analyze it, you know, figure out what we got to do, and let's go from there. But yes, you are going to actually get to listen to the audio. It's just I have a few things going on. You can see kind of, I don't know, the stream's fine, but it takes, when I'm doing like when I'm doing complex editing tasks like this, and we're not just watching videos, it's better instead of watching the clip right away to let me finish doing what I'm doing in the background, and then we'll watch the clip. It's just a smoother experience. But yeah, real-time video editing, folks. That's why you tune in to Towel Stream. Like you see it here. It is Towel's birthday on Saturday. God bless you, Super Towel Jew Drops. Maybe this was one of those things that was just meant to happen. It was just a 5-second thing, too. I didn't even necessarily have to look down. It was like faded. I saw the comment, and I was like, you know what? I think this person is making a really strong point. At first, I was like, I don't really believe this person. I don't know. They're a super towel. I didn't know them from Adam. And I was like, you know, I don't know if I believe this person, but I'm going to give them, I believe, like they're saying this in a way that makes me want to listen to their clip. So I listened to the clip that Old Content Made New put up, and I'm listening to it, and I'm like, wow, Old Creations Made New. And I was like, wow, she's onto something. Like, there's no doubt she's onto something. So then I'm like, you know what? I need the source clip. So I looked at the title of the YouTube video she was commenting on, and I found out the length of it, and I saw it was NBC 10 WJAR. So I go to Google, and I'm like, NBC 10 WJAR. I type in the clip. I find it's like June 20th, 2024, the trial testimony. She had put, thankfully, and this was so helpful, she put the timestamp up. It was like 42 minutes and 20 seconds into the 3 hour and 7 minute clip. And I'm just like, oh, yes, this is perfect. And then I listened to it, and the voicemail that was recorded of Karen yelling to someone else really does capture something about Karen saying that she wants Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. And it was all because of Super Towel, Old Creations Made New, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you, give Old Creations Made New some support. Old Made New Creations. So youtube.com/@oldmadenewcreations. Make sure to give them a shout out. They absolutely were the Super Towel that led us on to this. Now we're doing a bunch of different forms of audio analysis. We got Super Towels all around the world trying to figure this out. What we're going to have to do, and it is going to be an exercise here because Murder by Maestro's initial analysis didn't work, and we're going to have to think more about this. We need to be able to pull out. Oh goodness, we got a super towel chat from Seasons that is literally a dancing super towel pair. Hold on. We have a rule here. When there is a super towel pair dancing on the screen, I am going to look at. Oh my goodness, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That super towel pair, first of all, it's lifting weights. It's staying in good shape. It is also a towel. It is an honorary towel. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, Seasons. That is the greatest little dancing super towel pair I've ever seen. Murder by Maestro ran the pair through an analysis yesterday, and it was like, that's an anthropomorphic pair. Oh my goodness. God bless you, Seasons, for supporting the channel. Thank you so much to everyone who's been watching this live. That has been quite interesting. We have been discovering interesting thing after interesting thing, I will tell you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think some people are going to want to talk about how wonderful that wonderful super towel pair is. Okay, so Linda, let's see. What did someone need to say? Paula, what did you need to send over to me? Let me take a look. Hold on. It's hard to follow all of your chats and do editing. What did Paula want to send over? Hold on. Eva, that's the guy. He's from South Carolina. Oh yeah, no. Listen, there are some really good forensic analysis tools that are out there. Don't get me wrong, folks. Trust me. I know. I did reporting on like war cover. I covered the. So the reason why a lot of people started paying attention to me initially was way before the Karen Reed trial. I covered like adult medical use regulatory stuff in Massachusetts. But what really like got people to pay attention was I started covering in October of 2023 because my family is Jewish, and I don't know, I just was very interested in what was happening during the October 7th conflict. Folks, I basically can speak Arabic, so I was watching Al Jazeera Arabic, and I don't know if you understand this, like my friends work for Al Jazeera and stuff, and so like I was covering this very intently. Forensic audio analysis played like a key role in that conflict because first of all, there was this fake audio that the IDF put out with like two fighters talking in Arabic that was not real. It was spliced. But then also they used this forensic auditing. It's called like forensic analysis or something. They, ladies and gentlemen, were able to prove the direction that the rocket was going in one of the attacks on the hospitals in Israel. I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible what you can do with that kind of stuff. But okay, so Little Towels, let us do what we set out to do. Let's listen to this big moment. If you're just tuning in, this is what has got social media aflutter. We are doing an analysis of this audio. Is this audio yes, Diana Natale, it's on my Facebook now. If you go to a short video, yes, it's on my Facebook now, and we'll make a YouTube short in a second, but let's listen, folks. This is the audio. Let's listen. It's a big deal, folks. Now listen, I also got an updated version with a little bit higher quality audio. Let's take a listen to that right now. We're going to figure out, and by the way, we're going to take a look at the firefighter's testimony, which absolutely backs up that Karen was asking about how long it takes someone to die in cold right at the scene. And this is a key part of Reed's defense. If she loses this, it's over. So let's listen to this updated audio. This one is even higher quality. Okay, murder by maestro. I got a plan. Murder by maestro. I got a plan. Do you see the clip I just played? It's the very top video on my Twitter. It's this may be the real deal, the updated post. Grab the last like 12 seconds of that, like the slowed down, it's maybe even like 10 seconds. Grab the last 12 seconds of that clip. I isolated out the background noise. I bet you can take that part and run it through your audio program, because I already cut out the wipers and a little bit of the front audio noise. I think you'll be able to get the human voice from what I just released there. I think we can do this. Now, if you're wondering, folks, why are we listening to that? Let's listen to the testimony from the firefighter. Let's listen to the testimony from the firefighter who talked about what King was saying about how long it takes to die in cold from this trial, folks. We're doing a review of this trial, so why wouldn't we talk about that? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is all lining up, and thank you to Heisenberg as well for bringing up the request for us to take a look at this, folks. This is incredibly important. Die in cold, and we're going to see if I have this testimony from the firefighter. Stay right here, ladies and gentlemen. I think I have it. Hold on, not that one. No, it can't be that bad. So I think we're just going to use firefighter. It might have been an EMT. I think he was a firefighter and an EMT. It might have been Flamati. If it wasn't Flamati, it was Nuttall. F-I-G-H. I have all of this memorized. This is scary. No wonder why people watch this stream. All right, so hold on. Let's figure. I called him an EMT, actually. I don't think I called him. Did he testify before Katie McLaughlin? Yeah, he did. Hold on, I got it here. So it was during... It was definitely during Nuttall's cross. Let's see if I was doing them all in order, if I was just doing individual videos. No, it was. I called him a firefighter, but that's not what we're looking for. It was when she was asking in the ambulance about how long it takes someone to die in cold. Hold on. We're not going to give up. I may have actually called him an EMT, which is why it's hard for me to find this. But we're going to get it. I have it. Hold on. I got it. I got the clip. It was Daniel Whitley. Oh, wow. Hank Brennan's probably like, he's going to find it. Grant's smart enough. It was Whitley. It was Whitley. Hank, if you're listening, it was Whitley. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I found it. Heisenberg, you are a genius, sir. Listen, it wasn't just that we had the audio of Karen asking Jen McCabe how long to Google how long to die in cold. Listen to this testimony. It gets even worse for Karen.
The jury, what the conversations were about.
And she was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours. And
did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not, or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, hope that her husband would be alive.
Mind you, she was saying it was her husband. John, they were not married. So, yes, absolutely, folks, absolutely. We're digging into this. We're compiling all the evidence. Now we've had a request from wonderful towel Diana and Natalia, and we can do this. Actually, we had a request to turn our footage into a short. So let me just show you how to do this, okay, folks? So some folks are wondering, like, so I posted it on Facebook, but it's not. I wouldn't say that's like the most effective way of sharing what we just found. So here's what we're gonna do that makes it a little bit more fun. So take a look. You'll see it on your screen in a second. I wouldn't say any of this is fun, but at least it will accomplish my goal of educating and informing you and helping you become good consumers of information. But yes, folks, so a lot going on. We just saw testimony basically confirming this was on Karen's mind, how long it takes someone to pass away in the cold, as she was on her way to the hospital as well, folks. So just imagine what was going on before the firefighters got there. Now, as we're waiting, because I do want to make this YouTube short, as we're waiting for that, why don't we take a look at what firefighter Katie McLaughlin testified about, okay? Folks, let's listen to what firefighter Katie McLaughlin had to say during her testimony as to what Karen said at the scene of John's death while I'm waiting to make this YouTube short.
He gave me his name, his date of birth. She did not moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you, in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down. Stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him, and a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that? Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him. Ms. McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was sustained. Disregard that comment.
Did Ms. McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Ms. McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation. The woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Hold on, I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't that my mic wasn't plugged in. I forgot to click the unmute button, but all right, listen. So here's what's going on, friends. If you're just tuning in, we're focusing on, I apologize about that. I so apologize. I wasn't saying so many interesting things. What I was telling you was, listen, so what you see up on your screen, you were hearing the audio, okay? What we're doing, you didn't actually miss that much. I apologize. Yes, thank you for those of you who let me know. Mike is back. Thank you for those of you who let me know. So it actually wasn't that the sound was off. It was that Mike, Eva sent a microphone chat, and it's so funny because the one time it's not that I wasn't paying attention. I was so interested. You didn't actually miss anything. Did you hear how that audio was playing in the background? So if you take a look up on the screen, what you're seeing right there, yes, I'm back. If you take a look, you didn't actually miss anything. What I was saying to you is if you've never made a YouTube short before, I feel so bad. It was just people telling me in the chat that the audio is muted as I was like intently focused on my editing. And I'm sure you saw like things flying up on the screen and you're like, oh, you're working so hard. I apologize. And by the way, your chat is also working, and that I appreciate every single one of you who let me know. This is, as much as it may seem like I'm doing a good job of juggling all this, we're simultaneously analyzing something that is very big news, the audio that you were just listening to as Karen potentially saying openly on audio that she asked Jen McCabe, oh, not again. Gentlemen, I am just I wouldn't say I'm all over the place. I just think my little towel brain is struggling. It's not struggling. It's just we're doing so many things at once. I keep knocking the microphone cord. I keep being a little towel. But, now I am looking down, folks. I am looking right down, and I can see at all times. I know you can hear me. And if I even see someone say muted, even if I think they're a little delayed in the stream, I'm going to keep an eye on the mic. But yes, okay, listen, so what I was telling you about earlier was you were listening to the audio play, right? So you probably sensed what I was working on, which is someone asked me, I think it was Diana Natale, if I could make a YouTube show, right? Or some kind of way to make it easier to share this audio we just found of Karen. Now look what I've done here. Do you see how I have this template up with the YouTube short? Yes, I'm back. Yes, I apologize. I know it was only like 20 seconds, but what it was I was transitioning from the clip we were watching of the firefighter over to making a YouTube short. We had a request from a towel friend where they had asked if it was possible for me to take a look at this and take a look at the clip we found earlier, the audio, which I know you did hear. So at least what you were you weren't hearing me talk about how I was building the YouTube short, but you did get to hear the Karen clip. We're listening to this voicemail. We're trying to determine And we know that Karen is saying to Jen McCabe in the clip, can you Google how long to die in cold? But what we're doing here is I'm making a YouTube short. Now, if you've ever seen a YouTube short before, they're kind of like they're not interactive, but the content has to fill the screen. So do you see how I kind of like put this bottom video here? So that's the video that it has the actual audio, but it's only a still image. Now, I also have old media, old media made new, or is that what the name is? The wonderful friend who Old Made New Creations, who helped us load, the towel friend who helped us find this originally. Now at the top here, there's actually a video playing without sound because it will be more interactive for the short. Now watch how the YouTube short will look. Hold on one second. Oh, so Murder by Maestro, that's what I was saying. Do you hear the last section of this clip where I played at 0.75 speed? That was a great recommendation by Coffee and Chit Chats. I'm going to bump this audio. You should grab this because it isolates out some of the background noise. I think we can get the human voices from it. It starts at, I don't know, like 17 seconds in my clip. So I'm going to put this up on YouTube as a short. And then what I'm going to do, Murder by Maestro, is I'm going to bump this audio to 400%. It's the isolated audio. Listen to this and let's see if we can hear it. It's going to take a second to bump up. It was actually in the car. Oh, Murder by Maestro has new audio for us. Hold on. I'm going to check my DM on X right now. But let's listen to this right now. And then we're going to grab Murder by Maestro's version as well. So let's listen. Oh. Whoa. That's really good. Hold on. That was actually really good. And we're going to get Murder by Maestro version next. It just takes a second to load up. That's one of the best versions. Wow, that was one of the best versions I've ever found. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very big deal. Now, hold on. Murder by Maestro has gotten us an even more cleaned up version. So let's decide. Well, I think so. Murder by Maestro. Well, all of you, what do you think of this? This is the best version of the isolated audio I can find right now. Isolated to just human voices and then boosted to 400%. Oh, that's incredibly annoying. Stop doing that. I think it's just because it's running a lot of stuff. All right, hold on. I'm going to just render this short, and then we're going to see which version we like better. All right. Hold on a second. I think we want to add text to it too, don't we? Yeah. You're watching in real time, folks, how to make a YouTube short if you've never made one before. It's pretty fun. Karen Reed caught on tape telling Jen McCabe to Google at 6:23 a.m. on 129. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, come on. Why was it? Oh, that's so annoying. I had caps lock on. Karen Reed caught on tape telling Jen McCabe to Google at 6:23 a.m. on 129 to use Google. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Sync's such a key part of Karen's case. But there we go. So that'll superimpose that text up there, and then we'll use that text as the title of the short. So watch that. There we go. You see how that? Then we're going to grab that. Now, I'm not saying we're going to use this short necessarily because I think Murder by Maestro's audio is going to be better. But yes, folks, Murder by Maestro has provided us cleaned up audio. This could be a very big moment, and I am going to go ahead right now, and I'm going to grab that edited audio as we generate that YouTube short. I have a feeling Ladies and gentlemen, I have a feeling that this audio we're about to get from Murder by Maestro. Debbie B, great to see you. So it's Joe O'Keefe, great to see you. Murder by Joe O'Keefe, if you are just tuning in, we might have very big news. We might have indeed figured out, we might have just figured out indeed that got on audio recording, a voicemail. It catches Karen talking. I think Karen was like making a call, and then the voicemail was recorded potentially on John's phone, where Karen tells Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. Okay, so I have 2 new files for Murder by Maestro. Stay with me, little towels. Stay with me, little towels. Now, I also have this video that I might make into a short, but before we do that, I also want to take a look at what Murder by Maestro has provided for us here. So hold on. Stay with me. All right, I got it. Let me download this. Okay, I download that. We got 2 new clean pieces of audio here, folks. Stay with me. All right, got that downloaded. Now I'm going to download the second audio. All right, excellent. Thank you, Murder by Maestro. Now we're going to start with number 3, and then we're going to go to number 5 next. Okay, so first of all, the best way to do this, I think, actually, is let me get rid of this short for now. I think I'm pretty happy with that. And then let me stay on that screen. Okay, and then let me go over here. And then let's start up a new project. And then let's do this as a Twitter video, because if this is really, really good audio, then we will just use this as the basis for a further comparison. Now, I liked the audio I got off that short. I thought that was really Johnny. Yeah, it might be Johnny. It might be. We're gonna listen. This could be big. This could be big indeed. Yeah, exactly. This was a collaborative effort, folks. We have came together very quickly as a group of towels. We're working. We're analyzing. We're Old Maid New Creations started this. It was a very wonderful start to the day from Old Maid New Creations. Now, if you're wondering what we're waiting for now, I'm going to grab from Murder by Maestro I already grabbed the files. I'm just going to wait for it to load up here. We're going to take a look at an updated synced audio, but you did all ask for that short. Now, I don't know how much cleaner the audio that Murder by Maestro has compared to what we have, but we are going to take a look at it. It's loading up now. It's taking a second because instead of opening a new project, reloaded the page, and I have pushed Little Towel's computer to the very limit, and Little Towel's computer can only handle such. I feel bad for it. We should all send our regards to Little Towel's computer. Oh, and it responded just not much cleaner. Better is coming. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is from John's phone that captured Jen on the phone. Yep. And then she didn't get to search till she got off the phone with 911. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely. And folks, Murder by Maestro, I just want you, yes, I saw it. Oh, I want Murder by Maestro, I want to share that too. Folks, let me just tell you, Murder by Maestro may actually be able to do this. I have a lot of faith in Murder by Maestro as a super towel. I need to find a reason to play like a 30-minute clip for you all so I can like order my lunch. I'm going to have to get lunch brought to me. Joe O'Keefe, I'm not going to lie, you absolutely inspire me, though, to work through lunch, dear friend. We are going to get this done. I'll figure it out. I'm going to get you this better audio, and we're going to listen to it. So, Murder by Maestro sent me 2 files. Now, what annoys me is when I upload these as audio files, they don't fill the screen, even when I have like a picture on it. But we're just going to deal with it. I'm going to be a little towel. Now, you are watching, folks. Exactly. Old Maid New Creations deserves a lot of credit here, folks. They are a super towel. They uncovered this. I'd say we're like 70% into our investigation. So we are going to actually just stream today while Murder by Maestro works on this so that he's not on any deadline or anything, and he can just kind of look at the audio. Now, here's the first version of Murder by Maestro's audio that I got. Give me 1 second. How long is this Murder by Maestro? It is 5 seconds. Oh, okay, perfect. I like 5 seconds. So this is just the second part. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I am a towel. You are a towel. We are all towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. I said 5. Nope, nope, nope. What are you doing there? What are you doing? We don't need that. Thank you. How about that? Okay. No, why would you do that? Why would you do that? That doesn't even make sense. Stop being a towel. Okay, so it's 4.6 seconds. So that's why I couldn't really. It only was 4.6 seconds. So I understand. All right. I understand. Listen, I understand my obligations as a towel. Now let's listen. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Hold on. Let's listen to it 400%. Okay, that's all right. That's not bad. Now hold on. Let's take this because this will make it easier to understand. I mean, it was okay. It was better. I can see why you want to work on it more. Now let's take version 5. Murder by Maestro also has a version 5 for us here. So we upload that. Same concept. Put the image here to make it like just as a placeholder. Make sure Old Maid New Creations is in every screenshot. And then do that. All right, do that. Okay, now let's listen to this version. Oh, that's great. Let's adjust it up. All right, what version do we like better? Oh, hold on. It takes a second. It's can you Google how long for you to dying cold, basically. Now, let's take I think this, so Murder by Maestro, the second one has less peaks. Let me tell you which one I think is cleaner. All right, hold on. They're both really good. Can you Google how long for you to dying cold? Now let's take this second one, okay? And let's make this 4.7. So let's take this, okay? Let's grab that and then, okay, and then let's grab this and then let's copy that. Nope, why would you do that? I literally just want you to replicate the audio track. It's literally the same audio track. And then one more time. Okay, see, that would have been fine for the first one. Now, what I want to do is I want to switch, yeah, exactly. I want to switch this to, how are they not all the same length? I am so perplexed. Okay, so there shouldn't be any overlap. There we go. Now I want to take this one, okay, and I want to, why can't I switch? I want to switch oh, I see. All right, so now I'm going to download the first two collective heads together and try to isolate this audio. So I'm loaded again, and I'm going to be able to, and, oh, goodness, there's going to be a Sheffield United match this weekend. Folks, I hope you know we are all honorary Blades. We are all honorary fans of Sheffield. Remember, late 1800s and 1900s. They have a big football playoff, which is soccer for you Americans. I guess other parts of the world call it soccer, maybe Australia. I don't know. Either way, it's a big day, ladies and gentlemen. So for the Sheffield United Football Club, they'll be going to Wembley for a playoff promotion place. Keep them in your minds, friends. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, keep them in your minds. We are all honorary Blades and fans of Sheffield United Football Club. All right, now, what Murder by Maestro sent over. So, excuse me, I already got it, but I now downloaded it as a video file, which is much easier for our purposes. So watch this jump up on the screen. You're going to see me doing this audio. That's pretty damning. So those are both versions together. Got to wait for it to upload. What are you all thinking? I mean, this is pretty clear to me. I'm not. You're playing Sunderland. You'll beat Sunderland. Those damn Sunderland. They play at the Stadium of Light, I believe. Still, damn them, ladies and gentlemen. We are honorary blades. Hold on. Oh, I want to show you this. If you're wondering, like, how good is Murder by Maestro, do you want me to actually share the screenshot of your audio editing? I don't know if you want me to give if you want me to share that, like, I'm happy to. Does it have any identifying information? Goodness, folks, goodness though. We are looking close. And we are monitoring. We are being little towels. All right, I'm going to share with Murder by Maestro. So if you want to see what audio editing on this level looks like, first of all, that's what I did this. So we have the audio boosted like multiple times. And I also wanted to post that YouTube short, which I think I'm going to do in a second. Yeah, I'm telling you, folks, a lot of people are reposting this, etc., etc. I think we are on to something here. Oh, Murder by Maestro, I'm having... Oh, I got it. Okay, here we go. I got the picture. Hold on. Murder by Maestro, you are a super towel. Yes, indeed. Okay, save this. Look, do you want to see how hard Murder by Maestro is working on this, folks? This is just incredible. Look at our Murder by Maestro. Look at the skills that Murder by Maestro has on display. It is truly impressive, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just make sure there isn't any... I can't imagine there is any. Murder by Maestro is too smart for that. Okay. Let's see. Hold on, I'm not being gratuitous. I'm just screening this image. I don't think there's any PI on it. He's too smart for that. No, there's not. It's fine. Wow, let's look at this. Okay, so you open this, right? And then look at the work that Murder by Maestro is doing. Tell me this is not extremely impressive audio editing skills. Do you see this, folks? Murder by Maestro sent this over. This is the work that Murder by Maestro put in to do the editing on this file to clean it up for us. All right, folks, that is impressive. Do you see how impressive Murder by Maestro is as a human? That is some serious skill, folks. Serious. And now I hear her, Karen Reed, I can make it out. You do need headphones, Mandy, honorary towels fellas. You do need headphones. I will say I have stereo headphones, so it's very easy for me to hear it. So I understand some of you are using the natural ear, but if you do have natural headphone or over-ear headphones, that is what you're going to enjoy. Forensic RN, God bless you. Welcome to the honorary towel fold, dear friend. We are doing real-time investigations. We are doing towel sleuthing. The towel friends are getting all sorts of shout-outs on YouTube. You all are just wonderful. God bless all of you. Now, let's take a look. Here's the version that I got. Murder by Maestro wants a little bit more time, so we're going to hang around. We're going to watch some more testimony, get caught up in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, but let's listen to this. Oh, hold on. Got to get the audio to sync again. I think I can boost it even more. It's just boosting the source over and over and over, but it doesn't matter. We're just to get it loud. It's cleaner. So give it a second because I just boosted it to 400. What you did, saved it, got it as a baseline, and then boosted it again. I boosted it 400 times to 400%, saved it, uploaded it again, and then took that baseline up and boosted it again. Oh yeah, that's it. We got it. I think we got it. That was the cleanest one yet. Oh wow. All right, hold on. Wow, folks. That's the best one we got yet. I'm using this one. This is the best one. This is the cleanest one. Wow. Okay, so now let's take this. Okay, let's copy this. Let's paste it. Now let's slow. So this is this still boosted? I want to boost it to 400. Now let's slow this down. No, I don't want to clip it. No. No, stop it. I want to slow this down. Let's slow it to 0.75. Hold on. 0.75 first. This might be the cleanest one we have yet. Yep, Karen should not have known John was in the cold. This is Bombshell. This is big news. Yeah, please, this is a collaborative affair. Old made new creations has changed the day, folks. Changed the day. We went from just a recap to doing some very important investigative discovery work. And listen to this. Hold on. I want to start it again. 0.75 and boosted. All right, now let's put down after that one to 0.75. Okay. I mean to 0.5. This is as slow as I can get it where it's actually legible English. Or intelligible English. Listen, I totally, folks, you can't, I'm not going to have any ex parte contact with anyone involved in the prosecution. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it. I'm not interested in it. I'm a member of the media. There's a gag order. It is like, you understand. I haven't done it to this point. I don't plan on doing it until the trial's over. And then if I want to interview someone, I'll think about it. All right, let's listen to this. Hold on. I want to start at the very beginning. How long for you to die in cold? Can you Google how long for you to die in cold? Let's listen to it. This is the best version we've got so far. Hold on one sec. All right, this is the version I want. So I'm on page 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Yeah, this is Rape Murder by Maestro. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have no desire to have ex parte contact with the prosecutors. You know, like that's not. There's a gag order, so they should do whatever they're gonna do. 5, 6, 7, 8. Done, and then download. Okay, that's the best version we have so far. Listen, we're trying to. It's hard to isolate anything because you can't. The only way to understand this sentence that she's saying is to listen to it in full because she's like running around screaming. So you have to really like focus on the insight to it. Like you really, really have to listen to the context. Okay. Hold on, and we did get. The plane crashed in San Diego and it hit one home. Oh no, that's terrible. All right, hold on, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. I hear Google recorded on John's phone, so I think Karen had called John's phone like as they're pulling up to the scene, and Karen's like screaming at Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe is calling 911, so Karen yelling at Jen is captured on the voice recording from Karen's phone to John's phone. Oh, that's great that no one was hurt in San Diego. God bless you. Let's see. I went live at 8 in the morning, so we're like 6 hours in. You know me, though. I'll hang out with you all day. Until we get to like 10 hours, I'm not going to get tired anyway. I do need to order some lunch. Like, I'm not just going to leave you all and just go get lunch. I'm going to have lunch brought to me, I think. But I don't know how I'm going to do this in a cheap way. I think someone sent over actually some money earlier, so God bless that person. I think I would never do this, like unless someone explicitly says to me, Grant, I'm sending you money so you don't have to go out to eat, like leave the house. I would never order this kind of delivery, but I think I'm going to do it today because someone specifically sent a donation asking me to get myself some lunch. So I'm going to do that. So let's pause. Let me just breathe for a second because this is some crazy stuff. We haven't even done the YouTube short because I wanted to get the higher quality audio. So now watch what we're going to do here. We're going to create a new YouTube short because that other one wasn't actually as good as the one I have now. What we're going to do is we're going to get out of this, okay? And then we're going to file, And then we're going to create a new design, and then we're going to click. This is how easy it is, folks. You just go up into Canva. I really like Canva. Maybe they'll sponsor me. I'll tell people all about Canva all the time. I should send them an email. They absolutely should sponsor Little Towel. Oh, that would be wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. What am I going to get? I don't know. I guess we can have a towel discussion. Should I get a chicken sandwich, or should I get a cheeseburger? Normally, when I'm working like this and it's very, very arduous, I do try to eat like something filling, either a chicken breast and rice or a cheeseburger. But it's like a luxury for me, so I don't really know what I'm doing or how I should do it. I'm just kind of like, if it were up to me, I would eat 7-Eleven pizza all the time. I hope you all understand that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, God bless you. My phone rang again. I think you all are just intent on making Little Towel feel appreciated, and I'm intent on making you all feel appreciated. New creations. You set off a firestorm. Old Maid New Creations. I know you heard it during the first trial, but you have just you have set off a firestorm. Like the people, this has just caused like chaos, which is great. I'm all about chaos. Now here's what we're gonna do. So we are editing this. Where's the bottom of the damn thing? Oh, I see. Okay. Now, you remember how I told you before that so this is, how long is this clip going to be? I think it's like 40-something seconds. No, it's 25.9. What we really need is B-rolls of Karen in the background, right? So we're going to take another video, right, that we've already uploaded, which has video of Karen. It's probably only going to be, what, 20.6 seconds? Yeah, that's fine. We want to make sure she's moving in it, right? Yep, she is. Now we're going to extract this audio. We don't need things. So we do that, right? Now the bottom clip has the audio. Now we don't need me in it. I'm just a towel. We do need Old Maid New Creations in both, though. And there you go. So you have Karen moving around, Old Maid New Creations. Let's make this a little bit bigger so it's kind of centered. That looks really nice. And Chloe Dog's in the picture, too. Now, you remember, I had also typed something at the top for the YouTube short. And so we're going to go over here, right? And we're going to type we're going to go up here. We're going to type, I said it well earlier, but let's type it this way. Karen Reed caught on tape telling Jen McCabe to Google search at 6:23 a.m. on 1/29/2022. I think that's what we're going to go with. Jen McCabe Karen Reed caught on tape telling Jen McCabe to Google search at 6:23 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Now, you see how that is? So this is how it's going to sound, right? I think it has everything we want. Yep. Now it's just going to play the audio that we just got boosted from Murder by Maestro, because Murder by Maestro is wonderful. And then oh, that's so devastating. Now, what do you think? Should we up the... I could take this audio again. Do you realize we're now at like 1,200%? Now let's listen to it. I boosted it again. I think we might actually be able to hear it. Also, folks, I know we're all being helpful. This trend of sending things to the prosecutors that started, God knows who started doing this. You shouldn't do that, okay? Like, it's ex parte communication with the prosecutors who are gagged. Like, you shouldn't. I don't know where this idea. I don't know who started it, but it's just not a good idea. Not in this chat. I think it started weeks ago. And I understand you all are trying to help, but just we put it out there. Where it goes is not our business. Hold on. Is this going to spike or is it going to work? Hold on. This might spike. I think I pushed it too far. Use your phone. Yes, there you go. We're getting closer and closer. Let me bring this down to 300 instead of 400. Because remember, I've already boosted this like 6 times, so I cannot get this audio any louder. Literally, it's as loud as it's going to go. It might be use your phone. Oh, we missed the part before. So it's use your phone, one of you, to dying cold. And before that, she was saying Google. Oh, there it is. Use your phone, one of you, to dying cold. We got it. We figured it out. Oh, you're done, Karen. We got it. Use your phone, one of you, to dying cold. Boom. Boom. To use her phone. Yep. And that she told her to use her phone. It's a Google. She didn't tell her to Google. She told her to use her phone. Oh, wow. 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 I don't even know what to say. I can't believe it. How did this get missed? Yeah, that was great. Murder by Maestro. Good job. Good job. And obviously, old creations, old made new creations. God bless you, dear friend. You may have just changed a lot of things in a lot of ways. Oh, wow. Okay, so Karen Reed caught on tape instructing Jen McCabe to make online search at 6:23 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wow. Oh, my word. Oh, boy. That's as good as we're going to get it, folks. We're going to get clear audio, I think, also later. But right now, that is absolutely as good as we're going to get it. Oh, goodness gracious me. All right, let's download the whole thing. All right, there you go. So it took, I just want to let you all know, to get the words out of that, use your phone, how long to die in cold or whatever. Oh my God. It took boosting that source audio. First of all, Murder by Maestro had to clean up the source audio. Then we had to take the source audio, boost it 400%, save it, upload it again, boost it another 400%, save it, upload it again, and boost it 300%. So we boosted it a total of 1,100% from the source audio, and we were able to, and we slowed it down as well. I think that has a 0.5 and a 0.75 and a 0.5 replay. And then Murder by Maestro, we can extrapolate the time that it happened based on the call logs from the first trial, but it had to be before 6:23. It had to be in the window of like 6:20 to 6:23 a.m. It was literally as they were arriving. So, and remember, we have all the calls from Karen to John, the voicemails, because that came in during the first trial. We're going to be able to figure out exactly which call this was, exactly what she said. And also, if you, Murder by Maestro, if you go to that day on trial, if you go to WJAR NBC 10, Trooper testifies about GPS data, whatever, from Karen's phone. If you go to that source video I gave you, that's 3 hours and 7 minutes, and you go to 42 minutes in 20 seconds, just go back a little bit earlier like you did earlier. Let's listen to the full call before Lally introduces the exhibit. He's going to have said, and this was the voicemail that was left at XXX time on John O'Keefe's phone. Oh, yeah, no, listen, people can ignore this all they want, but we have it. I'm telling you straight up that based on what I'm listening to right here, we have it. We have it. I'm uploading this short right now, by the way. I'm going to, because you all just saw me make a YouTube short. For whatever reason, the algorithms like really prioritize these shorts. I don't really understand it. It baffles me a little bit. Oh, no, I forgot to get lunch. I'm so hungry. Ladies and gentlemen, you can tell how overwhelming this is and how quite serious this is and how real I think this is by the fact that I don't get thrown off kilter. And first of all, I only planned to do an update stream today. And now, not only am I thrown off kilter, I haven't eaten. I am an excitable towel. You know, if towel's in an excitable mood, something is going on, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, I repeat, something is going on. Sorry about that. I took your comments off the stream as I was preparing to upload the YouTube video, the YouTube short. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to say. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe it. I even have the YouTube short ready. I have the title ready. I have a post ready to go on the Twitter. This is some incredible stuff. Truly some incredible stuff. This is the kind of thing. I mean, yes, I don't know if they're going to have time to actually forensically analyze it, but this is the kind of thing that if you forensically analyze can change a trial, because Karen's defense hinges so much on that fake Richard Green interpretation of the Google search. If you can prove Karen asked right at that time, I mean, it just takes what very little she has left. Okay, what was I looking for? Oh, that's right. I have the text I want to use for the YouTube description. And of course, giving a shout out to Old Maid New. Oh, what? Stop. Why are you doing that? Hold on. Of course, Old Maid New got a shout out. And then shout out to the wonderful Murder by Maestro and all of the towel friends for helping locate this audio and clean up the background noise. Oh wow, ladies and gentlemen, we were here for it. Towel's got to get some lunch, but we were here for it. Okay, so the short is ready. It's not made for kids. Thank you. Okay, I need to put it on the playlist, the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial coverage playlist. Next, is it suitable for ads? I would say it's suitable for ads. It's not really like, I would say we're discussing sensitive events in a non-exploitative or dismissive way. In fact, this is very important to the case, and we're being very respectful, in my opinion. So let's go ahead. Okay, I'll do that. Now, you all. The reason why I'm saying this is Diana Natale asked earlier if I could make it easy to share this, and the answer is yes, I can do that. Just give me 1 second. And the way that I'm going to do this is I don't want to add. I guess we could add a related video of like the Karen clips. Hold on. That's way too many videos. Let's do the Karen clips. Yeah, let's do this one. Oh, you can add it to another short. That's cool. All right, very good. All right, so that should be uploaded shortly. Diana Natale. Oh, who left out? Oh, my goodness. Is that a dancing towel emoji? Oh, hold on a second. Oh, Forensic RN. God bless you. Hold on. I don't know if you know this, but when people post things like that, Forensic RN, first of all, I have to bring the towel chat back up on screen. But second of all, look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to scroll to some of your other comments that may have got missed while I was busy there. Great detective work. Thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, look at that dancing. Look at that. How excited is that dancing emoji? Look at that. It is dancing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it has a leaf on its head. It is just the most pleased little emoji. Little towel is the most pleased little towel. I could hang out with that emoji all day. Hello, Mr. Emoji. My name is Towel. Would you like to be friends? I am a towel. You are also a towel. I mean, I don't know if I can do that, but that little towel is very excited. You go keep being excited, little towel. We did reach our goal. I don't know if we really had a goal, but I absolutely love that emoji. Oh, yes, Old Maid New Creations. It was a matter of fate, dear friends. You have caused a crescendo of good chaos, the good kind of chaos, my dear friend. You have unleashed a tidal wave of interesting... What do you mean it's not suitable? Fine. We just won't run ads on it. I'm not really sure what's unsuitable about it. It's more, I guess, because it's like slowed down audio. It's a little bit hard to find. Let's see. What is the potential issue? Well, I don't necessarily want to. We could just not run ads, I suppose. Hold on. I don't really. It's not like running ads on the short. I don't really want there to. If you don't want there to be ads, we just won't run ads on the short. I don't really understand what about this short is a problem, though. I don't really understand why it's. Oh, ooh, yes, I do understand. I don't think we need that in there. I see. Huh? There we go. I found the problem. You wouldn't think that would actually be a problem, but for whatever reason, and this short that I want to post is important because someone asked if it would be possible to share, and the only way I can do that is by getting this posted. But there's all these kind of YouTube is a little bit. What if I just don't want? Can't you just turn off the ads? What if I just don't want to have it with ads? Oh, I see. No, I don't want to maximize my revenue potential. It's not. Why would I care about that? Why would you? YouTube is asking me if I care that it might get less money because it's a sensitive topic. First of all, as long as people know that we're discussing it in a respectful way, I don't care if I don't want it to make money. Why would I care about that? Why does YouTube even think that would be on my mind? Like, just don't run ads on it. You don't have to tell me. I'm not going to edit it so that you can run ads on it. Like, Oh, I get why. They want to run ads on it, and they're telling me, like, this would be hard to run ads on. Okay, well, I'm sorry, YouTube. The content is more important than the ads right now. All right, here's the short link. Diana Natale, I think, asked for it. Hold on. It might take me a second to paste it over in the chat. I'm going to get it done. Okay, I got the YouTube short up. Oh, Mandy Strong, you are a super towel. And that is not just an emoji. I am pretty sure that is some kind of cat or fox. That is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. And it's telling me I did a good job. Are you kidding? I don't think I could be any more pleased right now. I have been told that I did a good job by some kind of cat or a fox. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been quite a day. I think Murder by Maestro is still doing some audio processing. Let me collect my bearings here. This has been quite a towel day. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen. This, then pretty much seconds after this ends Jen calling 911. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The post on Old Maid New Creations, that just might be my Facebook settings. 1 second, hold on. I don't know. I think it should be shareable. I don't share I guess I do share a decent amount on Facebook. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, it's fixed. Oh, I saw what it was. I just had it set to friends. It's not a auto. It wasn't a per post thing. I just have all my posts set to friends commenting, but that one is fixed. Okay, you're all set. Who was ever asking about that? It should be all set. Oh, God bless you, though, Mandy Strong. I love that I just had a day. I needed a smile right there, and you brought a smile to Little Towel's face. I know, someone told me I should eat lunch. I'm going to eat lunch. Oh, goodness. Okay, hold on. Yes, I'm going to do it. If we're going to order lunch, though, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm going to do that, then I think very importantly, two things I need to do. One, I want to take this video, right, because this is really good. This is the best version of this that we have. Then I want to go back over here, right, okay? Then I want to, because this is the Twitter version. Then let's go over here, right, because this is already boosted like 3 to 1,300 or 1,100%, which is exactly what I want. So let's open a new page. Let's drop this in here with its boosted audio. Let's make it a full page, and let's share this to Twitter, because I think what we really should be doing is giving as many people as possible access to this data and just letting them analyze it. So we've done our job. We've created what I believe to be the best possible source record. Without Murder by Maestro is going to do a little bit more work, and we'll see if we can get a cleaner record. But I think we've done the best possible. Now listen. Oh, goodness, so many towel friends. You enjoy your lunch, Wicked Uma. Here's what we're going to do. I am going to download this and post it on Twitter. What testimony would we like to watch? I think we should get caught up on a little bit of testimony. We reviewed the Bombshell testimony from Dr. Wolf earlier today about John's injuries. We reviewed testimony from firefighter McLaughlin. We reviewed testimony from the firefighter who heard Karen asking how long to die in cold. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we absolutely should get caught up on a little more testimony as we continue to do our audio analysis. If you missed it, though, there is no John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial today. So instead, Towel Friends have been chatting, and we came across potential bombshell proof that Karen Reed said was caught on audio asking Jen McCabe to make a Google search. We're not sure if she said use your phone or Google, but it's a similar concept. To Google how long does it take someone to die in cold at 6:23 a.m. on 1/29/2022. So this could be big because this ends up playing a role in Karen's defense. But yeah, let's take a look. I think I will play a clip for you, and then I'm still going to be here. I am not going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wow, getting close to 10,000 views on X. Wow. The actual post. Oh, yeah, there's no doubt in my mind, friends, that post. That's just the first post. The underlying post, Paula, the underlying post right now has 30,000 views. So what did I say? I expected somewhere in the range of 100,000 overnight. Yeah, like we're 2 hours in and it's at 30,000. So yes, I very much expect that post to go very viral. It's going to cause a lot of debates. Now, let's see. What do we want to watch? I want to watch some more testimony. I want to get caught up. Let me figure. We watched the full Karen clip compilation. Let's see. We saw the horrifying testimony about John's injuries. That was heartbreaking, folks. Very heartbreaking. Let's see. What did Murder by Maestro say? An Arc of Wadir versus Brennan rematch. Here's what we're watching. Okay, so those are the Karen clips. We've already seen those. That was the 3 clips from the end of the other day. We've already seen. So by the way, if you haven't seen these clips, we saw the most recent Karen clip compilation, but these were the 3 most recent Karen clips played by Brennan. This was on May 20th, so just 2 days ago. Let's watch these.
So we approach from the north. We actually missed the turn, and John says to me, "It's Fairview. We just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left." I said, "All right." So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Next play.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the side of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk into the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think we died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Looks right back at her dad. She knew John was dead at 12:30 a.m. Folks, you asked for it's devastating, but you asked for the reconstruction. I have it here for you, friends. I have it. This is Murder by Maestro's reconstruction of the most likely scenario that resulted in John O'Keefe passing away, ladies and gentlemen. It's heartbreaking to watch. Just heartbreaking. John only went that far, folks. That's where his final rest was. He wasn't near the house. He was on the side of the road. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, heartbreaking. Just absolutely heartbreaking. And then the most heartbreaking moment, Karen saw likely what she did. The most devastating part, friends. Most devastating. Oh, just heartbreaking. I'm going to bring it back up in 1 second. Hold on. Let me adjust the towel comments. This is Murder by Maestro's clip, by the way. He knows exactly, in my opinion, how this data played out, and he put it together very well. I'm going to keep playing it 1 second. I just want to adjust the towel comments, so that takes a second. Yes, yes. Come on now. Oh, there we go. Give me 1 second while I adjust the towel comments. There we go. All right. Here we go. Wonderful. Your comments should now be loading. And now, look at this. You got to look at Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. All right. So, now watch this. Again, this is Murder by Maestro's reconstruction. It is so well done. I think it's very likely. Oh, all of 19. We absolutely have that clip for you. Hold on 1 second. So let's watch Murder by Maestro's reconstruction one more time. Now, as to the 5:23, so look at this lined up with the final rest where John's cup was found. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's heartbreaking. Now, we've had a request, folks. We've had a request to look at, hold on, what was it? The clip where it says, John, was that you? And by the way, this is Murder by Maestro's other reconstruction, which lines up almost exactly with John's injuries. Just devastating, folks. Just devastating. If you would like to take a look at the clip where Karen says, John, is that you? I do have access to that for you folks. And I will scroll down here, and I think it's at the end of one of the videos that I put together regarding the map. Actually, you know what? We don't even need to do that, folks, because what I can do is, in terms of the John, was that you clip. My word, friends, my word. All right. We're going to listen to a little bit more. I think we've done a very good amount of analysis today. I am going to order lunch. I'm going to stay with you. We're going to watch a little more testimony. We're going to continue our recap. We got very much into the weeds on the phone call from Karen to John's voicemail, where Karen's clearly heard saying, where Karen can clearly be heard telling somebody, Jen McCabe or Carrie Roberts, to Google. It wasn't Google. It was use your phone. But what I want to show you as well is we had a request to listen to the voicemail of Karen screaming, John, was that you at 5:23 a.m.? Or what is that you? Hold on. I'm going to have it with, I think it's most likely going to be is it at the end of this one? No, it's going to be at one involving the map. And this voicemail is important because it does show that Karen had no reason to know that John was cold. But she would know like that he was dying in the cold if she had gone back to Fairview Road. So I'm trying to look for this voicemail where I think it was the easiest way to do it is to type in 5:23 a.m. But this does go right to the heart of this. Just absolutely right to the heart of it. So let me see if I have the screaming voicemail. Is this it? Oh, I have it. So I have not only the screaming voicemail, but Brennan talking about the vehicle data, and I have my map that shows her potential trip at 5:23 a.m. There you go. I got it for you, towel friends. Let's watch this.
Account for all the discovery and make sure the defense gets everything that I can as soon as I learn about it.
The analysis of the data from the Lexus.
It has all been turned over, or we're sending it over on link. Is something like 8 gigabytes on my expert, so it takes a long time to download. It was all sent to us yesterday. That's all included.
All right.
The analysis is done. The accident reconstruction is done.
Here's the link for you, Olive. I'm going to post it in the chat right now. Tell a friend. Oh, WD-40, dear friend. I have faith. Keep the faith, dear friend. Yes. Oh, yeah. There's no doubt that Karen instructed someone to Google. I think it's fair to say that now, friends. Now, listen. What we're doing, by the way, friends, is I do want to get caught up a little bit on some of the other testimony that we've heard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll us back a little bit. I'm going to find us what I think is probably the best overview of some of the other testimony that we heard. We heard the testimony from Dr. Wolf. Let's take a little bit more listen into the vehicle data testimony. I think that's very, very crucial testimony. The backup event and Shannon Burgess's testimony about that backup event. And I think I have that saved as well. So let's go back. Here it is, folks. This was the end of Brent's redirect of Shannon Burgess. Okay, it's only 2 minutes. I keep being like, can't I just find a longer clip so I can order my lunch? But nope, 2 minutes each one. Look at that, folks. The green line is the backup event. Folks, that is the backup event at 12:32. And John's phone stops moving right at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch.
Traveling at 12:32:12.
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure, so that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have, around this time, any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. Or I can approach later.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Just devastating. You saw it. That's the backup maneuver. And now we are looking for when Karen Reed may have told. And remember, folks, just because Karen Reed initially said to Jen McCabe, make this Google search, Jen was literally on the phone with 911. These women were running around the scene. The search may not have happened until 6:23, but we know Karen now said to Jen to make the search. When was is that you voicemail, Marianne Nizio? That was at 5:23 a.m. The call initiated at 5:21 and 38 seconds a.m. according to Karen's infotainment system, but the message was left at 5:23 a.m. So I'd say she saw John around 5:21 a.m. Okay, so oh, by the way, this was actually a really good moment. The one thing the Reed defense tried to do this week was like embarrass an expert about his LinkedIn profile. Turns out he hadn't updated it in 10 years. This is a 13-minute clip. Let's watch this while I upload that better quality audio that of the thing we were just talking about, the Jen McCabe phone call with Karen. While I upload that, you all take a listen to this, to Hank Brennan just masterfully rehabilitate Shannon Burgess's credibility.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
In this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor. So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October.
What year?
2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. 183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have Exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases?
I have, yes.
In courts around the country?
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did.
Can you share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours.
Yes, I do.
Of classes and certification?
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates?
Yes.
Stephen Jobs?
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024?
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data?
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved of filing a protocol?
And address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data-bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Why did you...
Can we approach, please? Okay.
Sidebar! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I've decided I'm going to stick with you because this is so interesting. I am going to order lunch. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan is ruining Bob Alessi's life right now. I love Hank Brennan. Listen, I tried to tell you all this is what was going to happen. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. By the way, tune in, watch the... I'm here. I'm a towel. I did not abandon you. I got the post app though, ladies and gentlemen. I got the post app with the updated data, the updated audio. You can check it out on my Twitter now. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I literally posted it as we were being towels. And you might be saying, sir, I am well aware that you think we are towels and that you are a towel. Well, that's true. That's true. All right, now listen. Okay, I am back. I am a towel. I think we should, first of all, we've been going for like 6 hours. And I think what I should do is, I think we should watch a little bit more testimony about this expert witness and how badly Karen Reed's expert missed some of this data, okay? Because the chip-off is a key component to understanding all of this. And Murder by Maestro is literally like the person who understands this better than anyone else. Now, so here, but I want to stay with you and keep watching, but I didn't actually order lunch. So I have to watch, I have to put on for you a long enough like testimony where I can actually look on the Uber app and order lunch because I found a coupon. Oh, God bless you, honeybee. It was either Deaf Otter or Dewdrops, because I have a photographic memory, and they were the ones who gifted memberships yesterday. So it was 100% either Dewdrops or Deaf Otter, and Dewdrops and Deaf Otter are wonderful super towels. It has been a membership parade the past few days, and what we are going to do right now is we are going to listen, firstly, to the prediction that Murder by Maestro and I made months ago about this hidden Lexus data. You really have to understand the nature of how the first chip off was done and didn't get complete data, and then how in December of 2024, Murder by Maestro and I figured out how this chip off was going to get even more data from the infotainment and Lexus black box EDR system. And then you have to listen to the testimony from Shannon Burgess, the foundational testimony from the first Aperture witness, where Burgess talks about how this new data could only have really been missed by someone who didn't do an appropriate chip off. Why Karen Reed's Lexus Maggie Gaffney was allowed to do the chip off in the first trial to begin with, no one knows. No one knows. I will never understand that. I can't figure it out. I don't have an answer for you. What I do, though, have for you is I have the ability to bring up this clip for you where Murder by Maestro started, and I started talking about this a very long time ago, and then out of nowhere, ladies and gentlemen, out of nowhere, I tell you folks, Hank Brennan's witness then brought it all home by explaining that Karen Reed's expert didn't just screw up. Karen Reed's expert missed like the most important data possible, literally. And I have this here because Murder by Maestro and I, we're quite a team. We're both like very unique towels in how we speak computer. And listen, you're all amazing towels. Look at the amount of effort that went into all put together this wonderful data today. But just like for months, Murder by Maestro and I would just be yelling from the rooftops of stuff, and people would be like, "Oh yeah, there's Grant Murder by Maestro yelling again. Those nerds." And we'd be like, yes, we are nerds. Like, listen to us. We know what we're talking about. And someone, I think Hank Brennan or whatever, someone was like, maybe we should read what these guys are talking about. We're not talking to the prosecutors. We're just talking. And someone finally read it. Let's listen. I didn't even catch it the first time. Did you all hear what he just said? The best laid plans of mice and men, folks. The best laid plans of mice and men.
What he realized is that all of that data was unreadable. And so initially he thought that the data was not fully downloaded or compiled. He checked and he believed that gigabits were gigabytes and that there was a discrepancy. And the reason he thought this is because there was very obvious information missing from that procedure. Navigation information, phones that were plugged into the radio, travel logs, information that is going to be extraordinarily inculpatory or exculpatory in this case. And so after he realized his oversight, he filed a supplemental report. And what we learned is not only was the chips that were taken from the telematics and infotainment systems and downloaded were read with the wrong reader, so that way the information was not available. Also, in the infotainment system, there were actually 3 boards, not 1. Only 1 was taken out. So there is a plethora of information on these chips.
Wait a minute, I didn't even catch that the first time. Did you all hear what he just said? Hank Brennan said that it wasn't just that only 1 of the 3 chips was read. The reads expert used the wrong software or the wrong chip reader, which is hardware. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Murder by Maestro. You were right to be yelling from the rooftops about this, my friend. I will tell you right now, you nailed it right on the money. Could not be any more prescient. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Absolutely 100% nailed it. There is a lot there, folks, and we haven't even heard the disclosures about what this detail is going to contain. I have my prescient forecast based on my extrapolation of all of the evidence in this case, being one of the few people who has read every single thing on this godforsaken 700-item docket at this point. But I'm telling you, folks, I'm telling you this is huge. I'm telling you now that it's huge, because it wasn't just the chip-off was incomplete and only 1 of 3 chips was extracted and read. It was that the wrong software was used initially, too. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It was definitely, I have a strong feeling Karen Reed's expert was like, oh, my God, I can't believe Lally's letting me do this. Let me give myself some plausible deniability. Well, Brennan's got all 3 chips now, and the data went from 2.4 gigs to 8 gigs. Oh, my word. I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry about that. That was my apologies. Audio back. So I don't know what happened there. Oh, yes, I didn't click the unmute button after our last clip. So if you missed what I was saying, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we got a request from Olive19. Sound has returned. I am a little towel. We got a request from Olive19 if we could check in, if I could provide that video clip. Olive19, I did play the video clip earlier. Ladies, I don't know if you missed it, Olive19, but it was in the, it was at the end of the video clip that I just played earlier about Hank Brennan talking about not the one we just played, but the audio data. I'll get it for you again, Olive19, because you're a wonderful little towel friend, and I'm happy to help. So you go ahead, Olive19, and let me make sure it's this one. Does it actually have it at the end? Nope, hold on. I'm intent. I found it. So hold on, Olive Towel. The audio is now fixed on the stream, and Olive Towel, this next link is for you. So if someone asks, can someone make sure that Olive Towel gets that link? That is it. That's the one, Olive. Okay, so I hope that, yes, the Chloe pick is staying up, and I apologize for that slight audio issue. Thank you for the people thank you very much to Murder by Maestro, to being very, very quick on the draw there. Now, we don't have to actually watch that clip. The reason why I'm scrolling is, so we just watched the testimony about Hank Brennan previewing what Shannon Burgess was talking about as to how Maggie Gaffney, Reed's expert, who is expected to testify from the first trial, how Maggie Gaffney missed the chip-off data so badly, ladies and gentlemen, that she didn't take an SD card off, even though the SD card didn't even have that much useful information. But more importantly, to the point, Maggie Gaffney missed the infotainment black box chip and the infotainment chip and the Lexus EDR black box chip. It was that Lexus infotainment chip that actually had the backup event that sank Karen. So I do think Reed's expert might have done to I understand. I do, Olive19, I understand. I do think, though, that we're going to hear more about this chip-off. And I want to show you all the testimony from Shannon Burgess about the chip-off itself, okay? So let's listen to it right here. With this, and it's 20 minutes, too. Okay, first of all, Murder by Maestro is about to nerd out again over this, because this is a preview of what we're going to see when Brennan starts asking questions if Gaffney takes the stand on cross about that initial chip-off. Folks, pay close attention to this, because I'm telling you, Hank Brennan is on to something. And it wasn't just Hank Brennan. I think Murder by Maestro really was the first person to figure this out. I feel like this has been the Murder by Maestro show, but it's not, obviously. We also had the amazing towel friend who found the video of, or the audio, the voicemail of Karen that was clearly Karen telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold. I'm never going to remember this name because I forgot it. Old content, new, oh goodness, hold on. I actually cited them in my post. Like, I was that pleased with this wonderful new towel friend. And hold on, the person's name is, no, I clicked the wrong one. The person's name, I'm going to get this 100% right. Old Made New Creations. God bless you, Old Made New Creations. And now, folks, let's listen to this testimony, because if Murder by Maestro and I were right about so much of this, I promise you we're right that Reed's expert tried to sabotage this chip-off. And I'm going to order my lunch while we watch this. We're only going to go for another, after this, we'll go for about an hour. I want to keep answering your questions. But remember, we have a full day off tomorrow, so we can do even more catch-up. This news about this voicemail where Karen, this just ends the nonsense. That Google search was at 6:23. Karen clearly asked Jen to make that Google search. It's on audio. We've proven it. It took us a while to amplify it. God bless every single person involved in that project. Oh, Sunken Grave's in here. Oh yeah, Sunken Grave. Trust me, folks. This is a big deal. This voicemail, isolating it. Like, we're right about this. And John DePetro is an honorary super towel, so I'm so glad he's been watching as well. Let's watch this testimony, though. I'm going to order my lunch. I'm going to sit here with you and watch it. I just want to actually use the app to order lunch. It is 2 hours later now. I still have not ordered lunch.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do
specifically.
you remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
Okay. And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data. And they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case?
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Sorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mrs. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices, or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2 second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which, if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16 it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSorga were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
All right, move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
Okay. So this was triple D for identification. That will be the next exhibit. Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this.
Hold on, towel friends. It's not you. It's actually the Twitter. It's been happening a little bit today. I fixed it.
Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorga's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we can see the rest of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was big testimony. You heard it. Murder by Maestro pointed it out, ladies and gentlemen. There is new Lexus data coming. There is new Lexus data coming, folks. You heard it. You heard it firsthand from the witness who got the data. It's coming. It's a big deal, folks. Oh, hello, Natalie B. Hello, Baxter. Just so you know, folks, TopCat88, every time you pop up in chat, I remember your name and I remember something about you, and then I notice who you're interacting with, and I have this very strange memory where I remember literally everything I see, and hear and watch. So I know, so much about all of you, and I just want to let you know you're all wonderful towels. You're appreciated here. You're welcome here. This is the kind of stream where there really is no tolerance for nonsense. It's literally like a wall at all times of towel friends, and it's a very wonderful community. And also want to give a special shout out to John DePetro, who was talking about not just towel, not just myself, but all of you towel friends today. We together found that audio. If you're just tuning in, by the way, folks, I know some of you are way behind, but if you're just tuning in, there was a big moment. We're gonna we've had a request, by the way, from a super towel, I believe it was Debbie B, to watch Alan Jackson and David Yanetti's Hank Brennan's opening. We are going to do that. We're going to watch both of them. But if you missed it earlier, folks, listen to this audio. This is huge, folks. This is a big deal. Listen to this audio. This is Karen basically telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold just after 6 a.m. This is a huge deal. Use your phone. Can you die in cold? Something like that. There it is. Oh, you are all wonderful, folks. Now, listen, we have had a special towel request, and you know I am. First of all, my cheeseburger is 5 minutes away. I know you are all excited. Did you know the only thing, you all, don't get mad. Please don't get mad. The only thing I've eaten today is this Cheez-Its, and then I had some of the rest of my M&Ms. I should not live on Cheez-Its and M&Ms. I know you all are going to get very upset. I promise I ordered a cheeseburger. It's coming. I didn't have time to go get the cheeseburger and come back, but it's coming, and I'm going to eat a real cheeseburger. Oh, yep. Now listen, folks, I feel like the people who are doing this trial, we should not contact them, okay? They're prosecutors. If they need to learn something, I'm sure they have ways of doing their research, okay? Let's just remember, I'm a member of the media, so I'm not talking to the prosecutors or the defense attorneys about anything other than the weather. David Yannetti actually expressed condolences on Twitter and in person about the passing of my father, so that was very nice for him. He's allowed to do that. He can't talk about the case with me, and I wouldn't talk about the case with him. But David Yannetti can tell me he's saddened to learn of the passing of my father. That is entirely okay. But yes, if you're wondering, folks, I love Cheez-Its too. I love Cheez-Its. If you're wondering, folks, as Tal's Cheeseburger is coming in, there is something I want to bring up for you all, which is the opening statements from day one of the trial. And I got it right here. Oh my goodness, did you know we did a 10-hour stream? Actually, hold on. While I'm on this page, I want to go through, so since we've started since we started doing these streams, I want to take you through the each stream. So we've done streams every single day, I think, of the trial. Day 1, 10 hours. Day 2, 7 hours, almost 8 hours. Day 3, 6 hours. Day 4, 6 hours. Day 5, 10 hours. Day 6, 9 hours. Day 7, 10 hours. Day 8, 9 hours. Day 9, 9 hours. Day 10, 8 hours. Day 11, 8 hours, 9 hours. Day 12, 9 hours. Day 13, 9 hours. Day 14, 10 hours. Day 15, only 4 hours. Day 16, 5 hours. Day 16, again, 3 hours. Day 17, oh, that was a recap. So I did 2 streams in one day, so 6 hours on day 16. Day 17, 11 hours. Day 18, 5 hours. Day 19, 10 hours and 40 minutes. Day 20, 7 hours. Day 21, 10 hours and 10 minutes. And then today we're 7 hours in and there wasn't even court. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been intense. And the only reason I even brought this up, I wasn't I'm astounded. And the only reason I was bringing this up is I had to go back to day 1 of the trial to get, if we're going to watch these openings, I had to actually go get it. So, oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have been together a lot. No wonder why we're all such good friends. We have spent hundreds of hours together. Oh my word. I'm astounded. I don't even notice it, friends. I want to be honest with you. I'm just kind of like going through my day and I'm like, oh yeah, like we're streaming, like we're covering case. It doesn't, I'm just doing my thing, sitting in my chair, being a little towel. And then I find out, oh my God, we have been together for hundreds of hours. Oh my God. All right, we're going to watch Hank Brennan's opening, folks. Then we're going to watch, I know you're excited for this. We are going to watch Hank Brennan himself. We're going to watch his opening. Then we're going to watch Alan Jackson's opening. All right, so are you ready for this, folks? I'm ready. Are you sure you're ready? We got a special request from Debbie B, the super towel herself, and now we have it ready. All right, so let me bring it up for you, and this is going to give Towel some time to this cheeseburger. So I just want to say God bless you, Debbie B, because I was so hungry. And I was like, we need to find something to watch where I can watch with the Towel friends. I really want to watch with them. I want to watch with the Towel friends, and we need something to watch that we can analyze. We're going to watch Hank Brennan's opening and Alan Jackson's opening, and we're going to look at how great Hank Brennan has done and how badly Alan Jackson and the defense are crashing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes. And by the way, folks, the Towel chat, this can, if you're on your phone a lot or whatever, this happens on my phone too. It goes really fast. It's not crashing your phone per se. It just sometimes wants you to not exit the app, although you can do that. It just wants you to exit out of the stream and go back into the chat. It's so much data for your phone that it overloads it. That's what happens to mine. But anyway, listen, we are about to watch the opening. Towel is going to go pick up his cheeseburger, and then from downstairs, I'm up in my office, and then I'm going to come back up, and we are going to watch the openings together. Well, you're going to watch some of it while I'm downstairs. Folks, we're excited. Hank Brennan's up first. Here we go. I'm actually still here. Hold on. Why am I looking that way? Oh, that is a cool look, actually. Okay, we'll leave it. I paused my camera so it doesn't take up system resources. Here we go, folks.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. At 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the alarm bell sounded in the Canton Fire Department. Firefighter paramedic Timothy Nuttall knew what that meant. His heart skipped a beat. He raced to his equipment and he picked up his bag, which was. There was a sign and a signal, and then there was a voice commanding that there was cardiac arrest. The most serious of calls for a firefighter and paramedic. That means that a person's heart has stopped. He didn't know who it was. He didn't know where it was. He took his bag. He had just gotten to the station, and he rushed to the ambulance. He was one of the most senior paramedics that morning. Another paramedic, Anthony Flamati, would be running this mission. He jumped in the back of the ambulance. The door shut, and they headed off to 34th Fairview Road. As they drove, firefighter Nuttall could not see anything. He couldn't hear anything other than the engine of the ambulance. He could feel it sliding across the road. It was near blizzard conditions. He calmed himself, he steadied himself. This is what the firefighters and paramedics are trained to do, to focus. And he focused on his task. He looked around the back of the ambulance to make sure all the tools were in place. The ambulance was meticulous as well. This was Anthony Flamati's ambulance, and it was well stocked. He calmed himself and he thought about what was going to happen. What should he be looking for? What is his next steps? He played the scenarios through his mind, and very calm was above him. As the car pulled up to 34 Fairview, the ambulance, he stood at the back door, the doors open, and he stepped out into bedlam. He could hear a woman screaming and shrieking, the cold, hard air slapping on his face, and the wind, blizzard conditions swirling around her. You will hear him tell you how he trudged towards those screams in the darkness to snow, and when he got there, he saw 3 women surrounding a man lying, not moving on the ground. He walked up to the man, and he reached down, and he tried to find any signs of life, pulse, anything, and he found nothing. And he got up and he walked over to the woman, and he walked over to that defendant, Karen Reed, and he told her that he thinks that that man is gone. And then he heard the yell from Anthony Flamati, the chief, and he said, "Come back, let's go." Because you'll learn that in the cold, even if somebody's heart stops, even if they're presumed to have passed, sometimes you can still save a life. So you'll see on a dash cam video, you'll hear through testimony, he went back to that man, who's John O'Keefe. He went back to him, and that crew, coordinated effort, they did everything they could to save his life. They got on their knees, they began CPR, and firefighter Nuttall will explain as he kneeled over John O'Keefe, he looked up, and the defendant approached him, and you'll see it on the video. Now, he wanted any information, because when you're trying to save someone, you want to know, are they on drugs, medication, do they have a heart condition? And he looked up at Miss Reed, and he said, "What happened?" And you'll hear her words through firefighter Nuttall. She said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." And it was at that time, through the words of the defendant, that she admitted what she had done that night, that she hit John O'Keefe. Now those words didn't mean anything to firefighter Nuttall. They weren't in context, they didn't reconcile with the injuries, they didn't help him in his treatment, so he ignored it. Now, firefighter Nuttall is not a police officer. He is not an investigator, he is not a detective. He's a first responder. And so he takes that information, it was useless to him, he continues to work on John O'Keefe, trying to save his life. You'll see the team put him on a stretcher, and when they lift him from the ground, even though there is snow accumulating, underneath John O'Keefe is simply grass, hard, brown, frozen, and beneath his body lay his cell phone. They bring him to the ambulance, and while they're bringing him to the ambulance, you'll see on the videos that other first responders speak to the defendant. One first responder, Mr. Flamati, she will say, "I hit him, oh my God, I hit him." And then she was interviewed or asked questions for background information. Not a criminal investigation, just background to try to help John. And she was asked questions about his background, and during that conversation, you won't hear her see the defendant was a person by the name of Jen McCabe and a firefighter McLaughlin. And she tells Fire McLaughlin, the third first responder, "I hit him." They bring Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital, and his body is cold. The doctors work feverishly. They treat him, trying to save him. They try to warm his core. And unfortunately, firefighter Nuttall's first instinct is accurate. John O'Keefe passed. So why are we here today? We are here today because John O'Keefe was killed by the actions and conduct of that defendant, Karen Reed. You will learn through this case, through facts, science, and data, you will learn that on January 29th, 2022, when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were in front of 34 Fairview Road, all the way to the left side in that dark corner near a flagpole, you will learn that Mr. O'Keefe got out of the car. He got out and he stood by the side of the road after an argument with the defendant. That argument, that anger fueled by heavy intoxication, You will learn from the science and data as he stood by the side of the road. The defendant in her SUV drove away. She drove at least 35 feet away. The argument was over. It had ended. But then she stopped. She stopped. She put the Lexus into neutral, and she waited for 2 seconds. And the facts and the science and data will tell you that despite the fact the argument was over, she then put the Lexus into reverse, put her foot on the gas pedal, and began to press, not 25%, not 50%, up to 75% acceleration. There was a light dusting of snow. The Lexus tire spun backwards. She went backwards at least 70 feet. She clipped John O'Keefe. He fell backwards, hit his head, broke his skull. And there he lay at the corner of Fairview Road, on the ground, lying on top of his cell phone, alone. And then the defendant will later tell that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded. Yet he was. And she simply drove away. Now, before I tell you about the data and the facts and the science, and I walk you through that, I'd like to tell you a little bit about John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was a young man, a local kid, very well liked, loved. John O'Keefe is the son of Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe Sr., and the brother of Paul O'Keefe. Grew up in Canton, worked hard, he became a police officer. But what you're going to learn, the fact that he worked for the Boston police officer, as a Boston police officer, was just a fraction of his life. It was a small, really unimportant part, because the biggest part of John O'Keefe is he was a family man. Not in the traditional sense. You see, John O'Keefe never had biological children. John O'Keefe was never married. But John O'Keefe had a sister, and she had 2 children. And when the children were 6 and 3 years old, his sister unfortunately died. And shortly after, his sister's husband died. John O'Keefe was a helper. He didn't sit by. He saw these 2 recently orphaned children, and he stepped in and he said he was going to raise them. So he put aside his career, he put aside his job, and he moved in with the children and raised them like they were his home. They were his passions, his love. He was a new parent, successes, failures, like all parents. And he raised the children with the help of people in the community, with the help of his brother, with the help of his family. And they led a good life. Enter Karen Reed. Around COVID, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe reacquainted, and they started a relationship. And you'll hear that even though the defendant had her own home, she was staying with Mr. O'Keefe a lot, 4, 5, 6 times a week. And to most of the world, it was a pretty good relationship. They spent time together, they did activities with the children together. She helped with providing the children, feeding the children. It was a steady relationship until about the beginning of 2022. And then things began to unravel. There was tension, there was arguments. In fact, just a few days before this incident, you'll hear that Mr. O'Keefe asked her to leave. But she wouldn't. You're going to be able to read text messages of their conversations on January 28, 2022, and you will see the tension and the unraveling of the relationship. You will read about the discord between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. You will see that when he would ignore her calls, they would become incessant. When he would try to push away, she would come closer. You will read those text messages and you will realize that this was the beginning of the end of this relationship. That night, they decided they would go out together. I want to tell you something about data and science before we get to that night. I mentioned that underneath John's body was a cell phone. A cell phone is an amazing piece of technology. It is like a computer. It carries extraordinary data. And when they found the cell phone, the only contained
John O'Keefe that night. They studied the cell phone, and there'll be some remarkable data that you will use in this case to find the truth. I want to mention 3 different things you will find in a cell phone that are critical to this case. The first is called location data. Waze we've all heard of, Google Maps. Well, at some point that night, John put his Waze on, and Waze is like a breadcrumb that will show exactly where the phone goes, second by second. It is the strongest, most accurate location data that you can have. And that night, John was using Waze. It also will have healthcare data. Healthcare data will show when somebody is moving. Sometimes it's qualified as steps, but it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's stepping. Moving their arms, walking, turning. It doesn't show what direction or how far, but it shows movement of a person. Okay. And the third thing, remarkably, will be an expert in this case, who found a data file on the phone, and it tracks the temperature of the cell phone battery. That will be critical to your analysis in this case, the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so with that, I want to take you back to the timeline of that night. After the discord, both the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe decided they would meet at a bar called McCarthy's. Now, McCarthy's is a local bar, a blizzard is pending, and people are getting together in a celebratory mood. They go to McCarthy's, and you'll see a video of McCarthy's, and you will watch both Mr. O'Keefe, friends, and the defendant drinking alcohol. And you will count 8 vodka drinks that the defendant drank. They arrived at 8:50, they stayed till 9:45. She consumed at least 7 of those drinks in less than 2 hours. The last drink, you'll see when they leave the bar, she puts it under her jacket, and they walk out and they go to another bar to meet other friends called the Waterfall. They reach the Waterfall sometime around 10 p.m. And when they go into the Waterfall, you'll see a video. And when I say celebratory mood, you will see a group of friends of John O'Keefe, many who are friends with Karen through John, and you'll see them clapping and happy and joyous that they're there. You'll see many hugs between John O'Keefe and his friend and the defendant and many of the people there. And they spend some time together, they're drinking, and they all do a shot. And that will be at least the 8th drink within 3 hours that you consume. You will see from the data, not just the cell phone data, but there's some other very important data, and the other piece of data that goes hand in glove with the cell phone is information on the defendant's Lexus vehicle chips. You might have heard of black box in an airplane, where there's some type of event that captures a small amount of time. Well, that was captured in the defendant's Lexus. That black box information with the cell phone data will tell you everything you need to know in this case. It will bring us step by step through the entire night to the death of John O'Keefe. And so they leave the Waterfall bar at 12:12, and you'll see that the ignition goes on to the defendant's Lexus. And both John O'Keefe and the defendant in the car, and they decide that they're going to go back to 34 Fairview Road, where we talked about earlier. They're going to go there for a get-together for one of the homeowner's sons who's having a birthday party. And so as they drive back, we'll be able to follow them to this location data. When they go back to Fairview, they don't know exactly where it is, and they get lost. And so John O'Keefe makes a phone call, has a phone call with one of his friends, Jen McCabe. And during that phone call, which the defendant listens to because she recounts it, and trying to get directions, Jen McCabe tells John O'Keefe it's near Bella's mom's house. You'll learn that Bella, or her mom, was somebody that John had dated before the school. And so as they make their way to Fairview, you will see there's a road that comes down like a loop and that leads to Fairview. They take a wrong turn on the loop, and then they do a 3-point turn in the driveway. You'll see the exact precise driveway they turn into because some type of acceleration movement triggered that black box in the Lexus. And that's important because that's 7 minutes before the collision. And you'll see from the Waze exactly where the car was. You'll see from the black box the event of the 3-point turn in the driveway, and then a return down to Fairview. But before they get there, at 12:23, A truck is coming the other way. And the witnesses in that truck will say they blinked the lights, one of them saw a man and woman in the car, John and the defendant, and then they followed the Lexus because they were going to the same house. The truck stopped at the driveway, and the Lexus, the defendant's car, you will hear, because of the waves, can be counted second to second, never stops. It rolls very slowly all the way to the end of the yard, in the corner where there's a tree line and a flagpole. And they reach that location at 12:34:33. And they're in the car and they stay there. The truck waits, they speak to somebody in the house who comes out, the person goes back in the house and they're there for about 5 minutes. We're now down to 2 minutes before the collision. The truck leaves, and now it's just the defendant and John. And while they're waiting outside at 12:27, John gets a text from Devin McCabe, parked behind us in the driveway. 12:29, she texts again, are you coming in? You'll hear that Devin McCabe and others look out the window and see the defendant's Lexus in front of the flagpole at the far end. It's snowy, it's dark, it's windy, they're waiting. You will know that John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus, and didn't move because his healthcare data is not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56. At 12:31:56, he begins to move. He will have 20 seconds before he falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus, and in that 20 seconds, you'll hear that user initiated. He looks at the phone, at the text message from Devin McCabe. It's now 12:32:09. He closes the phone the last time. It will be the last time he uses that phone. From the waterfall bar, you'll see that he keeps it in his back pocket. And at that time, 12:32:09, last user, he has 7 more seconds to move before he lied dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus black box. The clocks run differently. There's a 30-second difference, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see through the data at that time, when he makes his last movements with the phone, is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse with the tires spinning right towards him. Right when he got out. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she tells a firefighter, I'm sad because our last moments were fighting. She drives away. They said he's made later statements that when she left he didn't look mortally wounded. He lied on the ground on top of his phone, light dusting of snow, the snow now picking up. And he was just there. It's 12:37. Now, when he's in the car, before he gets to Fairview, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes, drops. She calls again at 12:36:33 and leaves a message you'll hear.
Wow. Okay, hold on. So the only part we missed was Hank Brennan said he was outside the car for 5 minutes. That was actually the feed going down. That's ridiculous.
She calls again at 12:36:33 and leaves a message you'll hear. And you will hear the anger and rage in her voice. She leaves a message. John, I fucking...
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? No. Okay, hold on. Stop. Pause. Nope. Pause. 10:26 a.m. We're going to the law and crime. That was not me, folks, because I was recording that feed. That was the law and crime feed that literally went down. Nope. We are watching that. I am switching mid-feed. I'm eating my cheeseburger right now. By the way, I just want to say God bless you to all of you. I am eating my cheeseburger right now. And I got some french fries and rice. And I am pausing that because, no, we are going to watch that on the Court TV feed because I didn't realize I was recording Law and Crime. It wasn't my issue. Law and Crime's pool feed cut out. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? So there's no record on Law and Crime of what Brennan was saying there? That's outrageous. That's outrageous. It's not, listen, I'm so glad. Yeah, I know. I'm so glad I caught this. Folks, do you realize, and they get 45 minutes, folks. Do you realize that there is, if Law and Crime doesn't have this, it wasn't me missing the pool feed because I could tell because the stuff was scrolling on the bottom. The pool feed dropped. They dropped their feed. I don't know if it was too much network bandwidth or whatever, but you stay with me, Little Towels, because we are going right to 1026 on the Court TV feed. Hold on. You don't use a clock. Really? You don't use a clock. All right, hold on. I can figure this out. When does Brennan start talking? 2:35. So 2 hours. So we're 21 minutes in. All right, hold on. 21 minutes into Brennan's cross. So we're going to start back a little bit, folks. We're going to go back 5 minutes in the cross. Now listen, it took me like 2 seconds to find this. I'm a bit of a towel. Stay with me. We are picking up. I really hope that the Court TV feed didn't screw this up too. I will actually be kind of upset. All right, stay with me, Little Towels. Look at this. We found the Court TV feed. All right, now watch this, Little Towels. Watch this. I am a creative Little Towel. I know Jew drops. It's really frustrating.
All right, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old and just...
See, even Towel watches ads on other channels. I like to support the other channels. Now listen, we're going back a little bit in Hank Brennan's cross because the pool feed literally dropped. So we're going to go back a few minutes to let you catch up to where we were. We're starting, let's see, Brennan started at 1:15. So we're about 4 minutes before we just cut off, okay? So everybody take a breath and just realize that I just realized. Yeah, I know. I wonder if it was killed on purpose, folks. We got to listen to this other feed. I really hope this one was recording a little bit better. So this only goes up to 720p. But let's listen. Let's hope this one stuck out. So, all right, pay close attention.
People are getting together in a celebratory mood. They go to parties and you'll see a video of the party. And you will watch Golden Trophy, friends, and the defendant drinking alcohol. And you will count 8 vodka drinks that the defendant drank. They arrive at 8:50, they stay till 9:45. She consumes at least 7 of those drinks in less than 2. The last drink, you'll see when they leave the bar, she puts it under her jacket, and they walk out and they go to another bar to meet other friends called the Waterfall. They reach the Waterfall sometime around 10 p.m. And when they go into the waterfall, you'll see a video. And when I said celebratory mood, you will see a group of friends of John O'Keefe, many who are friends with Karen through John, and you'll see them clapping and happy and joyous that they're there. You'll see many hugs between John O'Keefe and his friends and the defendant and many of the people there. And they spend some time together, they're drinking, and they all do a shot. And that will be at least the 8th drink within 3 hours that you consume. You will see from the data, not just the cell phone data, but there's some other very important data. And the other piece of data that goes hand in glove with the cell phone is information on the defendant's Lexus vehicle chips. You might have heard of black box in an airplane, or there's some type of event that captures a small amount of time. Well, that was captured in the defendant's Lexus. That black box information with the cell phone data will tell you everything you need to know in this case. It will bring us step by step through the entire night to the death of John O'Keefe. And so they leave the Waterfall bar at 12:12, and you'll see that the ignition goes on to the defendant's Lexus. And both John O'Keefe and the defendant in the car, and they decide that they're going to go back to 34 Fairview Road, where we talked about earlier. They're going to go there for a get-together for one of the homeowner's sons who's having a birthday party. And so as they drive back, we'll be able to follow them with this location data. When they go back to Fairview, they don't know exactly where it is, and they get lost. And so John O'Keefe makes a phone call, has a phone call with one of his friends, Jen McCabe. And during that phone call, which the defendant listens to because she recounts it, and trying to get directions, Jen McCabe tells John O'Keefe, it's near Bella's mom's house. You'll learn that Bella, or her mom, was somebody that John had dated before the school. And so as they make their way through Fairview, you will see there's a road that comes down like a loop and that leads to Fairview. They take a wrong turn on the loop, and then they do a 3-point turn in the driveway. You'll see the exact precise driveway they turn into because some type of acceleration movement triggered that black box in the Lexus. And that's important because that's 7 minutes before the collision. And you'll see from the waves exactly where the car was. You'll see from the black box the event of the 3-point turn in the driveway, and then a return down to Fairview. But before they get there, at 12:23, a truck is coming the other way.
If you've got pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe yet,
And the witnesses in that truck will say they blinked the lights. One of them saw a man and woman in the car, John and the defendant, and then they followed the Lexus because they were going to the same house. The truck stopped at the driveway, and the Lexus, the defendant's car, you will hear, because of the waves, can be counted second to second, never stops. It rolls very slowly all the way to the end of the yard in the corner where there's a tree line and a flagpole. And they reach that location at 12:34:33. And they're in the car and they stay there. The truck waits, they speak to somebody in the house who comes out, the person goes back in the house and they're there for about 5 minutes. We're now down to 2 minutes before the collision. The truck leaves, and now it's just the defendant and John. And while they're waiting outside, 12:27, John gets a text from Jen McCabe, park behind us in the driveway. 12:29, she texts again, are you coming in? You'll hear that Jen McCabe and others look out the window and see the defendant's Lexus in front of the flagpole at the far end. It's snowy, it's dark, it's windy, they're waiting. You will know that John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus, and didn't move because his healthcare data is not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56. At 12:31:56, he begins to move. You will have 20 seconds before he falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus, and in that 20 seconds, you'll hear that user initiated. He looks at the phone, at the text message from Jen McCabe. It's now 12:32:09. He closes the phone the last time. It will be the last time he uses that phone. From the waterfall bar, you see that he keeps it in his back pocket. And at that time, 12:32:09, last user, he has 7 more seconds he will move before he lies dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus black box. The clocks run differently, there's a 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see in the data at that time, when he makes his last movements with the phone, is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse with the tire spinning right towards him, right where he got out. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she tells a firefighter, I'm sad because our last moments were fighting. She drives away. They said she's made later statements that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded. He lied on the ground on top of his phone, light dusting of snow, the snow now picking up. And he's just there. It's 12:37. Now, when he's in the car, before he gets to Fairview, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes, it drops to 72 degrees. She drives to his house. She makes a phone call at 12:33 after she's left Fairview. She calls again at 12:36:33 and leaves a message. You'll hear it. And you will hear the anger and rage in her voice. She leaves a message. John, I fucking hate you. Pardon my language. You will hear the simmering. And she leaves that message. He lies on the side of the road. He gets another text message. It's unanswered. He's on the page. Where are you? 12:45. Battery temperature, 61 degrees. scuffle. He gets almost 40 calls from the defendant that night. His phone rings, but he never answers. You'll hear from an expert that the light never initiates, the healthcare data never moves. John alone with his only companion, his phone. At 12:53, cell phone drops to almost 60 degrees. 12:59, the defendant leaves another message on John's phone. Now, she hasn't spoken to anybody. Nobody has spoken to her, but her message is out. You'll learn the message says, John, nobody knows where you are. And this is where the plot and the cover-up begins. The evidence will make clear that she knew he was there. She did not call 911. She did not go back to him. She did not leave an anonymous tip. She left him. The night wears on. It's now 1:07. Battery temperature 55 degrees. 1:14, she calls her mother. No answer.
The viral 30-second pink salt trick that melts fat was actually featured on the Today Show. But for those who missed it,
1:14:53, battery temperature 50 degrees. The defendant had healthcare data on her phone as well, and you'll hear that it stops around that time. And you'll later learn that she admits to falling asleep or passing out. But then she wakes. It's 5 o'clock. She is frantic. She wakes up John's niece, and she is unintelligible. She is yelling, she's screaming, she asks for the niece to call Jen McCabe. She calls Jen McCabe, and you'll hear Jen McCabe recount. Out of her deep sleep, she wakes up and she hears, Jen, 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 screaming Jen's name. John's dead. Hangs up the phone. Jen McCabe calls down. And then she says, what's going on? And she told, well, I left him at the waterfall at the beginning of the cover. She tells Jen McCabe, I left him at the waterfall. Jen calls back and says, he saw you up front. You did leave him at the waterfall. She hangs up. She then minutes later calls another person, Kerry Roberts, a friend of John O'Keefe. Someone who's not friends with the defendant, but they know because they helped raise the kids and they interacted. She had nothing to do with the night before, wasn't at the bars, was home with her family. She calls her and says, I think John got hit by a plow. I think he's dead. Now Kerry, with that information, calls 911. She calls hospitals. You can hear her voice. She's concerned, not panicking. And then she gets another call from the defendant. And she tells the defendant, come to my house. I will help you look for him. And the defendant says, I was so drunk last night, I don't remember anything. Waiting for her to arrive, she learns she doesn't arrive. Instead, the defendant goes to Jen McCabe's house. Kerry Roberts, the other friend, then goes to Jen McCabe's house, pulls behind the car. And when she does, she's on Bluetooth, and she can hear the defendant say, my taillight's broken, my taillight's broken. And she looks, and there's snow packed in the right taillight. She can see a piece of the taillight missing. The defendant desperately wants to go to 34th Fairview Road, but Kerry Roberts takes over and says, we're going to go back to John's house. Maybe he's in the house when you didn't see him. So both cars, driven by Kerry Roberts and then Jen McCabe, with the defendant, go back to John O'Keefe's house. You'll see a ring video where you see them go into the house and they look around, and you'll hear about the woman, Jen and Kerry, enlisted into this task. Looking for John O'Keefe, they cannot find him. And then when Kerry Roberts comes into a room, she sees, rather than looking, the defendant simply standing there, staring at the wall. At that point, the defendant insists they got to go back to Fairview Road. They decide to take one car. Kerry Roberts is taking charge. She's going to drive. They leave Miss Reed's Lexus in John O'Keefe's driveway, and they drive back towards 34th Fairview Road. You'll hear it is blizzard-like conditions. It is dark. They can barely see a thing. And when they get close to the edge of 34th Fairview, you hear the defendant start to scream, there he is. Both women look and they can't see anything. She starts kicking the door. The defendant's kicking the door, let me out. Kerry Roberts stops the car and lets her out, and she sees the defendant run exactly to where John O'Keefe is in the darkness. just where she left him. Carrie gets out of the car, starts to walk towards where the defendant is, and she sees the defendant lying on a body. She can't tell who it is because the face is still covered with snow. And she comes over and looks, and she wipes off the snow from John O'Keefe's face. She realizes one of her best friends in the world is John O'Keefe. And she starts to try to do first aid. They start to move him, and coincidentally at 6:06, when they start to move him, the cold air hits that cell phone battery. It drops from 50 to 43 degrees. And they try, Jim McCabe calls 911. And that's when a police officer arrives, firefighter Nuttall and his crew. And when they lift him, that cell phone battery that is shot down to 37 degrees, Kerry Roberts picks it up and puts it in her pocket, and it immediately starts to warm. As she moves, the healthcare data showing movement starts again. At that point, nobody knows what happened. The Canton Police Department come. You can see the police cars and cruisers. They're not sure, so they look in the area where John's body is and find a glass from the bar near his body. They find blood spots. They try to put the blood spots in plastic containers. They don't know what they're looking for at this point. There's no information. They don't believe or know that there's a crime. They just know that John O'Keefe somehow ended up here with the broken glass and the blood. And so that morning, you can see the work of the Canton Police Department try to uncover a little bit around his body to see what they could find, which was very little. And then, Terry Roberts goes and picks up Peg O'Keefe, tells her the news, and they go to the hospital.
If you've got pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe yet,
they go to the Good Samaritan Hospital, and Kerry Roberts is walking, and Peggy O'Keefe is going to go see her son with her husband. And as she walks down the hall, Karen Reed is also at the hospital. See, there was some reports of maybe she was upset or suicidal, so they sectioned her. They put her in for evaluation to make sure she was safe. You'll hear Peggy O'Keefe tell her she walked down the hall to go see her son. The defendant was screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" As she walked by Karen Reed, she stopped and she said, "Karen, what happened?" And you'll hear that Karen, who was excited and yelling, "Is he dead?" stops her excitement, becomes stoic, doesn't say a word. Peggy pays respects to her son, and then she has to go back home because she has to tell the children. Now, while she's out, the Canton Police Department sent an officer to the house to make sure the children are safe because they're alone at their home. And when the officer pulls in, he doesn't notice anything, but you'll see on his dash cam video notices something. That tail light has a big missing piece to it. They can't find the children. Ultimately, Peggy comes home, a friend can take it down, and they bring the nephew home, and he is distraught. And then Peggy hears a knock on the door. It is the defendant and her father. They want to come in. They come in, they open door, Mrs. Peggy, and they ask, "Can we go upstairs in John's room?" And she's busy consoling her grandson. They go upstairs. They're upstairs for about 15 minutes. They come down, and quickly they leave. Now they got there from the defendant's brother, drove his wife and the father to that house. But when they leave, they take two cars. They take the Lexus with the broken taillight with them back to the defendant's father's house. And you will learn that when police start getting some of the information, they learn about the broken taillight, they learn information that she had told people that she had hit him. They went down to see her. And on their way down, they decided they would get a warrant to take the Lexus. When they get down to Dighton, where the car is, you'll hear from Trooper Buchanan. He took a look and you can see the missing taillight. They went in and spoke briefly to the defendant. They took the car, they brought it back to Canton. And so what you'll learn from the forensic evidence that will help with the science and data is that Not only was the cell phone left behind, but also around that area, broken taillight was littered around John O'Keefe's body. Littered around that area. When they got to the hospital, they noticed there was a shoe missing. As time went by, snow melted, they dug with excavations, they found his shoe on a little berm on the border between the street and the grass. You'll learn days later when they did a plant excavation, they found his hat frozen to the ground. Ultimately, they would find over the course of 10 days that the snow melted almost all, every piece of that broken taillight in that area. His hat, the sneaker, the glass. When the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe behind, took with her something of Mr. O'Keefe. It's called trace evidence. You'll learn on the back of her Lexus, around the taillight area, is John's DNA, and stuck to the side, grasping one last piece of John O'Keefe's hair. Now, John O'Keefe fell backwards, hit his head after he was clipped by the car. And you're going to hear from a very renowned doctor, a neurosurgeon, who has treated thousands and thousands of head injuries. And the wound on the back of the head, when he fell backwards, on the cracked skull, it's called a basal fracture, it created an injury called counter-coup. After he was clipped by a car and fell backwards and hit his head on that hard rock ground, remember there's no snow, it's just a dusting at this point, the back of his brain hits the back of his skull and bounces up. When it bounces up, it leaves marks showing that impact. And this neurosurgeon will tell you, he treated thousands of patients, that this injury, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is counter-coup caused by falling backwards and hitting your head. When the medical examiner for the state looked at it, they generally said blunt force trauma, they had it undetermined. So we brought it to the renowned neurosurgeon who does exactly this. You're also going to hear from an active reconstruction. His name is Judd Welcher.
You ever wonder how celebrities always have impossibly white teeth? It's not because they spend hours brushing.
He does not work for the state police or local police. He was hired to take a look at this case and the data. He will come in and explain to you exactly what I talked about, how the data from that black box coincides with the cell phone and the movements of the car, the moments before, during, and after the defendant struck John O'Keefe with her car. Now, just a few more things I want to share with you. There are 3 charges against the defendant in this case. The first one, second-degree murder. When most people hear murder, they instantly think shooting somebody, stabbing somebody, putting with a bit of premeditation. I will instruct you on the law. I'm not going to trample in that area, but I can tell you clearly, we are not going to try to prove that Karen Reed tried to kill John O'Keefe. We're not going to try to prove to you that she intended or wanted him dead. That's not second-degree murder. What we'll prove to you is she engaged in an intentional act, driving back at him at that speed, in the storm, in the darkness, knowing that he had just gotten out of her Lexus. She intended that act, which could cause a plain and strong likelihood of death. That's what we'll prove to you for second-degree murder. Also, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter will prove to you that she drove her Lexus recklessly. She hit John O'Keefe, and because she hit him and he fell back, she caused his death. The third charge is leaving the scene after knowingly causing death. Again, she hit Mr. O'Keefe with a car. She knew he was injured. She left him behind. And he died. That's what we'll prove. This case will come down to the science and the data. The science and the data that the cell phone is the best of historians. It doesn't suffer from intoxication. It doesn't suffer from memory loss. It doesn't suffer from emotion, pride, or prejudice. It is facts. It is data. And that facts and data will lead you to the truth in this case. But after Ms. Reed was charged, she began what you'll learn as a campaign. A campaign to make public statements. 2020, Nightline, Fox 25, a documentary, And we've had an opportunity to get many of her statements in the footage, and we're going to show much of it to you. And her statements to you will confirm what you already know from the science and the data, what you will already conclude from the facts independent about what she did that night. Her word simply confirm that your judgment is sound. And you're going to hear from her own lips in many of her statements, her admissions to extraordinary intoxications, her admissions to driving the Alexis, her admissions to being angry at John that night. And as I say, her admissions that she told I'd like to play for you clip 1. You're going to hear the first of the statements that she made after she was charged.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this would have been the moment you dropped him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Ladies and gentlemen, I simply ask you to follow the evidence, follow the science, follow the data. Ignore speculation, surmise, conjecture. Stay true to the evidence. It will lead you to the truth. That on January 29, 2022, a very intoxicated defendant was angry and arguing about the relationship with John O'Keefe. And after the fight was over, she left, but she brought the fight back to him in the form of her SUV. She clipped him, he fell backwards, he broke his head, and then this man who helped, a lifetime of help, was left at the corner of that yard, left to die with no help. The facts, the data, and the evidence will bring you the truth, and the defendant's own words will confirm everything you've already concluded.
Wow. All right, now we're going to listen to AJ's opening next, but I do want to let folks know I did find the clip that Sole Nina mentioned. It is the newest video on Investigation Discovery's channel. We are not going to necessarily watch the whole thing, but I will get just the clip where Karen talks about the chandelier, and then one other thing. Karen saying something like, I didn't want to save him or something like that. It was very, very powerful. So we're going to watch that. Actually, you know what? Let me just bring that up now. Hold on one second. I got a plan. Let me see this. All right. YouTube Investigation Discovery. We'll bring up just the part of Karen's interview from Investigation Discovery. And it is actually, thank you so much to Sole Nina for bringing this to our attention. It is very, very relevant indeed. Sole Nina was on the money, as always. Thank you very much, dear towel friend. You know, I wasn't getting concerned. I was just like, I'm looking at all their shorts, their YouTube shorts. Where is it, Sole Nina? And then I was like, Sole Nina was like, oh, it's the most recent video. And then I was like, oh, it's an actual video. I thought it was a short on their channel. But yes, so we do have a new Karen Reed clip here, just posted. So give me a second here. I'm going to bring it up for you, little towels. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're only going to watch part of it. And I want to watch the part where Karen talks. So hold on one second. Where are you, Karen? No. Oh God, Sue O'Connell. Let's see. Nothing from Karen, huh?
Just look the other way.
Alan Jackson.
Where's
down?
Karen?
Jackson.
Alan Jackson is.
Where's Karen?
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes, ma'am. The defendant drove her vehicle in reverse. I literally have one sentence on you.
1 sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit an electable.
The makeup of the jury now is 6 women, 6 men.
Weird. No, I don't see anything from Karen in there. Did I miss it? Maybe I just didn't see it, Soli Nina, but I listened to the clip you were talking about, and maybe it was posted somewhere else, but yeah, I don't, the one that was posted an hour ago, I'm not actually seeing anything from Karen in there, but that's all right. We're going to watch Alan Jackson's Cross. Maybe I just missed it in this video, but I don't see anything about a chandelier. I'm a little bit confused. Maybe I missed that part, but yeah, I don't really, maybe I don't know. Hold on. So maybe how is this? I'm a little confused. We're watching the openings from the first, from this retrial, and then I was told that there was a new video on Investigation Discovery that had some discussion with Karen, but I'm not actually seeing Karen saying anything. It's just 3 minutes and 50 seconds of her lawyers saying a little bit, and then it talks a little bit about the closing statements for the first trial, and then I checked if there were any new shorts with Karen, and I can't. So yeah, so I think the best way to do this is if you have a video about the chandelier or Soli Nina or something, if you could just if you're able to, copy and send the link in the chat. If you're not, don't worry about it. But this video that I just looked at on Investigation Discovery doesn't have anything about a chandelier, and it doesn't have Karen talking at all. So yeah, if you can drop a link. Yeah, no, Soli Nina, I totally believe that you saw it. It's just wherever they posted it, I don't know where you saw it. I would love to see this clip, but the one that they posted on their YouTube an hour ago, the 3 minute and 49-second clip, it doesn't look like it's in that. Yeah, no, it's more just if we could find a link, whatever it may be, we'll figure it out. But anyway, folks, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to watch Alan Jackson's opening now. We watched Hank Brennan's opening. It was brilliant. There was so much in there. There is so much more. There's clearly more to this case. Hank Brennan told a very brilliant story during his opening, and yeah, absolutely. We are now. You heard a little bit of the clip of Adam Lally from the first trial because I was watching the Investigation Discovery video. By the way, we don't have to burden Soli Nina with this. If anyone out there wants to check Investigation Discovery's Facebook or their Twitter, if we can find this new clip of Karen talking about not saving John or whatever it was, that would be great. I'd love to be able to see it. Yeah, no, that's what I mean, Soli Nina. I totally believe it's out there. I don't know exactly where this content came from, so we're going to look for it. We're going to see what we can find. Don't give up, ladies and gentlemen. Soli Nina, as you saw earlier, sometimes it's just saying one little thing, and then we all go on a hunt and we find something really interesting. So you're a super towel. I know you're not going to love this, folks, but we're going to watch Alan Jackson's Cross now. This is actually quite important for a number of reasons. The reason is because we're going to see there's a lot of stuff Alan Jackson said that I think Hank Brennan has just decimated, and also that Alan Jackson's never going to actually be able to prove. So I hate to do this to you. I know it's torture. I know, but it's Alan Jackson. So here we go.
Jackson?
Could I have just a moment to readjust?
Sure, the court officers will be kind enough to help you.
May I, Your Honor? The evidence in this case will establish above everything else 3 points. There was no collision with John O'Keefe. There was no collision. There was no collision. John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle. Period. The facts will show that. The evidence will show that. The data will show that. The science will show that. And the experts will tell you that. You'll learn that the Commonwealth has pinned its entire case on a brazen and a flawed assertion that is untethered, unconnected to the facts and to the evidence. And their assertion is contrary to science. Because at the end of the day, folks, there was no collision with John O'Keefe. So how did we end up here? How does Karen Reed end up sitting in that chair on trial for an event that literally never happened? Well, the evidence is going to explain it. And it can be summed up in the following text message at the very beginning of this investigation. A text message of a now fired Massachusetts State Police officer named Michael Proctor. He was the lead investigator on this case, and he was talking about a fellow officer, a fellow cop, who owned the property where John O'Keefe's body was found. Text message with a buddy. Question: is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Answer: nope. He's a Boston cop too. That quote defines the lack of integrity of the Commonwealth's entire case, its entire investigation, and this prosecution. During the course of this trial, you'll learn much more about Mr. Proctor, why he said that, and what it really means. What you'll see and hear in this courtroom in the coming weeks is not just a story of a tragic loss. And make no mistake, John O'Keefe's death is and was a tragic loss. But the story you'll hear is about an investigation that was riddled with errors from the beginning, a rush to judgment, conflicted and corrupted from the start. Corrupted by bias, corrupted by incompetence, and corrupted by deceit. Finally, it was corrupted by a deliberate effort to avoid and to cover up the very truth that you are seeking. You'll find when you hear the evidence that the Commonwealth's case is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. They won't be able to talk their way out of it. They won't be able to explain their way out of it. They won't be able to excuse their way out of it. And they can't meet their extreme burden of proof, which the court will tell you is beyond any and all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. Members of the jury, Karen Reed found John O'Keefe dead on the front lawn of a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, at 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Picture the scene. Blood-curdling screams, ambulances, emergency lights on, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol cruisers, police officers, first responders, firefighters, all swarming all over Brian Albert's lawn, literally feet under his bedroom window. Yet Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder himself, never came outside. Never went outside to see what the chaos was about, never went outside to see if he could assist a man in need, never walked outside his house to see if he could help a fallen fellow officer on his own front lawn. More shockingly, you'll learn that lead investigator for the Massachusetts Police, Michael Proctor, never set foot inside Brian Albert's house that day. Never engaged in any investigation inside that house that day, even though a party with much alcohol had just occurred in that house, and even though a Boston police officer was found dead or dying just mere feet from the front door on that lawn. He never secured the crime scene, never separated and secured witnesses. He never properly collected evidence. He never secured the evidence. He never searched for signs of a struggle inside or outside the home. He never properly canvassed the neighborhood. Michael Proctor never did any of these things, even though fellow officers of Michael Proctor's actually mentioned, in their words, not mine, that it looked like John O'Keefe may have been, quote, in a fight.
I was babysitting for a very famous family of billionaire women in Los Angeles that you sure know. Whenever my boss...
You'll have questions about that conduct. During the course of this trial, you'll find that the Commonwealth will not have answers. You'll see from the evidence in this case that this case carries a malignancy. one that has spread through the investigation. It spread through the prosecution from the very start, from the jump. A cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor. Now, you didn't hear his name in the prosecution's opening statement. Not once. And I suspect that was probably by design. But make no mistake about it. The evidence will show in this case that Michael Proctor is the very definition of the Commonwealth's case. And he's also their Achilles heel. He was the lead investigator on the case officer, the architect of the entire prosecution. You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally. Every single bit of it has his fingerprints on it. You'll learn that Michael Proctor was a longtime family friend of the Alberts. And he's been disgraced by his own agency, not by us, by the Massachusetts State Police. Investigated, suspended, and fired. The evidence will show that Massachusetts State Police found him guilty, found Michael Proctor. In this case, the investigation of Karen Reed, conduct that included bias in favor of his friends, the all-powerful Albert family, and bias against my client, Miss Reed, the outsider. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a state trooper to get fired? Well, the evidence is going to show that Michael Proctor earned it. Every bit of it. You'll hear that within hours of a Boston police officer being found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, who had investigated exactly nothing up to this point, right at the beginning, made an early pronouncement that Brian Albert himself was not going to, quote, catch any shit, end quote. And that was for one reason, and one reason only. He's a Boston cop. The evidence will show that Michael Proctor made this statement in a text conversation with his high school buddies. A text he never thought would see the light of day, certainly never thought we would get a hold of. And when he thought no one was looking, he actually said the quiet part out loud. He's a cop too. We'll give him a pass.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. They take forever to learn, and in the end,
you'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, rank has its privileges. And the evidence will show that's privileges that you don't get and I don't get. But apparently a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, and his friends, they do get. You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, he didn't care about finding the truth. In his world, his priority was to protect the brotherhood, to protect that blue wall, to protect his friends who were at the Alberts' house that night. I want to take a step back, if I could, and spend the next few minutes talking a little bit more detail about what the actual facts in this case will show, not based on speculation, not based on surmise, not based on guesswork or conjecture, but the actual true facts that you will learn through the course of this trial. On January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John and Karen had made plans to meet up with friends for drinks. It was a happy and normal night for them. They were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits, nothing out of the ordinary. They started at a local watering hole called C.F. McCarthy's. You've heard that name before and you'll hear it again. And eventually they made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, another bar where they ended up. When they got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, the Albert family was already there, already heavily drinking. You'll learn that this was no ordinary family, the Alberts. The Albert family was a well-known Canton family. Some might even describe them as a very powerful Canton family. Brian Albert was there at the Waterfall. You'll hear that he's a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there with him. His brother, Chris Albert, a powerful Canton politician. He sits on the select board The select board actually governs the police department, the Canton PD. He was there. His wife, Julie Albert, was there. Their daughter, Caitlin Albert, was there. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matt McCabe, was also there. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. You'll learn that a man by the name of Brian Higgins, also a law enforcement officer and longtime friend, longtime pal of Brian Albert, he was also there. And the two of them, the two Bryans, had been drinking most of the night together. You'll see video footage from the waterfall, which will show you that Karen and John were happy. They were affectionate. They were caring. They were loving. Just business as usual, out on a date on a Friday night. But that exact same video footage which lead investigator Michael Proctor plainly chose to ignore that video footage. It paints a very different picture of Brian Higgins. You'll learn that Higgins had romantic designs for Karen. That becomes important. Brian Higgins had engaged Karen in flirtatious texts, but days earlier she had put a stop to it. She had ghosted him, in common parlance. In other words, just ignored him. The evidence will show that the first time he saw her and was in her presence after being rejected by her was when she walked into the Waterfall Bar and Grill along with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. At 11:58 p.m., just minutes before John ultimately arrived at the Albert residence, you'll see a video at the waterfall of an unsettling interaction, troubling interaction between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. And unlike the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, in this case, you won't ignore that evidence. As the bar was closing around 12 midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house for a get-together to just keep the night going. And you'll learn that Karen and John ultimately pulled up to the house. They got out of the SUV to make sure they had the right address. You see, neither John nor Karen had ever been to 34 Fairview. They weren't even sure they were at the right address. And the evidence will establish that John got out of the SUV and went into the house. Let me say that again. The facts unequivocally, the data, the science, the witnesses will all unequivocally establish that John O'Keefe went into the Albert home that night. Eyewitnesses and forensic data will establish that fact. When he didn't come back out, you'll learn that Karen grew increasingly frustrated. She got upset. She was left alone in a car, in the cold, in the middle of the night, with the car idling. John had gone into the house. She expected him to come right back out, and when he didn't, seconds turned into minutes, and minutes started to clock away. She left John a voicemail, then another voicemail, voicemail after voicemail after voicemail, text messages. But he was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. The Commonwealth will intimate, as they already have in their opening statement, that these voicemails are evidence that the two were fighting. The actual evidence in this case, however, will show the exact opposite. You'll hear that Karen was very agitated. You'll hear some voicemails where she's swearing. You'll hear voicemails where she calls him names. There's name calling. But you'll also hear the context of those voicemails. And every single one of those voicemails was left for John after he failed to come back out of the house, after he failed to respond to her voicemails and to her texts.
All right, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old and just desperately needed to be
Karen believed John had just left her sitting there, grabbed a beer, was partying with his friends. The evidence will actually show that John and Karen never had a crossword, not a single crossword that entire evening before he left that SUV and went inside the house. And you will learn what Karen had absolutely no way of knowing at the time. It wasn't that he wouldn't respond to her. It's that he couldn't respond to her. And the evidence will show you why. Let's talk about that. We'll introduce you to a doctor named Elizabeth Lopesada, a renowned forensic pathologist, a medical examiner, and a professor at Brown University. She will tell you that the injury to the back of John's head, first of all, was immediately incapacitating. And that has meaning. At the moment he suffered that fatal head injury, he couldn't walk, talk, grab his phone, cry for help, nothing. He was completely incapacitated, completely unconscious from the moment he suffered that injury. He was completely still and incapable of interacting with anyone or anything. But the doctor will tell you something more, and just as important. She'll tell you that John O'Keefe did not suffer from hypothermia, as the Commonwealth will undoubtedly allege. His body showed no signs of it. No frostbite, no cold-induced injuries to his organs, no damage based on cold or frost. Ladies and gentlemen, the scientific evidence and the medical evidence will establish that John O'Keefe had to be injured somewhere else, somewhere warmer, and his body had to have been moved out into the cold. And that's where, ultimately at 6 a.m., Karen found him the next morning. You will learn that John did not have a single injury consistent with being hit by a car. Let me say that again. The evidence will establish that John did not suffer a single injury on his body consistent with having been hit by a car. Not one. You'll learn that John's torso, his ribs, his chest, his arms, his hips, his legs, his knees, his ankles, his feet, all of them, no broken bones, no fractures, no contusions, no torn ligaments, no internal injuries, not even a bruise. Nothing consistent with a car accident, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was slammed into by a 6,000-pound SUV. Not a bruise. Dr. Lopesada will tell you with medical certainty that, in fact, John was not struck by a vehicle. Medically and scientifically, he could not have been struck by a vehicle. Therefore, as I said, there was no collision. She will tell you that the patterned abrasions on John's right arm, the patterned abrasions you see over my left shoulder, they're not the result of being struck by a car or a taillight. You'll take one look at these injuries and you'll agree with Dr. Lopesada. The evidence will show that these injuries are from an animal, like a large dog, like the large dog that was inside the Albert house that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert has actually admitted that his large dog, the family dog, is, quote, not good with strangers. And of course, John, never having been to the house before, was a stranger that night. You'll also learn that oddly, very oddly, after having their family pet for 7 years, a short time after this incident, the Alberts got rid of that dog. They called it rehoming her. But she was gone. Dr. Lopesada will also tell you that the injury to John's head was not the result of falling backward onto a flat lawn, cold or otherwise. Rather, Dr. Lopesada will tell you with medical certainty that the injury pattern to his scalp was produced by an impact from a raised or ledged surface, a surface that does not exist on Brian Albert's front lawn where John was found. The medical evidence will establish no hypothermia, no injuries from a car strike, no collision with a motor vehicle. And forensic analysis of John's cell phone, Mr. Brennan mentioned that in his opening statement.
If you've got pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe yet,
John O'Keefe was injured someplace warmer and he was moved. That alone is reasonable doubt, but there's much more. You'll also learn that there were many people at that after-hours gathering at Brian Albert's house who would have left by the front door just feet from where John O'Keefe's body would have ultimately been had he actually been there, right after 12:30 a.m., which is what the Commonwealth's claim is. There were nearly a dozen people who walked out that front door directly adjacent to the precise spot where John O'Keefe would have been lying. Not a single one in dark clothing on a light white dusting of snow. Not one. Then the evidence will also show that every one of those same people drove by that same spot, not walked by it, drove by it to leave the house, and still not one of them saw John laying in the yard when they left between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning. But you know who else you'll find never saw a body on that lawn? The snowplow driver, a completely independent witness charged with plowing the streets in Canton that night. You'll hear that Michael Proctor, oh, he's not done yet, Mr. Proctor. You'll hear that Michael Proctor wrote a report where he claimed that Fairview had not been plowed that night. You'll learn that that was completely false. That was a lie. Michael Proctor did not want any more witnesses. He didn't want the truth, and he falsely claimed that the road was never plowed. You'll learn that he wouldn't look for the plow driver, but we did, and we found and will introduce you to Brian Loughran. He plowed Fairview that night, and what he's going to tell you is that there was no body on that lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview, traveling right next to Brian Albert's front yard, and at 2:30 a.m., John O'Keefe was not there. But you'll see that the plow driver also provides some other troubling information, troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 a.m., he showed up with his plow an hour later. He stopped at the entrance of Fairview. He was looking up Fairview to decide whether or not to plow it, but he saw an obstruction. At 3:30 a.m., he looked down the street, and in the very spot precisely where Karen would later find John's body laying at 6 a.m., there was a car parked in front of it, a Ford Edge. You're going to ask yourself, who's moving a car at 3:30 in the morning into a blizzard on the side of the road? You'll learn that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, intentionally ignored this fact as well. He did no investigation to find out who owned a Ford Edge, but again, we did. And the evidence will establish that Ford Edge happens to be a favorite model of the Albert family. More than one Albert owned a Ford Edge at the time. You'll learn that those facts will add to the mounting and the overwhelming evidence that there was no collision and John O'Keefe's body was moved onto that lawn. You'll find that this is yet additional reasonable doubt in the case. You'll be introduced to science and physics, even from the Commonwealth's own experts. That science will establish that Karen Reed's SUV was not damaged by hitting a pedestrian, and conversely, John O'Keefe's injuries did not come from being struck by a vehicle. The Commonwealth mentioned triggering events, but what you'll actually learn from the experts, some of them the Commonwealth's own experts, is that a triggering event is not evidence of an accident. It does not evidence a collision. That's why we're here. A collision. And there's no evidence of one. Zero. You'll also find that those exact sort of triggering events that the Commonwealth will rely on are relatively commonplace on Karen's SUV, and none of them are associated with a claim of a collision. Folks, the science will not lie, and the physics cannot lie. And that science will tell you with certainty there was no collision with John O'Keefe. You'll add that to that rising mountain of reasonable doubt. I want to take you back to the night in question, January 29th, for just a few minutes. Remember, Karen had gone home after dropping off John and John walking to the house. While Karen was asleep at home with John's 13-year-old niece, what were the people who had been at Brian Albert's house that night? What were they doing? While she slept, what you'll find and what the evidence will show is that they were extremely busy. You'll learn that after a long night of heavy drinking, Brian Higgins left the Albert residence, but he didn't drive home. Rather, he drove over to the Canton Police Department, where he kept an office at about 1:25 a.m. Not a Canton police officer, but he kept an office there. Why go back to his office? at 1:25 a.m.? Why go back to the Canton Police Department at 1:25 in the morning on the night of a blizzard? You'll learn that while there, Higgins made a call at 1:30 a.m. Higgins will later deny that he made that call. You'll find that curious. And his explanation for that late night visit to Canton PD, you'll find that it changes nearly every time he's asked about it. You'll learn that after everyone left Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert actually claimed he had no contact with anybody else except his wife. No contact. Until he woke up the next morning. So he says. Then you'll learn that that, too, is a complete lie. His phone records establish that he placed a call to none other than Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. shortly after Higgins completed that late night visit over to Canton PD. You'll wonder, what did they possibly need to talk about at 2:22 a.m. that night? The evidence will establish that Brian Albert called Brian Higgins first. Brian Albert then disconnected that call when Higgins didn't answer it. Seconds later, Brian Higgins returned the call. Brian Albert then did answer that call. They spoke for 22 full seconds, had a conversation, then they both hung up their respective phones. You'll learn that when they were asked about these calls and conversations, both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins lied about it. Both of them. They said they never had a call with each other. But then ultimately, when they were confronted with their own cell phone records and they could no longer deny the calls, they were asked independently, explain yourself. And they both came up with the exact same explanation. A butt dial. The evidence will make you question, why did Albert and Higgins speak at 2:22 a.m. and why did they both try to cover up that phone call? You'll also learn after this incident and within days of one another, both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, both police officers, both trained investigators, got rid of their phones. Both of them. And what else you'll learn Brian Albert got rid of? Shortly after this incident, Brian Albert got rid of his house, the whole thing.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses.
Just sold it. His childhood home, a home that had been in the Albert family for generations. He literally sold it mere months after this incident. Dog rehomed, phones destroyed, house sold. You'll learn that all these things happened shortly after the incident where John O'Keefe was found unresponsive and dying in Brian Albert's front lawn. And you'll also learn that Michael Proctor looked the other way. He did not investigate any of what I'm telling you. He pre-selected Karen Reed from the start. And he ignored everything and everyone else. Let's get back to what was happening with the others while Karen slept. What you'll learn during this trial is that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, you've heard her name before, Jennifer McCabe. She was at the waterfall that night and she was over at the Alberts' house that evening as well. She left the after-hours gathering about 2 a.m., a little before 2 a.m., got home around 2 a.m. And you'll learn that according to the Commonwealth's own evidence from a forensic software program called Physical Analyzer made by Cellebrite, it's considered the gold standard for forensic tools. You'll learn that a Google search was discovered on Jennifer McCabe's phone. A Google search that Michael Proctor and his investigators never revealed to us. But we found anyway. A Google search that was time-stamped, according to their own data, at 2:27 a.m. 5 minutes after that 2:22 a.m. call that Higgins and Albert denied having. And that Google search on Jennifer McCabe's phone read, Hoslong to die in cold. Hoslong to die in cold. Now she misspelled the first word. Hos is supposed to be how, but the meaning's the same. How long does it take to die in the cold? Time-stamped 2:27. And then that search was also noted by the same Cellebrite program as having been deleted. The evidence will force you to ask, Why is there a search on her phone? Why is it logged at 2:27 a.m.? When the Commonwealth claims that she first learned of John's death and where his body was hours later at 6 a.m. So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees. 1:25 a.m., Brian Higgins makes an unexpected visit to Canton PD. 1:30 a.m., he makes a phone call that he later denies ever making. At 2:22 a.m., Brian Higgins and Brian Albert talk. They both deny and lie about having made that phone call. 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes later, a Google search appears on Jennifer McCabe's phone, Hosslong to die in cold, hours before John's body was ever discovered. A Google search she denies making, and that she later, or at least it was later logged as deleted. Meanwhile, at 2:30 a.m., the plow driver confirms that O'Keefe's body was not on the lawn of Brian Albert's house, not at 2:30 in the morning. And at 3:30 in the morning, that area was obstructed by a Ford Edge like the one the Albert family liked to own. The evidence will show in the meantime, Karen dozed in and out of a fitful sleep for the rest of the night, only to awaken just before 5 a.m., and that's when she realized, in a panic, John had never come home. And you'll see, it wasn't like John to not come home. That morning, you'll see and hear evidence that Karen's emotions had morphed. It'd gone from frustration and anger, which you'll hear in the voicemails, to abject fear. Fear that something bad had happened. The evidence will establish by this time Karen was panic-stricken. She had a feeling something was very, very wrong. She was unable to get a hold of John. Karen went to go look for him. She got in her Lexus and she backed up to leave her garage at One Meadows. You'll hear a lot about that address, One Meadows. That was John's house where Karen was staying. She backed out of the garage, and during the course of the trial, you'll hear that she actually struck another car with that right rear taillight. During the course of this trial, the Commonwealth is going to desperately claim that Karen Reed's taillight was actually damaged by hitting John O'Keefe. They'll have no evidence of it, mind you, none, but they'll make the claim. We'll show you a video of exactly how that taillight was originally damaged, or exactly what happened at 5:07 in the morning. The facts will show that it was damaged in John's own driveway at 5:07 when Karen backed up and made contact with another car in the driveway. This is 5 hours after she dropped John off and he went into the Albert residence. As a result, the taillight was minimally cracked, but it wasn't completely shattered or damaged or broken. And that's the condition of the SUV when Michael Proctor got a hold of it. That becomes important. You'll hear from an independent police officer, an eyewitness to the damage on that SUV, someone not connected to Michael Proctor or under his control. And he'll tell you that he saw the taillight damaged before it was in Michael Proctor's possession, but it was not completely shattered. And you won't have to speculate how that taillight got cracked originally. You'll see it for yourself. It's on video. You'll learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit that car at One Meadows is because she backed out looking for him at a time when she was absolutely panic-stricken and grief-stricken. Where was John? Why hadn't he come home? What had happened to him? Is he hurt? Is he passed out somewhere? Her mind was reeling. The evidence will establish she wasn't giving anything away. Everything was on the table. What could have happened to John? You'll learn that when she woke up and he still wasn't home, she was just racking her brain for what could have happened to him, and she was worried about possibly the worst. He had gotten out of the car, he'd walked to the house, she was confused, and later, when she found him at 6 a.m. on the lawn, where she last saw him going toward the house, her mind started reeling, oh my God, did a plow hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? What could have happened to him? And that video clip that you saw, out of context, when she said the words, he did not look like he was mortally wounded, she's not talking about at midnight. She's talking about at 6 a.m. when she found him. That's what she was talking about. Your job will be to make sure that the evidence isn't presented to you too cute by half. She was saying all those things. Did a plow hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was saying that to herself and to other people. And the Commonwealth, very obviously, will try to seize on that panic and twist this into some admission. But here's the actual truth. That's not a confession. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could a plow have hit him? That's a person trying to make sense of an unexplainable circumstance, a natural concern of a bereaved significant other, a woman desperately trying to piece together what could have happened on this tragic night. John didn't come home. And the evidence will show that Karen Reed never said, I hit him. Never. Not in the background of the 911 recording, not on any dash cam video, not on any audio, not on any police body cam, not to a first responder. It's never mentioned in a single report. It's never reported in a single report from January 29th, not by one person, because it never happened. The evidence will show that there were at least 13 members of law enforcement or first responders and 2 civilian witnesses that were intently focused on what was happening at that scene. They were all over the lawn. They were all over Karen. Officer Seraph, Mullaney, Good, Lank, EMT Nuttall, Flamati, Kelly, Walsh, Woodbury, Whitley, Becker, Robery, McLaughlin, Carrie Roberts, Jennifer McCabe. They were all there, watching and listening. On January 29th, when John O'Keefe was found, not one first responder reported having heard Karen Reed say the words, I hit him. Not one. Not one civilian reported having heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. The facts will show that the first time this improved statement was ever claimed to have been made was some 24 hours later by a single EMT in an interview. Now listen to this. In an interview coordinated by a Canton police detective named Kevin Albert.
If you've got pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe yet.
Brian Albert's brother. And remember, Chris Albert, the other brother, is a board selectman to whom the Canton Police Department reports. And what's more, you'll learn that Katie McLaughlin, that's the EMT, that's the single EMT, the first person to have claimed to have heard this unrecorded and unreported statement, is years-long, close personal friends with a young woman named Caitlin Albert. You heard that right. It's Brian Albert's daughter. During the course of this trial, you'll become familiar with and you'll realize that the Alberts are indeed a powerful and indeed an influential family. And that will mean something. You'll learn that there are other major problems with the prosecution's case. The evidence will establish that Michael Proctor himself, the lead investigator and architect of this entire case, has a long-standing and personal relationship with the Albert family. Yes, that same Albert family. His sister was close friends with Julie Albert. He personally sat at head tables at weddings, or at a head table at weddings with the Albert family. He entrusted the Alberts with babysitting his own children. You heard that correctly. And yet he was the lead detective assigned to investigate the circumstances of a Boston police officer laying dead on the Alberts' front lawn. That's not just bias, you'll learn. That's not just coincidence. That, folks, is corruption. And you'll see how far it went. Michael Proctor was alone with all the critical evidence in this case, alone with Karen Reed's phone, alone with John's phone, alone with video footage, alone with the taillight material, alone when he claimed to recover evidence from 34 Fairview. He wrote the search warrants, he transported the evidence, he secured it, he submitted it, he did it all. That's Michael Proctor. And he did it without any reasonable oversight. You'll see during the trial that he intentionally lied and fabricated evidence during the course of this investigation. He lied in reports, warrants, he lied under oath. He lied about the time that he actually secured Karen Reed's vehicle. Why? Why would he lie about that? The evidence will give you the answer. He lied because he did not want it revealed that he had access to that vehicle and he had access to that taillight before any taillight fragments were found at 34 Fairview. Appreciate that. He had access to the vehicle before a single piece of taillight material was ever found at the scene. You'll find that there were 2 searches. The first and second search found 0. Nothing. Nothing around John's body. Nothing in the street. Not one piece of taillight fragment. But once Michael Proctor had that SUV and had the taillight in his custody and control, suddenly items started magically showing up. And not just a few items. 46 pieces of bright red taillight laying in the snow, supposedly found in the exact same spot that was searched not once, but twice by independent officers. It came up with 0. To be clear, you'll learn that before Michael Proctor had access to that taillight, not a single piece was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That will become vitally, vitally important. And what about those shards of plastic, by the way? What about this DNA that the Commonwealth mentioned? They're going to try to dazzle you with talk of DNA because it sounds so scientific. DNA was on the taillight, but you'll learn that there was no DNA on the actual shards that they claim came in contact with John's arm. None. There was no blood, no tissue, no skin, no DNA on a single shard of plastic that they claim cut deep abrasions into John's arm, the arm that you saw overhead. The DNA that was actually found, the actual science will show, was found outside of the taillight housing where anyone with access to that vehicle would have touched. And it wasn't just one male's DNA. In that exact same sample, there were 3 men found. John and 2 unidentified males. So unless the Commonwealth is going to shift their theory that that SUV hit 3 men that night, their entire theory falls apart. And speaking of DNA, the evidence will further establish that John O'Keefe's shoe, the one that he was wearing when he was found, was sampled. And that DNA revealed 5, count them, 5 unidentified males. Recall that the evidence will establish independently that John was injured someplace warmer and had to be moved onto that lawn. 5 unidentified males touching that shoe. You'll also learn that you are not the first person, not the first to hear about the Commonwealth's theory of this case, that John was hit by an SUV. That's their theory. The Commonwealth presented this exact same claim to their own medical examiner, a woman by the name of Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello. And you'll learn that after reviewing what's called a law enforcement accident notifier, with law enforcement's theory of the collision written in it, defined in it, after conducting the autopsy herself, after examining John's injuries in detail, she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide based on the Commonwealth's presentation and their theory. That's right. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner will not deem the manner of death in this case, a homicide. She won't do it. But they're nonetheless back again trying to present the exact same theory to you in this trial. Again, the evidence will show that that is reasonable doubt. Throughout this trial, the Commonwealth will try to convince you of paranormal events, phones calling themselves, messages deleting themselves, Google searches made and then unmade, evidence magically appearing and evidence magically disappearing. But all that smoke and all those mirrors will not ever reach their burden. Because that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the Commonwealth's burden of proof. You'll learn that during the trial, the Commonwealth bears the highest burden known to our justice system. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And you'll learn that moral certainty means the highest level of certainty known in human affairs. It's not a small thing. They're not going to be able to do that. Not when every piece of this case was handled by a disgraced investigator with a motive to protect his friends, not when the physical evidence contradicts their very theory, not when their own medical examiner won't call this case a homicide based on the exact theory that they're presenting to you, not when the conduct of those in the house And the utter lack of investigation speaks volumes about those who actually have something to hide. By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV. There was no collision. She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty. You'll find that this case is the very definition of reasonable doubt. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all three of them, that are consistent with the evidence, the science, the truth, and justice. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Not very good. Listen, I have a lot of things to say about that, okay? I have some things I want to show you. I have some things I want to say. Firstly, if your plan is to rely on the snowplow driver, oh my goodness, you're out of your mind. Second of all, Karen Reed herself said in clips played to jurors that, yeah, I know I said I hit him. Oh my God, Alan Jackson's opening, the clips from Karen single-handedly destroyed them, and then our wonderful super towel, old content made new. I think that's it. I'm going to get it. I'm working on it. But our wonderful super towel, ladies and gentlemen, my word, came in and entirely eradicated that nonsense about Jen McCabe's Google search, which is now basically confirmed to have been at Karen Reed's request. There's audio of Karen telling Jen to Google how long to die in cold using her phone. Old Made New Creations. Love that username. Old Made New Creations. I'm going to memorize that. But ladies and gentlemen, listen, I have some things to say. First of all, what I want to say to begin with is let's listen. I want to just be clear about why Brian Lucky Lofgren is such a bad witness for the defense. This is the snowplow driver. Let me just show this to you little towels, okay? Brian Lucky Lofgren, during the first trial, when Adam Lally was directing him, admitted under oath that he misled the federal investigators and that he actually got to work later than when he said, and that he didn't see a black car until 5 a.m., probably Karen Reed's car, and that he didn't see police tape until after 6:30 a.m. You know how I know this, folks? Because I literally have the testimony saved and I had it ready because I want to embarrass Alan Jackson because he is a ridiculous human who would probably talk about Chewbacca if he could. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and you might be saying, Grant, you have been streaming for 8 hours and 20 minutes. There wasn't even trial today. What have you all been doing? How did that even happen? Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me actually break in, because if you missed the news, if you're just getting caught up, I know some of our towel friends, listen, I looked at where some of you are watching from. The list of countries, there's like 78 countries on the list. And some of you, I'm getting a little worried because the viewership in France is going up. I think the French government's going to be like, oh no, he's starting to spread within the population of France. They're going to want to give him northern France. But let me just tell you, yes, towel investigating. Oh yes, that's a wonderful word. Add that to the word of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, hi Carrie Gold, hi Dewdrops, God bless you, dear friends. And let me just say, ladies and gentlemen, I have been looking at where some of you are watching from, and that's why I was going into that. You all watch from like every country in the world. There were some countries that I did not even know. I think the Faroe Islands were on there. It's like Malaysia, Singapore, France, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Germany, the UK, Australia, South Africa. There were multiple countries in Latin America. I think Turkey was on there. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, in some of the countries like Burkina Faso, Zimbabwe, I didn't know there were people who watched Towel in Zimbabwe. That's fascinating to me. But Yeah. Oh, goodness. But ladies and gentlemen, oh, Claudia Montano, we have people from Portugal. Ladies and gentlemen, there are towels in literally every area of the world. So what I think's happening is you're all kind of, I know some of you watch like Honor, Super Towelette, Jew Drops, Murder by Maestro. Some of you watch for literally all day. But I think what's happening is we're actually just broadcasting across time zones. So people kind of just like check in with us, you know, they like go about their day and they're like, oh yeah, I bet he's still going. I bet the towels are still talking. Let's hop in. And then some people wake up and they're like, oh yeah, I bet the towels are talking. I bet some people go to bed, wake up, and we're still here. Holland, oh, God bless the Holland. Canada towel. Oh, look at all the towels jumping in. Oh, yes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little bit concerned. You're caught up, Baxter. That's wonderful. Yes, I'm a little bit concerned about our influence in France. I didn't actually think the French people would go along with our plan. I think there's going to be a cabinet meeting of the French government, and they're going to be like, listen, if the kid approaches us and he wants northern France, he might form a political party in France if we don't give it to him. Oh, yes, we have the U.S., I know we have the U.S. here. A lot of percentage of the viewers are from the U.S., and I'm thrilled to tell you that no one under the age of 24 watches this channel. I do not think children should be watching this content. It's actually very serious, and so I am thrilled that there is 0% viewership under the age of 24. Oh, Texas, look at all the towels. Allie 90211. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, the towel. Oh, we love France. God bless the country of France. Well, it's a secular country, but still, we love the country of France. All of France are honorary towels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't kidding. I did look at the analysis of the channel. Actually, while we're pausing for a second, let me just explain a few things. One, we're 8 hours in. You all are absolutely wonderful towels. If you're wondering why today has been so chaotic, we have to listen to this voicemail, okay? This was a combination effort. I keep forgetting this name. Hold on. Old Creations Made New. Old Made New Creations. I don't know why it's hard for me. I think it's because I have, like, the first time I tried to remember this wonderful Super Towel's name, I forgot their name, and now I have this permanent block. I'm gonna get it though. Old Made New Creations. There we go. If you're wondering what's going on, folks, listen to this voicemail. We're doing our towel recap, towels from around the world. We're just checking in. Our plan was to just recap the past 21 days of trial. Folks, my goodness. Old Made New Creations. One comment in the YouTube chat. Folks, it set off. I just want to show you. We are at like a substantial amount of views on the original thread. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of impressions on a lot of my Twitter posts, but I know some of you were trying to guess what this was going to get to, and I projected probably hit 100,000 by the morning. It's at like 61,000. Right now, then the repost is at like 30,000 on its own, and then I did a higher quality copy, which is only at 2,000 because it wasn't really meant to. The other post was the one that people were sharing. This was meant as a resource for digital researchers who want to take the highest quality audio I could get. Now, listen to this, folks. Old Creations Made New came out of nowhere, literally a wonderful super towel, and said, Grant, in the towel chat, Grant, don't you think that you should look at this clip of Karen's voicemail. Karen called John's phone after 6 a.m. or so when Carrie and Jen were going back to the scene where John had been killed, allegedly by Karen's car while she was drunk driving with a BAC of 0.14 to 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, while backing up her car to 24.2 miles an hour at precisely 12:32 in about 4 seconds or so to 9 seconds on January 29, 2022, right before John's phone stopped moving for the last time at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you listen to this voicemail, it's Karen calling John's phone, right? So Karen has her phone. It goes to voicemail. It's John's voicemail recording Karen yelling and Jen McCabe calling, trying to call 911 or on the phone. So you hear Karen yelling and you hear Karen say to Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts very clearly, get your phone, or Carrie Roberts, I think it might be Jen, get your phone, use your phone, and then you hear Google something like how long to die in cold, or how long until for you to die in cold. So let's listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Murder by Maestro and I helped with the audio cleanup, but this is a day celebrating old made new creations, the super towel themselves. If you missed it, and that was the point about why I'm going to look at all the towels from around the world and look at the countries. If you missed it, if you've just been popping in, if you're like, Grant, what is going on? If you're like Baxter and you got caught all the way up, God bless you, Baxter, then ladies and gentlemen, it is a towel international, merci beaucoup. And hablo español también y creo que todas las personas que le gustan mirar este programa es las personas muy importantes en todo el mundo. Sí, es muy importante para hablar todos los idiomas en el mundo y creo que Tao puedo hablar muchos idiomas, no solo que hablar español y inglés, puedo que hablar otros idiomas también y claro que sí es una importante cosa que yo quiero que describir a todos la gente en el mundo. See, I can basically speak Spanish. Did you know that, ladies and gentlemen? If some of you speak Spanish out there, you can be like, oh God, he speaks Spanish. You know, one time I was sitting outside the Karen Reed trial, and I was just being a little towel, you know, and I was being my towel self, and I was just talking to people, and some state trooper was standing around or something, and I was like, Trooper, you know, I think I could be dropped in Nicaragua with no money or resources and probably survive. And he looked at me and he was like, Grant, why Nicaragua? And I was like, oh, because I speak fluent Spanish. Yes. Oh, by the way, no, that was not Spanglish. That was mostly Spanish. No, and so hold on. I want to just let me pause. We've been going for 8 hours. If you're just tuning in, if you're getting caught up, this voicemail is incredibly important. We're going to listen to 4 versions of it. You're going to hear it play twice at regular speed, once at 0.5, one at 0.75. Murder by Maestro put a lot of effort into cleaning up the audio. I upped the audio. It's at 1100% of its source audio. That's how hard it was to hear this. Let's listen. Ready your towel ears. Thank you for allowing me to speak Spanish for a little bit there. It was really fun. Yep. I mean, you heard it, folks. You heard it. If you're just tuning in, I know you were all listening to every word of that. If you were here earlier, by the way, we literally discovered that in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, Patrice says, can you imagine the signal messages that are being exchanged right now among the defense team? We are screwed. That damn towel just found the audio clip that we thought no one was going to catch. I mean, listen, if you have to boost, first of all, if you have to combine the Super Towel old made new creations with Murder by Maestro's audio processing abilities in real time, you should have seen this, folks. If you missed the part of the stream earlier, we were all literally like having a celebration. It was quite a moment because what happened was Old Made New Creations posted a chat in the YouTube chat, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, I should listen to this clip they linked. So I click it, and I listened to their short, and I was like, you know, it's really like a huge bombshell if Karen is on audio saying that she telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold. No one had been able to locate that. And so I clicked the link and I'm listening to it. It was very hard to hear. And but obviously Old Maid New Creations had nailed it. And so I took what happened was Old Maid New Creations had used a YouTube video from NBC 10 WJAR. It was from June 20th, 2024 actually. It's 42 minutes and 20 seconds in to that clip from NBC 10 WJAR of the first Karen Read trial on June 20th, 2024. So you go to 42 minutes and 20 seconds in and you clip the 10 seconds, right? We clip the 10 seconds. The second part of that 10 seconds from 42:25 to 42:30 was explosive. It was that what you just heard right there. Now, if it's just garbled voices, if you don't know what you're listening to, but if you really know what you're listening to, like the towels were here, ladies and gentlemen, it was Old Maid New Creations. It was Murder by Maestro's Little Towel. We knew it was really Old Maid New Creations. That's why they're cited in every single post. It was right. They were right. And so we crowdsourced in real time. We took the audio, right? So first I had this audio that wasn't great. It was from NBC 10 WJAR and it wasn't really what we needed. Murder by Maestro within literally like 15 minutes came through with the actual source audio, which was the highest quality source audio we could get. The actual courtroom source audio. It wasn't like it was just recorded through the pool feed, but it was as good as we were going to get. It wasn't like a dubbed version. It wasn't someone recording a feed. It was the actual audio. So we took that audio, right, folks? And then this is where it got really good. So I'm over here on the stream. You can watch this back in real time. I'm on my Canva editing platform. I'm just kind of doing my towel editing thing. I can only do so much. It's not a software really based program. It's more of like a website GUI. And I'm doing what I can. I'm messing around with it. And I get the post out with as good audio as I can. It sparks this whole discussion. Murder by Maestro then gets a cleaned up version of the audio that he's able to send me. Two versions, actually. I take both of those versions. One of them was a little bit boosted. The other one was not, but they're both cleaned up because what happened was the audio file had like windshield wipers in the background and it had some like background courtroom noise. So we stripped that out, all right? And then Murder by Maestro sends it over to me. I boost the audio from Murder by Maestro. So Murder by Maestro sends two files, a boosted version and a non-boosted version. I take the boosted and the non-boosted version. I boost them again by 400%. I save the file, okay? I upload it again. Now, so the source audio from Murder by Maestro is already boosted 400%. I upload it. I boost it again. Now it's boosted 800% from the original. I then I then download that and I boost it one more time, 300%. So it's 1100% boosted. Oh, wow, that's wild, WD-40. 65K views. I predicted 100,000 overnight. We might hit that within the next few hours. But I boosted to 1,100%. That is the audio. So just so you understand what, and mind you, we are all just amateur kind of towels doing this in real time in front of all these people having a great, we're trying to do a trial recap. We break in and start doing this work. Within 3 hours, we produced that 26-second clip. That is not just a 26-second clip. That is the byproduct of three people working very hard to isolate a very complicated and convoluted, otherwise garbled piece of audio into legible text that directly undermines a key part of Karen Read's defense. It was incredible. It was absolutely incredible to watch live. And if you have not been able to listen to how that clip came together, oh, those few hours, friends, it was a moment. Like as I realized it, as the towel friends in chat realized it, and if you want to listen to it one more time, I assure you, this is Karen Read saying something along the lines of, "Oh no, hold on, I got it. I assure you, this is something along the lines of Karen Read saying, use your phones to search how long for you to die in the cold." That's pretty much what she's saying. You can listen to it very closely. I mean, it's pretty explosive audio. Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. Oh, wow, 96,000 views. That's a lot. No, and so that's what I'm saying. Okay, so we're pretty far into trial. Like, I think in terms of its evidentiary value, I think you'd have to do a very, very robust forensic examination, and it is on an important point because it just decimates the defense. But like, yeah, you'd have to do a very complex forensic analysis. Now, there are people that could do it. Let me actually show you one. So first of all, can we talk about Alan Jackson's cross? Because that was just the update. Can I just make a point about Alan Jackson's cross before I get back to that important audio? Alan Jackson intends on relying on Brian Lucky Lofgren. Okay, you heard that? Brian Lucky Lofgren was the snowplow driver who even the pro Karen Reed jurors during the first trial didn't even the pro Karen Reed jurors during the first trial didn't take seriously. Now, I mentioned a little bit earlier before I welcomed people back and told folks what was going on, that during the first trial, Brian Lucky Lofgren admitted under oath that he was wrong when he told the federal investigators that he saw a car at like 2:30 or something like that, and that he actually saw the black car closer to 5 a.m., and that he didn't see police tape till 6:30 a.m. Now, that's crucial, because then we're going to listen to Ronnie, the juror from the first Karen Reed trial, say straight up that this witness, Brian Lucky Lofgren, was not credible. So yes, we're going to listen to this right now, and then I'm going to look for there's something I wanted to look for while we're doing this. But yes, let's watch this for now. Oh, that's right. I'm going to look for a clip about forensic audio analysis, and I'll show you all like what it takes to do that level of forensic audio analysis. But for now, we watch this.
Also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30.
So if they wrote that in a report,
2:35.
that would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct? Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate? Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Rowell.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show counsel. Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to read, join to a document. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph, this paragraph, and this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just please look, right? Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieval?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023?
No, it does not.
So you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 call-in.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also...
That was great, wasn't it? Now, if you're wondering, okay, so I see, Grant, like, that's how Lucky Loughran testified. He looks pretty not credible. Did, for example, I don't know, one of the Karen Reed trial jurors then give an interview talking about Lucky's credibility? Are you wondering if I also have that clip for you? Yes, absolutely I do. And if you're wondering, Grant, do you have that to make a point about why Alan Jackson's cross opening was really, 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 really bad? Yeah, I do. You know why? Because the juror went on Turtle Boy's show, and what did the juror say? Let's listen.
Then it was determined that he was not or I basically believe that he was not a credible witness.
Wow, that's wild. Do you guys think he was blind?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Oh, I forgot I put that in the end there.
Then
I'm sorry, Lucky. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at that, but he's colorblind too. And Turtle Boy must have forgot that, because Turtle Boy was like, what did you think he was blind? Well, he is colorblind, Aiden. And I mean, listen, Aiden got the interview with the guy, so obviously I cite it. If you look, I cite Aiden's channel. I include all the attribution, and it's only a clip for reporting anyway. But the point is, come on, Aiden. You asked the guy, the juror, if they thought Lucky was blind, and he was colorblind. I had to do it to him. Come on. How could I not do? Come on. I'm not trying to listen. Lucky's colorblindness is not a funny thing, but he is a fact witness whose vision is at issue in the case. So I mean, yes, Lucky's going to testify again, and Lucky is colorblind, and Lucky crashed into a basketball hoop. He literally crashed into a basketball hoop during the snowstorm. So, I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I just don't think calling Brian, I didn't know I wasn't Lucky Loughran is the best idea. Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't think even the pro Karen Reed jurors during the first trial liked Lucky Loughran. I don't think he's a bad guy. It's just, he's not a credible witness. He's really not a credible witness. Now listen, the one other thing, we're going to watch some Karen clips, because just for folks who have been tuning in, if you missed our Karen clip compendium earlier, we're going to play it again after your Alan Jackson's opening is fresh in your mind, because you're going to notice that it's not just the evidence that undermines Jackson's opening. It's not just Brian Lucky Lofgren, Brian Unlucky Lofgren, ladies and gentlemen. Brian, I didn't know I was an unlucky Lofgren. Brian Lofgren, who said, after being asked, ladies and gentlemen, Brian Lofgren was asked to read a document where he gave an interview. He read the document, noticed that he had clearly misled the federal investigators when he gave the interview. And then when Lally was like, does that refresh your memory? Like, do you remember what you said now? He was like, I don't remember. Folks, I mean, I don't know if people just missed it during the, hold on. If Vinny from Court TV is going to do a poll, then we are going to do a poll. Hold on. There's a very important clip I actually want to show all of you towel friends. But if Vinny is going to do a poll about whether Karen Reed should testify, you can be damn sure that the towel friends are going to do a poll right now. Should Karen Reed make our dreams come true and take the stand in her retrial, in the John O'Keefe retrial? We're going to change that. I like to try to put John O'Keefe in every title because it's important that his name is always remembered. Folks, just remember, if you ever, don't just say the Karen Reed retrial, the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. If you're making posts about it, I actually can tell you, I'm not going to say anything specific, but it would mean a lot to people, okay, if you called it the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. And you might say, like, that's such a small thing, Grant, like, but yes, it doesn't cost anything. It's the language you're using when you have the opportunity to talk about the trial, the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. I promise you, if you use the phrase the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, it will mean a lot. Okay, I'm not speaking for anyone, I'm just saying it will mean a lot. All right, now I want to put up this poll, but of course there are so many comments, it's taking me a second to get the poll up. But we're going to watch a very interesting video, so I want you all to watch this. Do you remember how I was talking about, oh, we have a video? Hold on, listen. If I get a message from Murder by Maestro that we have a video about Brian Lucky Lofgren, I'm not exactly sure what it's going to be about. Oh, no. Oh, it's a baby video. Oh, that is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Oh, it's a baby video. I love these things. I see who posts them. There's this comedian that I really like. He has like wavy hair. He's really funny. I can't believe I forget his name. Obviously, I don't like watch him religiously, but I follow him on like Facebook or something, and he posts these baby videos, and I know it's like an AI meme that's like becoming popular. I still think it's the funniest thing in the entire world. This is straight from Murder by Maestro, by the way, so we are watching this. Murder by Maestro sends something over, we watch it, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand? That is an absolute obligation of Towel Channel.
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
Theo Vaughn, yes, absolutely. It's Theo Vaughn.
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out. It's called the Franken truck. It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck. It was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use, so they try to make it as comfortable as possible. Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat, so the seat is raised so I can see over the hood, and I can see about 5 either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
Oh, Murder by Maestro, that was the greatest thing I've ever seen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel is just enjoying himself so much. Do you realize we are 9 hours in, and that made me break into a towel giggle? I don't think I have ever been so happy. Hold on. Oh, goodness, a Diddy and Epstein baby video. I don't know if I can handle that one. I think that would be a little bit. Murder by Maestro, take a bow. Take a bow, my friend. You have just absolutely brightened the day of your towel friends. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. How can I'm reposting this. Like, people are gonna, it's a very serious feed about like that audio clip and then the baby Lucky. You know, so I just want you all to know that sometimes I absolutely don't, I'm just like, oh, I have something interesting to tweet, and I just tweet it, and I don't even really think, I just want you to know I do not think about the platform I have at all, ever. So I like tweet things, and then they just like go out there, and sometimes I look back, I'm like, oh God, like 25,000 people read that. I was just like, I just had something to say. So anyway, Murder by Maestro, my point is, have fun with that. Oh, goodness. Oh, okay, I know what I want to show you. All right, so if you missed it earlier, if you're getting caught up, you know, folks, you know that we're going to play this clip one more time, all right? We're going to play this clip one more time. Oh, by the way, look at that. Judge Canoni got the Person of the Year from the Norfolk County Bar Association, ladies and gentlemen. The Person of the Year, the Honorable Beverly J. Canoni. The keynote speaker was the Clerk of Courts, and there were some other awards given out, including to different clerk magistrates and otherwise. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very interesting. And then, folks, if you missed it, if you're just tuning in, you missed this audio from Karen Reed. You have no... it's very loud. Sorry about that. Prepare your ears. If you were wondering what the day was all about, ladies and gentlemen, it was this audio. Then we're going to watch one clip where I want to show you what kind of audio analysis, if there was time, we could have done on this file, like what we could have pulled out. But for now, just listen to the clip. Is this Karen Reed telling Jen McCabe after 6 a.m. at the scene of John's death to use her phone to Google how long for someone to die in cold, or for you to die in cold? Wow, you know what? That just gets more clear to me every time I hear it, and you know, it doesn't really surprise me that the Free Karen Reed people are struggling to come to terms with the implications of this, as are the people who are a little resentful maybe of Towel and Murder by Maestro. And I just want to say that I don't think anyone resents, as far as I'm aware, I don't think anyone resents New Creations. I think they are just like, I think they are the super towel, though I don't really understand. But don't get me wrong, there are some people even who support the Karen Reed is guilty or pro-justice for John O'Keefe side of things, who just because Murder by Maestro, not really Murder by Maestro, but just because I was involved or whatever, are going to shoot it down. That's their opinion. Like, what's interesting about this is it's not so much a matter of perspective. People have ears, okay? So like, most people's ears are going to be able to hear what's in that audio. And you know, I think, you know, whether it's Kevin or otherwise, and you know, I don't think it's actually Kevin who has beef. I think it's more like Kate, and Kate is kind of like, and it's not just Kate. I think it's the people in Kate's orbit. They're very like, we will use social ostracization. And so, you know, you, Kevin, shall go out there and say this thing about certain people. It's so stupid. It's so contrived. They're like literally in high school. They value their social lives more than they care about the integrity of reporting on any of this. It's disgusting. It's abhorrent. I don't understand why they care. They're childish. I think it's ridiculous. But anyway, setting that aside, talking about the audio itself, right? Like, people's ears are able to function. Some of us have very good headphones. Some of us have even better headphones than I'm wearing. These are just $30 headphones I got. They're stereo headphones, but I got them off Amazon on a discount because they were like last year's model or something. I don't know. The point is, they cost, my headphones, which aren't even like wonderful stereo headphones, were able to pick up on what that audio said. And I promise you, people out there who are much smarter than me, and Murder by Maestro is one of those people, and I'm sure Old Made New Creations is much smarter than me too. There are people out there who are smarter than me that know what that audio says. So people shooting it down because they're either FKR, they're spiteful, I don't really care. It's not about my interpretation. People have ears. Like, let the ears stand for themselves. I don't think ears can actually stand on anything. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I want to, pardon me, I do have a little bit of a disability. I want to make one my esophagus and airway cross penetrate because the surgery kind of went wrong with my stomach and it messed up things. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you a clip of the kind of audio analysis we could have done on that file. So you want to talk about, ladies and gentlemen, a short audio analysis that I was just doing because Murder by Maestro and Old Main New Creations had the opportunity to present this file. Like, we had the opportunity to do this analysis. You want to see a real audio analysis? Do you want to see what could ears with legs? You want to see what could be, what an actual audio analysis would look like, ladies and gentlemen? I want to show you this. Now listen, I want to give a little disclaimer. There's nothing, this is a more serious topic. This is by analogy, okay? We don't do coverage of like conflict. This is a public information service. So obviously from time to time you'll see things like news about the Pope, or you might see other news that's not just strictly the trial that we're covering. But this, the only reason that I'm showing this is because the second half of this video has to do with audio analysis. In particular, what you can pull out of an audio file when you really know what you're doing. And I want to point out, one, I'm just an amateur film and audio editor. I know what I'm doing a little bit, but I have basic tools. You saw the rudimentary editing if you were here earlier. Murder by Maestro, skill above me. Then we're going to watch this video. There are people like Earshot, NGO, and Forensic Analysis. We're going to listen to these folks. They can do audio analysis that is unlike anything you've ever seen. So let's take a look at this. Hold on one second. It's a recording of two people speaking, okay? And I want to show you how they just rip it apart. So first of all, actually, it's really interesting because they use, we'll watch both parts. First, they use a video and audio to track where, not just like the missile, but where it came from. So I want you to watch like what audio and a video can tell you. And then the second part is what we're really interested in, okay? Now, the second part involves, folks, it involves analysis of two people speaking. Okay, actually, let's just jump right to that. Let's just jump right to the two people speaking, okay? Now, this is a news report, okay? And it's a news report about two people speaking in an audio file and why the people who made the file, or the people who analyzed the file, think the file was fake. And the context is that the Israeli government released this file suggesting it was two people talking about planning like an attack or like a rocket falling or like placing blame on the opposition in the Hamas war on Hamas. But what you'll find is that, and this is Channel 4, they're a very independent, in part, they don't take either side. They're an impartial, objective news outlet. You'll find that they did an audio analysis, and what did they find? That the human voices were spliced together. Now, that's not what we're dealing with in the Reed trial. This is an authentic recording. This is Karen Reed's voice. But I'm showing you what kind of high-level technical audio analysis could reveal. So let's listen to this very interesting Channel 4 coverage, okay? One second.
The second aspect examined is the tape released by the Israeli Defense Forces. The IDF says it is two Hamas operatives discussing how an Islamic Jihad missile fired from in Gaza malfunctioned, causing the hospital explosion. 2 nights ago, we reported that Arab-speaking experts raised questions about the tone and language of this tape. The forensic sound analysis states, quote, "This recording is made up of 2 separate channels and demonstrate that these 2 voices have been recorded independently. These 2 independent recordings have then been edited together in a digital audio workstation, such as Pro Tools, Logic, Audition, have added effects, such as pan control, and recomposed. That being their analysis, what do they then conclude? Though this audio analysis cannot categorically state that the audible dialogue is fake, we can say that the level of manipulation required to edit these 2 voices together disqualifies it as a source of credible evidence. Earshot's opinion is that this recording does not meet the standard required for evidence and should not be used by the media without the clear caveat that it has been digitally manipulated. We turn now to the image analysis carried out.
So that's one way you can do audio analysis. Now, we're not dealing with a splice clip, but just look at the level of detail that they could get there. And then also, let's look at one more way you can use audio analysis. So Murder by Maestro, that NGO, it's called earshot.ngo. That's the people who did that. There are people out there who can do this level of forensic audio analysis.
It derailed Joe Biden's Middle East visit. It started a raging global debate. The explosion at the hospital in Gaza City on Tuesday night and its bloody aftermath. Tonight, audio and photographic analysis sheds new light on what happened. First, the audio analysis. This comes from a consortium of prominent NGOs specializing in human rights investigations. Earshot investigators have analysed two aspects of the blast which killed so many at the Christian hospital. First, Doppler effect sound analysis of the missile tracking to the hospital that night.
It's the compression of sound waves as a moving object is accelerating towards you, and that object is emitting sound, and then as it's moving away, that frequency decreases, that pitch decreases.
That analysis produced this mapping. The red line is where the Israelis said the missile was fired from by, they say, Islamic Jihad from within southwestern Gaza. But this new Doppler sound mapping analysis concludes that the missile came from a variety of possible firing points, the blue arrows, all east of the hospital, not west, as the IDF claimed. That map arose from this Doppler mapping of the audio of the missile flying to impact at the hospital.
Do you understand that audio is so sensitive if you do the analysis right? You can literally, from sound, make a map of the missile's trajectory. Okay? So I just want to tell you, yes, I know what I'm talking about, okay? When we're talking about this analysis of this audio, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know exactly how to channel the sound. Murder by Maestro is better than me. And I know what that audio says, okay? Do not get it twisted. And just to be clear, part of the reason I showed that clip is because I thought Murder by Maestro would absolutely benefit from it. Yeah, you see what I mean? Murder by Maestro is using a very high-level complex program. We cleaned up Murder by Maestro more so than me. I just boosted the audio. That was a rudimentary. Murder by Maestro is more professional than me. That was a quick crowdsourced job. Look at what a professional NGO could do. I'm telling you, if this, yes, this isn't, it destroys the whole Karen Reed defense, but if the state wanted to actually spend money, I don't know if they actually heard this. First of all, I hope you understand, I have hearing that is so sensitive that when we're in court, okay, they have to turn the white noise up on the machine, because if they don't, I can hear the sidebars. No one can hear that sidebar except for me. So I'm not saying I wasn't the one who heard this first. It was old, made new creations, okay? But yes, when I put my ear to it, I didn't need to boost the audio. I knew what I was listening to. But as I boosted it more and more and more and more, it became clearer and clearer and clearer what was said. So, yeah, let me just say, I will say straight up, I'll be the first one to do it. In my opinion, that was absolutely what was said on the audio, and the state could do a high-level audio analysis that would absolutely prove it. I mean, you can pull out those words way better than I. But yes, absolutely. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Someone who has really good, and I know that Murder by Maestro is very good, but someone who's doing this on a level with a full NGO, you could I'm sure Murder by Maestro could be on that team. You could really analyze that audio, and I'm sure you could conclude even more than what we pulled out today. But yes, folks, if you missed it, that was the big moment. Now listen, I think after watching Alan Jackson's Cross, the best, we don't have to do a recap today. It's so weird. Normally we'd be doing our recap now. Instead, we're just 9 hours in, chatting along like nothing ever happened. But yes, instead of doing our recap, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do the one thing that I know you all love more than anything else. One, we're going to watch the clip. I know you the clip. Before we watch the Karen clips, I know there's one clip you all want to see. You don't even have to request it, ladies and gentlemen. I will show you the clip of Hank Brennan saying, "You can call me Hank." I would expect some lawsuits will be incoming. They're in clip compilation and then do our goodbyes. Nope. I will show you this, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, tomorrow, I heard a little rumor that we're going to talk a little bit more about the history of the federal probe, the now confirmed as closed federal probe into John's death. I think we'll talk a little bit more about that, the politics behind it all. Rachel Rollins, Dustin Chow, Josh Levy. Tal's got a lot to say, but let's watch your favorite clip. This is for you, Colleen Henry.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
I know every single one of you loved it. I know every single one of you loved it. Your favorite clip, Colleen Henry. I was not going to deprive you of the "You Can Call Me Hank" clip. I would never do that to you all. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, but you know there's only one. Well, first of all, did you know, folks, that we are going to be back together tomorrow because we're going to have a wonderful stream? I don't know. I think we should keep Towel not for 10 hours tomorrow. This was a lot. I am so glad we did this together. We had an amazing day. I got to sit with you all. We had an amazing time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would not rather spend a day off from court with anyone else other than you, Towel friends. Quite literally 9 hours later, and I feel like we've been here for 5 minutes. And I was just like, oh yeah. We just sat down. Wait, it's time to go? What do you mean? I was just getting started. I had so much more to say. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I promise we will be back tomorrow morning. I'll put up the stream right after this. We can't even really do a recap. We can't do a recap because all we did was figure out that bombshell information about Karen and the 911 calling for sure. Karen's voice on that voicemail saying someone to use their phone to look up how long for someone to die in cold. Ladies and gentlemen, Dewdrops, get some rest, dear friend. You earned it. And yes, another thing is, so we'll do our stream tomorrow, and then Saturday, I do want to save some energy because we will do a Towel birthday stream. On that stream, it'll be all about your questions and comments, okay? And by the way, folks, please give a special thank you to Super Towel Dewdrops. Super Towel Dewdrops, no matter how much I say it, I don't think I can do proper honor to the compassion, camaraderie, and kindness of spirit that Super Towel Dewdrops, the towelette herself, demonstrates for her fellow towels. We had memberships gifted today. Dewdrops is so compassionate in the chat, always the first towel there. Just truly, folks, if you haven't had a chance to say or meet Dewdrops, just a wonderful towelette in every sense of the word. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, so first of all, birthday stream Saturday, you can see that Towel is being protected by Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. We didn't even talk about Chewie and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man today. That's how big the day was. I didn't even start talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes, so Saturday we will do a Towel birthday stream. That's going to be a lot of fun. I'll answer all your questions and comments. Oh no, Eva. You can't. You must pay. You must focus on your work. Don't lose sales because of Little Towel. We'll be here. Yes, God bless you all. And we're closed in the only way Towel knows how. We are gonna watch the Karen clip compilation. I know you all want to see it, and there is no wrap up today. Once the Karen clips are done, we'll do our traditional outro. If you're just great to see so many of you. Just know that I've been trying to say all of your names: Glamis Girl, Top Cat, LLA, Dewdrops, Debbie B. But I'll do that after the Karen clips. And I think you all know, more so than anything else, these words are what undermine Alan Jackson's cross more so than anything else. Truly, folks. I'm sure Lucky Lofgren's testimony, how the juror, more so than Karen Reed's own words, will be her demise. Enjoy the Karen clips. You know I'm going to stay with you to the end. I'll be here. I'll say goodbye to you in a few minutes. But watch the Karen clips. You all earned it. God bless every single one of you little towels.
So we approach from the north. We actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. Very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No. So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. Totally more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19. Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again?
And this was the moment you were dropping them all at the party.
Yeah, would have had to. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house? I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
The comment?
That.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I'd been out late, I'd been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic, and then I would pour a shot into it, so that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour, so I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6, and I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall, and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Read was forced to watch videos of herself admitting, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving, admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Read's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Reed did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Reed. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Well, hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own room with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later to the time let's start at 34 Fairview. So who are you with? Pull up and let us see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling, I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
We need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Now, they do eventually play clip 17, just so you know, friends. But there you go. And if you missed it, friends, if you missed it, there is a lot of debate going on. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's only a 23-second clip. If you missed it, Towel Friends. Yes, it was the Towel Friends themselves, including the legendary folks, the absolutely legendary Old Made New Creations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the audio that has made the internet just absolutely floored. It is at 73,000 views, the original video, ladies and gentlemen. 73,000 views. I told you we'd hit 100K probably by the morning. The repost itself, that's the second repost, is at 3,000. And then I'm not even sure. I know I'm only doing. I don't normally keep track. I'm only doing this because someone was counting. So one of them's at what 72. One of them's at 32. So that's 104,000. And then there's another one that's at 3. The one that's at 3 isn't actually the one people are discussing, but it's the one that I posted for the audio files who really want to dive into this audio. Ladies and gentlemen, more Karen clips next week. There's only 25 played. We know 44 are listed in evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I think to die in cold is said in, if you're wondering, this audio clip, I'm pretty sure it's a 6 a.m. or so statement from Karen Reed telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold, or how long for you to die in cold. And Pat Brooks, I just want to say, God bless you, dear friend. First of all, your emojis, your messages, I can feel the authenticity of and the compassion and your love just in how you express your kindness for this channel and your support. I was so glad to put your super chat up earlier. It's not just that you leave those chats, but you're so thoughtful with them. I mean, I read every word. I make sure I leave it up there on the screen, and it's just, you're very special, Pat Brooks, and I want you to know you're appreciated, and please continue to hang out with Little Towels, and you are a super towel. Don't ever forget that. But let us listen, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Does anyone know what time on Grant's clock where Grant plays the voicemail and Karen is showing to Jen how long to die in cold? Oh, Grandpa Munster's multi-track lab. We're about to play it right now. Again, you can also find it on my Twitter. Thank you. Let me reflect. x.com/Grant Smith Ellis. If you need help, though, Grandpa Munster's multi-track lab, don't you worry. I'll play that for you again right now. Here it is, my friend. I got 2 versions for you. In the beginning, you're going to hear 2 5-second versions. Those are each at regular speed with boosted audio, hot coffee chats. We were able to also play it a little bit slower at 0.5 speed, and then you can really hear it. So, yes, Jacked E65 and Grandpa Munster's multi-track lab. How convenient timing. You all read Little Towel's mind. Let's listen to it now. Prepare your audio. Prepare your ears. It gets a little loud. It's close, folks. It's a close one. Also, we had a question from Forensic RN. Not only did I get my lunch, I ate a cheeseburger, fries, and a side of rice. It was delicious. God bless you for keeping Little Towel in mind. It was absolutely important for Little Towel to eat lunch. But if you didn't hear it, folks, that audio was the big moment of the day. I'll tell you, folks, it's the discussion going around the internet, or the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial internet world right now. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, paying close attention. It is certainly going to be talked about more and more as the weekend goes on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am interested to hear more about Grandpa Munster's multi-track lab. See if we might be able to get some insight, because Grandpa Munster's multi-track lab, I don't know if you have a Twitter or not, but if you could reach out to me or Murder by Maestro if you're into audio if you're into audio forensic analysis or anything like that, we definitely want to keep looking at this clip overnight. And then just so you towel friends know, although we are going to end for today in a few minutes here, I will be back with you tomorrow. We're going to keep looking into this audio. We're going to get even better quality source audio. Maestro is a super towel. I have no doubt that all of us will continue this forensic analysis. Big shout out, by the way, I can't believe I keep forgetting this name. I'm going to memorize it. Old Made New Creations. Old Made New Creations, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, by the way, we already got rid of extra noise, folks. If you're wondering, it took us an hour or two in real time to just get the audio to that point. We got rid of, Murder by Maestro got rid of some of the wiper noises. There was some courtroom noise, because remember, it's a recording of an audio being played in court. We're not plugged into where the audio is playing. Like, it's not line audio from where the source audio is coming from, so it's not as good as it could be. We're doing our absolute very best. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Murder by Maestro. Hold on. I think I have all the, I'm pretty sure I have all the exhibits. I think I have the actual file that was played in court. Oh my goodness, I forgot about, okay, so folks, cliffhanger. Listen, we're going to be back tomorrow. I need some time. Oh, hold on. I'm going to click it. Let me reflect. Hold on. What are you showing me, Mattel friend? Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me listen. Oh, hold on. That's interesting. Nooses, thank you so much. Nooses, who was the channel that posted that, I subscribed. Thank you to the Super Towel who's shared that. I need to listen a little bit more to that. It's not. That's a very interesting. Now listen, folks. Hold on. I was listening to that actually in the background, so thank you for allowing me to pause. Someone posted an updated audio. Oh, wow. It must be doing really well since they're playing unskippable ads. Remember Old Maid, the card game, to start you off. Oh, yes. That's a good phonetic device. Old Maid New Creations. Old Maid New Creations. Got it. Listen, so, ladies and gentlemen, listen, I think I have it. I have it, Murder by Maestro. Hold on. Exhibits. I'm pretty sure I have it. Stay with me. Now, listen, we're not going to do this until tomorrow. If I have what we're going to do tomorrow morning is we may have really cleaned up audio. We're going to do this live, folks. We're going to wake up tomorrow, and we are going to do this. Now, hold on. I want to say I got the 911 calls, so stay with me. Stay with me. I know. These are all the PDFs, but didn't I get the actual 9? Oh, yeah, it could be. I need to make 100% sure I have them. I think I do. Wait a minute. I think I actually called like 911 calls or something. Hold on. Oh, wow. I think I actually do have these. No, not 922, 911. Come on. It's one of those moments. I'm clicking search on my drive as you all are listening. No, all right, let's try this again. Hold on. Do I have them? Oh my God, I have them. Murder by Maestro, I have them. I have the source audio. I have them. What? It's number 8, right? Hold on, it's loading up. Oh my God, I can't believe I got these directly. Oh, I have them. Murder by Maestro, I have them. Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. But we don't need that. We have something even better. We have something that's what we post, Eva, for just the audio from the courtroom. The raw file. I have it right here. I'm telling you, I'm downloading it right now. Oh my goodness, listen, we're 9 hours in. No, I have them, Murder by Maestro. I'm looking at the raw file now. I got them from the court on a flash drive during the first trial. They gave them to me. I'm looking at Google. I have them all. I think I have 39 megabits of. I have all of them. Well, hold on. We might do this right now, folks. Hold on. If I have the actual raw audio file, we are 100% going to do this right now. Oh, actually, you know what? I think maybe because I'm the only one who has it, we could do it overnight. Murder by Maestro, what do you think? Do you want to work on it overnight? I have let me just open the file right now. You're going to hear it on your screen. This is really good. Yeah, we could do it now. I'm pretty tired, but I don't mind. You all towels are special. We got to solve this. Let's do it. It's in the public interest. Hold on 1 second. It's a WAV file, so 1 second. Oh, goodness. I was ready to go to bed. All right, hold on. No, duty calls. Duty calls, ladies and gentlemen. Duty calls. I will not be deterred. Hold on. It's opening. It's opening. No, well, yeah, I know. I want to get some rest, but it's important to me, so we're listening to this. It's opening. Hold on. I'll tell you how long it is in 1 second.
No, police is square line. What is your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
You're in Canton? Hold on. I'm going to transfer over to Canton Police. You connected to know it, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
It's the towers. That's right. Stay on the line.
I think he's dead. You need, you got to get here ASAP, okay?
I'm going to transfer the line. I'm going to transfer to Canton.
Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Kerry.
911, what's your emergency? Yes,
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow at 34?
He passed out, yes. 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found him.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Canton, Mass, yes.
911 is on recorded. Where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. Is he blue at all?
You've got to get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Okay, that's his girlfriend. His name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
is he breathing?
A couple of hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to do his body heat, and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. They just got to know if he's breathing.
Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Can you guys, Carrie, get up. Can you guys do CPR? No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we got the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
Right out front of his car. I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey. I know.
He's not
there. So, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. Carrie, you got to get off of him. This is the scene.
Do you know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
They had been out.
They've been out drinking?
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I think I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe he hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of his nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of the women is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if she's doing CPR, just just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, all right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
What?
Okay, so do you see why we were listening to that, Murder by Maestro? It was the 911 call because I was trying to find out if Karen was in the background of Jen's 911 call to yelling to Google because we heard Karen on John's voicemail. Now, the other thing we know we need is we need that voicemail. Let me see if this is the voicemail that I want. Hold on 1 second. I don't know if I actually... Yeah, I know. This is That is important background. And let me see if this is the one that I'm looking for on here.
Can't believe sounding good.
No, this isn't what we need. All right, hold on. So I'm not going to give up on this, but so I have the 911 calls. Murder. Yeah, no, it's a voice. It's a voicemail murder by Maestro. So what we have is what I thought was going to be very important, which was the 911 call that Jen had made, because I thought we would hear in the background Karen saying similar things to what she was saying on that voicemail. What we need, and what I think I have murder by Maestro, is I don't know where it is, but it's the raw voicemail file, John's voicemail number 8. So let me actually see if I have that. But yes, folks were asking what time tomorrow. I'm thinking we will do 8 a.m. tomorrow, same time as today. So 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. You'll see an announcement go up on the YouTube. That call was very sad, and that was the very raw. I mean, that was the raw audio, folks. So that was pretty tough to listen to. Now listen, my name is Grant Spellis. I'm gonna track down and see if I can get the raw audio file of that voicemail number 8. I don't know if I actually got it. I don't know when. I don't know exactly but if I don't have it, I'll try to find the initial raw audio. I know I have at least some of the raw audio files. Now, with that said, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I was so excited there because I thought that I had both raw files, Murder by Maestro. I'm sorry, I only have the raw 911s. I wish I had the other raw file as well. That's true, Joan. That's true. Now, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let us come back again tomorrow. Well, I have more audio analysis to do. I want to find this raw file. It is going to be an absolute hunt now. It's not. We don't want the audio of the file playing in court. We need the raw voicemail number 8, and we will solve this. So, folks, we're on a mission for it. We got more work to do. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much to every single one of you who tuned in today. It means so much to me. I'm so glad we got to spend time together. I know a lot of you stuck around and we're kind of hanging out. I'm sorry we got a little delayed there at the end. Appreciate every single one of you little towels. And now here's how I'll say this. First of all, I'm not even going to drop my information in the chat. If you want to support this stream, you all have been so kind today. Just click the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. God bless so many of you who have been compassionate and friendly to your fellow towels. If you don't know this, is a public information service rooted in educating, informing, and entertaining the public. We use entertainment as a bit of a hook to further cogent public discourse and ward off usurpation of our representative form of democracy. Truly, though, absolutely amazing job. Hold on. Yes, I'll take a look. I will take a look, Eva. Thank you so much. I will take a look at that post, and I'll see if that audio is better. And I think Murder by Maestro was taking a look at that version of the audio as well earlier. But yes, there's the Public Information Service, so God bless you all so much for standing up for the cogency of our discourse, for being friendly to your little towels. If you're new to this stream, then you probably know that one of the first things, or one of the last things that we do, as you know, yeah, well, I guess Kim didn't feel like giving any attribution to the towel friends. Would have been nice if Kim were like, good to, you know, the original source, Old Maid New Creations. Whoever told me Old Maid helped me remember it. God bless you for that. But yeah, if you're new to this towel chat, you know that I try to scroll back. Hello to all the towel friends. I don't think our scroll back went very far today because Towel had got a little overwhelmed with all the comments. We're going to Towel Powers, Mandy. That's absolutely wonderful. Murder by Maestro, I don't know if we've heard voicemail number 8. We'll have to take a look for it. If it would, I think it would have come in during the trooper's testimony who did the timeline, maybe. We heard some voicemails then. We are towels, Mandy Strong. God bless you, honorary towel spouse. All right, now hold on. I'm going all the way up to the top here. You're going to see comments scrolling by. The reason why is we're going to go from top to bottom. Okay, let me reflect. God bless you, dear friend. All of your comments were amazing today. Honeybee, I truly enjoyed seeing you, dear friend. I hope you've been well. Olive 19, you have an amazing, and your pick. Bless you, my dear friend. You are absolutely incredible. And look at this. We're even doing the scrolling comments such that I can scroll down and show your comments as I'm saying thank you. Mandy Strong, Bella Marie, Colleen Henry, Carrie Gold, Sis. Oh, goodness. Murder by Maestro themselves, Jack D65, Hot Coffee Chats, Mandy Strong again, Bella Marie, Pat Brooks. Oh, goodness. Joan, welcome to the honorary towel fold. You continue to come back, friend. Your comments are wonderful. RP, you're a super honorary now. Welcome, dear friend. Natalie B, it's great to have you. Your comments are always appreciated. Colleen Henry, you are a super towel, and you love you can call me Hank Clip. I'm the Van Karen all day, so there you go. I'm hilarious. Hasta mañana, Ellie211. Yes, I did say the phrase, get in the van, Karen. Claire Towel, thank you so much. And Jew drops, of course, even though she's already asleep, you are a super towel. MEODMT, I love your username, and you are an absolute super towel. Thank you for being with us today. God bless you, friend. TopCat88, love your profile picture. God bless you, dear friend. Appreciate all your contributions and your chats today. Bella Marie, you have a wonderful username. Murder by Maestro, I have to shout you out every time. JMS, God bless you, dear friend. Welcome to the honorary towel fold in every sense of the term, super towel. Pat Brooks, again, you're so wonderful, towel friend. Thank you for sharing your time with me. It means so much, and I'm proud of all you towels, and your support and being proud of me makes me a humble towel. Murder by Maestro is amazing. 5E MEO DMT, I agree. Let me reflect. I love your emojis, dear friend. RP, it was great to see you. As I mentioned, you are a super towel. Grandpa Munster's Lab, you did find that interesting timestamp. You are a super towel. B Rabbit, you are a legend, dear friend. I've given up on just hitting ambiguous marks of time, even though we're almost at 10 hours. What did you call me? I'm not a legend. I'm just a towel. RP, yes, is amazing. I agree, all of 19. Honey B, I saw you earlier. You're wonderful. WD40, you have an amazing username. It was great to see you. God bless you, dear friend. Hot Coffee Chats, you also have an amazing username. Thank you for all your help earlier with slowing down that video, dear friend. Appreciate you. Forensic RN, you were so kind to keep me in mind and ask about me getting lunch. God bless you, dear friend. I appreciate you, and you are super tough. It's a little weird that account was posting, and it's not just me. Like new. Oh, I can't believe I forgot it. Old Maid New Creations. That's what upset me, Eva. Like that account, Fair, didn't even like cite to Old Maid New Creations. Like you're just gonna put it up like your idea, Kim Fair. Ridiculous. Where it showed like this is the whole community that did this and that worked on that. It's outrageous. Outrageous. But at the end of the day, what do I care? Like clout chase all you want. Like screw Kate Peters. She's a piece of. I'll hold my tongue, but you all are just such those people in that world, in that orbit. They just I believe they just care about their social relationships, and all they think about is like chatting with each other on Discord and what they're going to do on the weekend. It's nonsense. Grow up, children. Jesus Christ. Bowling for Soup wrote that song, High School Never Ends, not because you were literally supposed to never leave high school. Sorry, I don't know. Oh, yeah, because I was pissed about Kim Fair not giving credit to the people who actually found that. Sorry, that's what happens when you bring me up. That's what happens when you bring stuff like that up. It wasn't your fault, Eva. I'm just a towel. No, Eva's, of course, well-meaning. It's weird that Kim Fair didn't include that citation. Not to me. I don't really care. Like, if I own the content, yeah, don't strip my watermark. But if I just help put it together, I don't care if you cite me. But the other people, look at all the people who put work into that. How dare she? How dare she? Sweating Bullets, great to see you. Welcome to the honorary towel fold. This is why I go through the chat meticulously, because if you are a towel contributor and you are a I already asked you later on, I guess. Sweating Bullets, it's just that was from a time when you had not yet been made an honorary towel. So look at me, there you go. All right, so who else do we got here? Oh, so many towel friends. Literally just a wall of towel friends. TWD40, saw you pop up in there again. I have to go earlier. Thank you, friend. That was amazing. You're a super towel. Francis Frutrell. Folks, do you realize Francis Frutrell donated 200 tomato plants that were named honorary towels, and that forever changed the future of Towel Stream? Folks, we are in the full. Macy, I'm so glad I saw you in there, dear friend. It was great, all of your contributions, and thank you for finding that link earlier for us to watch the clip. You are a super towel. Laura Lee Smith, I love your username. God bless you, dear friend. Colleen Henry, you are doing the Lord's work. I am just a towel. I can't wait to see you all tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this raw audio clip. I'm going to put every ounce of effort I can. We are going to do our analysis. Oh, let me reflect. You use the Chewbacca emoji. You are a super towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, did I add you? Sweating bullets or not? I thought I added you as a super towel. No, it may be someone else. Oh, okay. So you must have been added at some point because you are a super towel. All right, Murder by Maestro, Olive 19 again. Mandy Strong, the honorary towel herself. It was great to see you as always. Honey Bee, I just love your emojis. You have a great night. I hope you're sleeping well. God bless you, dear friend. Mandy, absolutely. Oh, no, that was a military family neighborhood where that plane crashed. Oh, no. God bless those people. I seriously hope that people were not hurt. That was very sad news that was brought up earlier. The plane crash in San Diego. To hear it's a military neighborhood is more sad. Oh, goodness. Oh, I know Mandy's son, who's an honorary towel, is also serving in one of the branches of the armed forces. So God bless Mandy Strong's super towel son. And God bless all the people serving in the armed forces. If there's one thing Towel loves, it's America. And I will make this very clear, ladies and gentlemen. My principles are safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there somewhere for good measure. Towel loves America. I love all the other countries of the world. I love all the people from the other countries of the world. That's absolutely fine. But Towel loves America, ladies and gentlemen. You serve the American Armed Forces. I think you are the most honorable of all towels. And anyone who tries to dispute that, well, I have a problem with that, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, Grandpa Munster's Multitrack Lab. Appreciate all of your comments today. Saw you again, Debbie B. You are amazing. Old Maid New Creations, you are even there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, so there you go. Old Maid New Creations, I'll keep listening to this 911 call. Maybe I'll be able to pick something out. I'll give you the raw file, too. I'll send it over to Murder by Maestro. Oh, goodness. Yes, Chloe in her wig is going to go into her doghouse. She's got to get some rest. All right. Oh, I did add you, Sweating Bullets, as a super towel. You are a super towel. You all are literally, whether you're washcloths, towelettes, flannels, soap dispensers, beach towels, hemp towels, paper towels, washcloths or otherwise, all appreciate you. You literally... Oh, ladies and gentlemen, almost 10 hours later, I think we actually are going to end up going 10 hours by the time I actually get to the bottom of this. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We did a 10-hour stream on a day when there was no... Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at all these towel friends being so kind to each other. And I almost made it to the bottom of the chat. In the time it took me to get to the bottom of the chat, you all continued to talk. Malcolm Barrett, it's great to see you, dear friend. I am so glad you also are a big fan of America. I said 78 earlier. I think that's an estimation. We have reached an amount of countries that literally blows Little Towel away. Teskey Poll, I love your username. You have an amazing username, dear towel friend. And now I just have to do one more thing, because if I don't do this, then all the comments that were made while I was scrolling won't actually be on the screen. So as much as I want to say it was amazing, I have to actually reload the rest of the comments. Because otherwise I can't just scroll through these quickly either, because otherwise you won't be able to see them. But yes, bless so many of you towel friends. I'm going through now, checking out the end of the chat. As you can see, towel friends were chatting even as I was going through and saying hello. Colleen Henry let us know 114,000 Twitter views on those posts. That audio is going viral, friends. That audio is going viral. It is a big deal. People's ears don't lie. The ears of the masses don't lie. And we will check tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We do think there are two versions. We're going to try to get the audio cleaned up. Murder by Maestro is a super towel. I'm a super towel. Old Maid New Hold on, gentlemen. Oh, we think it might be the cruiser cam. Oh, that would be really interesting. Very interesting. Thank you, Jennifer Ray. We'll keep listening for that as well. Could be we think it's a voicemail. Kids and towels, says Murder by Maestro. I added the towels part. Oh, Baxter, you're still here. Oh, I will, Baxter. God bless you, dear friend. You are a super towel. JMS, you are a super towel. Sweating Bullets, you are a super towel. B Rabbit, I have your username, I profile picture. And you said I'm a legend. I think you're a legend, but I'm just a towel. Folks, Pilgrim Shadow, you want to talk about a legend. Pilgrim Shadow is a legend and a super towel, and Pilgrim Shadow warms Towel's little heart, and I am just glad that I'm friends with Pilgrim Shadow. I just want to say that, ladies and gentlemen. It means a lot to me. Eva, I saw you. You all are towels. Keep going, and don't you worry. We'll be back here tomorrow sometime after 8 a.m. Tomorrow's Friday, so let's plan for between 8 and 9 a.m. I'm going to set the stream for 8:30. We'll do another full day tomorrow. I'll answer a lot of your questions. And then remember, folks, Saturday is Towel birthday stream. I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to have to think of something. Like, yeah, we can watch clips. I can answer your questions. I don't really play video games, so I can't play video games and stream them for you. But we will do birthday towel things. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, apparently, like some of the other streamers are the upper limits of the human vocal range is 3 to 3.5 hours. I routinely can talk for 10 hours. Just even if court weren't in session, I'd be like, yeah, we can, whatever. I'll just keep talking until they come back in session. Oh, but I do need some water, folks. I do need some water. But yes, Malcolm Barrett, I saw you pop up in the chat. You are a super towel, dear friend. I don't know if Karen Reed's Joan of Arc. I love historical illusions. I'm going to have to think a lot about that. JMS, you are a master towel. All of you asked what time tomorrow, 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern. Let's let Towel kind of get himself together. If we can do an 8 a.m. stream, great. If I'm like not really rushing, we'll do 8:30, latest 9 o'clock tomorrow, all right? Yes, I will. Christina Towel. Look at Christina Towel popping up, being a super towel like she is. You're a reporter towel. You are a super towel, Christina. You are appreciated. Ange Whittick, you as well. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Pilgrim Shadow again. Look at all you wonderful super towels just being friendly, being happy. That is what makes Little Towel happy. Pesky Pole, I even saw your name again. I love your username. Amy Gill, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you got. I am going to get some sleep, Ella Marie. Don't worry. Lynn Hennis, even you were here, dear friend. You are absolutely wonderful. You are wonderful. I appreciate you. Look at all these towel friends. Penny, I know I'm going to get some rest. Don't you worry about it. Yes, Pesky Pole, 10 hours of towel. Better than 4 hours of turtle dribble. Amy Gill, truly, God bless you, friend. And listen, I'd just like to be able to say thank you to every one of you because it's really you who make the stream. I know that you watch and you like to chat with me and I try to be informative, but it's you all who make the stream what it is. Don't ever forget that. And we are over 10 hours now. On a day without court, we did 10 hours of stream. There you go, friends. That's Towel for you. But I want to do my final part of the closing now. Firstly, there's actually one other thing I want to do. I'm going to click over to the very special sorting that I can do that shows me all of the towel emojis that were sent. And I would be remiss, ladies and gentlemen, if I did not say thank you and also tell you about some of these emojis. Every single one of you who sends chats, I read them. Whether they're donated chats, whether they're regular chats, I'm reading the chat. I'm looking at what you all are saying. But I do like to click at the end of the stream now, because I think the people who go out of their way to like, I remember, they're like stuffed animals to me. Like, I remember every single one of the emojis. I associate them with you, like with the person who sent them. You know, like it means a lot to me. And so I want to start off by saying, Pat Brooks, God bless you for your super chat. Thank you for saying thank you for Grant for today's show. Murder of Maestro is brilliant and amazing, and you are appreciated. Eva, the cake emoji was literally one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Oh my God, it's almost birthday cake with you. I'm going to get a Carvel ice cream cake. I'm going to sit with it, and then I'm going to eat it, and we are going to have a towel birthday stream on Saturday. JMS, I love that pear emoji. You don't understand how much it made me giggle. towel giggles are the best thing in the world, and that emoji is lovely. I want to make that emoji into a stuffed animal and then live in a room with that emoji. It is adorable. Jack D65, I just want to say the hippo in the chair emoji, I was showing a clip at the time. I couldn't actually react. Oh my goodness, dear friend. I was thrilled. I was thrilled and thrilled and thrilled. Old Maid New Creations, God bless you, friend. You reach out anytime. I will try to follow you back. You are just wonderful. Super Towel of the Day, Old Maid New Creations. Super, you are the word of the day. The word of the day is Old Maid New Creations. Jack D565, truly, I just love that hippo. Like, I know I say I love every emoji, but that hippo in particular, I am in a chair, okay? I sit in a chair all day. The hippo is in a chair. I don't know if I can put into words how pleased I am that the hippo is in a chair. And you might be saying, sir, like these emojis, they're emojis. Well, yeah, I know that, okay? I know. But they, to me, are anthropomorphic animals. And I am an anthropomorphic towel. So I get so much glee from seeing these emojis you don't understand. And then Mandy Strong, you send a cat emoji or a fox. It is adorable. It is hands down the most lovely thing I have seen today. Now, I have to group things into categories because some things are just so loveliest things I've seen today. Some things are the most hilarious thing I've seen today. But that fox telling me I did a good job, I'll tell you, it made my day. Okay, now Forensic RN, I don't think this is a contest, but the emoji that was literally sliding on its knees as we celebrated finding that audio clip saying goal, I mean, come on. I'm going to have a special place in my heart, not only for that honorary towel, which is a pear wearing a headband sliding on the ground, but also for you forevermore, because I think that is simple. What time zone will you sell it? I absolutely love the game over and microphone emojis. And then seasons. Oh, I love the emoji with the pear doing the weightlifting. Oh my God, it's great. I want to get a rainbow headband and do what that emoji is doing. You little pear can be an honorary towel forever. And Rockstar60, God bless you, dear friend. I know we found important information. I appreciate every single one of you. I remember once Oh, and that must have been quite a memory for you. I remember the day we talked about the brave little toaster. Oh my word, you are all wonderful. I want you to know that every single one of you is wonderful. And that comment you made about you falling asleep, listening to me, and then waking up and I was talking about the brave little toaster. I would be like, am I in a fever dream right now? Oh, you guys are just so wonderful. As to when I'm going to celebrate my birthday, I don't know. We're going to have to figure this out because technically my birthday is like, people who know me are going to be able to like say it's my birthday for 48 hours, however many hours there are across the international date line. Oh, after towel stream, I end up with 20 browser tabs of the most wild stuff. Oh, you're so funny. Oh, all right, folks. That was great. All of your Luisa Ramirez. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you came in. Yes, friends, that's what it says. I agree. Towel for the FBI. Yeah, I think Towel could do lots of things. All right, listen. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to end the X stream. God bless you, friends over on X. As you know, give the friends on YouTube a few extra minutes because you friends on X get a few extra minutes in the beginning. I appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. We'll be back tomorrow between 8 and 9 a.m. Eastern Time. My name is Smith Ellis. Follow more. Subscribe on youtube.com/@Smith Ellis. Join the Towel Chat. It's a wonderful life. I appreciate you. And be safe out there, X friends. I'm going to go talk to the YouTube Towel friends for just a few minutes. Please pardon, or I pray your indulgence. All right, Towel YouTube friends, The ex-friends are still with us for a few seconds. They're impeding on our Towel YouTube time, but that's okay. That is okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to end the X feed, and then we are going to talk a little bit about just generally tomorrow's stream. I'll give you a little heads up. All right. And what's going on here? Come on now. Come on now. I know you have the capacity to do this. We have done this many times together. My computer's like, we've streamed for 10 hours, Towel. Can you please let us go home? And I'm like, all right, computer, here you go. I can end the X feed on the actual X feed end. There you go. X feed done. All right, Towel YouTube friends. You know how much I appreciate you. You know how much it means to me that you stick around for these streams, that you are so kind to each other, that you're so kind to me. I don't know if I can put into words how much it means to me, but I want to tell you just over and over and over again. Day. Oh wow. Okay. Old Maid New Creations. You found where it lines up with the 911 call. Listen, folks, we are gonna have a big day tomorrow morning. I will talk to Old Maid New Creations. Come back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. All of us are gonna do audio analysis overnight. I know Murder by Maestro is gonna be busy. I'm gonna be busy. Old Maid New Creations is already working. Listen, I'm gonna go on to the Facebook right now. We are gonna sync this, folks. This is a beautiful group of people who has inspired Little Towel to things I didn't even think were possible. There were times today where I was tearing up during the stream, and I want you to know how much it means to me. So this is big. We got to take some time. I have the one call, okay? So we are going to have, if we can hear the background of that and get Karen's words and sync this all up, folks, this is big. This is big. All right. God bless you, friends. I appreciate you. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow. From Little Towel to you. God bless. Good night. Be safe. I love you, Little Towels. Towel loves you.